Can you hear me? Can you hear me? All right, everyone. Today is officially election night 2025. Hopefully, everything should go good today. This is the first live stream I am attempting on the channel. First things first, if anyone is currently watching, first of all, thank you so much for the recent views that have happened the last few days on my channel. They've been absolutely insane here. You can see some of the videos. The New Jersey prediction getting around 10,000 views. The Virginia governor just uploaded yesterday, getting almost 3,000. And the New York City mayor getting 12,000. Thank you so much. I really greatly appreciate you doing that. So obviously today, the reason I'm live streaming, we have election night 2025. We have a lot of big races going on here. We have the governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey. We have the attorney general's race in Virginia. We have the lieutenant governor's race. And we also have the New York City mayoral race and a lot of other state races going on as well. So we have about 45 minutes until 7 p.m., which is when the polls close in Virginia. So I'm going to start going through some of the Virginia races and where things currently stand. First things first, the latest polling data for the Virginia governor's race shows, like what we've been seeing the last few months now, that Democrat Abigail Spanberger has a pretty commanding lead over the Republican Winsome Sears. Spanberger, in the most recent polling averages on Wikipedia, have her getting around 52.5%, whereas Winsome Sears is getting only 42.8%. So now right around a 9.7% lead for Spanberger over Sears. This race for a while now has not really been in question as how this was going to go. We've known for a while Spanberger was leading. The question was ultimately going to be, how much did she end up winning by tonight on election night? And right now, you can go back throughout this entire race. There has not been one singular poll that had Winsome Sears winning. So that's what's ultimately going to be the case for this one, is what does it end up looking like? And we can actually look up here the 2017 Virginia governor's election as well, because we can see what it ultimately ended up looking like in that race, where we saw around a 8.9% win in this one for the Democrat Ralph Northam over Ed Gillespie, essentially a 9-point win. And based on the polling data right now, it may even be larger than this ultimately when everything is said and done. This is kind of what the map that I've been basing a lot of the Democratic wins for Virginia essentially could look like, because this was President Trump's first term. This is matching with what these elections are supposed to be like for Virginia and New Jersey. But now in the final few days and final few hours, it's looking like the polling data in Virginia shows this may even be a little bit of a larger win for Spanberger over Winsome Sears in this race. I've talked about this a few times now in my prior videos, but really it's contingent on what do those final 5% or so that are undecided, what do they ultimately end up doing? Because they could swing somewhere between Spanberger and Sears, where they can make the margin of victory higher for Spanberger. They can swing for Winsome Sears and make the margin of victory a little bit smaller than the polls are currently showing, or they could essentially split 50-50, where it ends up being roughly around a 9 to 10 point result, which is what the polls are currently showing. Oh, I'm seeing the comments here, fix audio. Okay, let me see what I can do here. Let's see. Okay, 1 second. Live stream audio. If you can hear me, can you put a comment in the chat saying you can officially hear me or not? Should be slid all the way up. I anticipate this will probably happen a few times tonight, to be honest. Try this. Okay. So I moved the mic closer to me now. Let me know if this sounds any better. Hopefully it does. I'm not sure. If you can hear me at all, make sure to also say in the chat as well. I have the chat up on another screen as well so I can see it. So if this sounds better, let me know. If it doesn't sound good or you can't hear me, make sure to let me know as well. But yeah, so for this race, ultimately the 5% or so that are undecided should decide ultimately what ends up happening, if this race is more competitive or not, or if it'll end up being like a larger margin like 2017 was. So that's where things stand in the Virginia governor's race. There's not really too much to add other than we really know how this one's going to go based on what we've seen the last few months. So that's what's going on in Virginia governor. Now, the big one of the night for the governor elections is New Jersey. New Jersey's a race where the Democrat Mikie Sherrill is facing off against the Republican Jack Ciattarelli. And in this one, Sherrill's getting around 5% or so on average on the Wikipedia average of all the polling averages. Now, they've all been pretty consistent except for 50+1, which has Sherrill above 5 points. Vote Hub now has her above 5.3, but they were all around 5 points or less heading into the final few days. So this is clearly going to be a very close competitive race in New Jersey. Ultimately, we're going to have to wait and see how this all ends up playing. Now, in terms of polling, we can look back at 2021. Mikie Sherrill is polling a little bit less than Phil Murphy, the Democrat, did. He was getting around 51% or so in the polling averages in 2021. Jack Ciattarelli was getting around 42%. So Ciattarelli's polling better, certainly, than he did back in 2021. He's getting around 3% higher. Now, ultimately, this race is going to be very interesting because according to the polls, Mikie Sherrill is either just at, just below, or just above 50% of the vote, where Jack Ciattarelli is at 45. Now, like I said with Virginia, those 5% that are other or undecided may ultimately decide what happens in this race. Because if Jack Ciattarelli can have a very strong voting performance on election day, on today, obviously, he can end up actually winning this race. There's a very, very narrow path for Ciattarelli to do so. But for him to do that, it's more likely than not, a lot of those undecided voters are going to need to pretty much all vote for Ciattarelli, and maybe a few that say they are supporting Sherrill are either going to need to not vote for her, or the numbers are going to need to be off by at least half a point or so. But there is a path for Jack Ciattarelli to win the New Jersey governor's race. Ultimately, will it happen? Well, that we're going to have to wait and see how that all goes. But Mikie Sherrill right now seems to have a narrow favorite, a narrow lead in this race. Using the election rankings that we typically use, this would be right now a lean Democratic race of 5 points or less, but Mikie Sherrill certainly seems to be in the lead right now over Jack Ciattarelli, and I expect Mikie Sherrill to win this race, but I expect it to be also a very, very close one. Now, for the next race we're going to talk about what I think is going to end up being the very closest race of them all tonight, and that is the 2025 Virginia Attorney General's race. Now, this one is really fascinating, because right now in the final polling averages, Jason Miyares, the Republican, is leading over the Democrat Jay Jones by just 1.5 points, by 1.5%. Now, this one still shows about 7 points or so of people that are either voting other or undecided, not saying who they're going to vote for. And that's very significant. When I did the breakdown a few days ago on this race, I said it was at the time, the polling showed Jason Miyares leading Jay Jones after the scandals broke. The race before that, Jay Jones was on track to win this race and win it by a pretty decently sized margin. Didn't really look like it was going to be too close of a race. Now, what ultimately ended up happening, the scandals broke regarding Jay Jones and the text messages he sent about the Virginia Republican, I believe it was a state Senate president, I believe, and everything that involved that. And ultimately, this race completely flipped. Jason Miyares ended up leading in pretty much every single poll for a while, and it looked like Jason Miyares had this race. And that was pretty much all there was to speak of it. Now, in the final few days, though, Jason Miyares and Jay Jones have been tied in some polls, and even some polls have shown Jay Jones leading. Now, in the breakdown, I did say that if I'm a Republican supporting Jason Miyares, my biggest concern would be Jason Miyares' polling numbers themselves. Because in a lot of the polls, he's getting around 46, 47%. There were a few where he was getting 49% in Echelon Insights, 48% in Atlas Intel and so-called strategies, but seeing Miyares get 46, 47% leaves enough of an opening for Jay Jones to win. And the reason I said that was, when you look at the other two races happening in Virginia, the Democrats are on track to win by very large margins. For instance, if you're just joining the live stream now, a few minutes ago, I went over the Virginia governor's race. Abigail Spanberger is already breaking 52% of the vote in this race, and she's projected to win by a margin of victory of right around a likely Democratic margin of 5 to 15 points. If it's on the larger end of that, if it breaks 10%, if it's say 11 or 12 points, well, that could have down ballot ramifications on the other races in the state. So even if Jason Miyares is going to do better than both Winsome, Sears, and John Reid are in the governor and lieutenant governor's race, will it be enough? Because Jay Jones may potentially be getting saved by Abigail Spanberger at the top of the ticket if more Democrats are turning out to vote for her. Now, there also is the possibility there is enough vote splitting in this race for Jason Miyares to win and Jay Jones to lose. And based on the polling right now, it seems that in the average of a whole, that is what's most likely to happen, is Jason Miyares would narrowly end up winning. But again, as I just mentioned, there's a lot of undecided vote left out there. There's 7.3%. And in an electorate that overall is more friendly to the Democrats than to the Republicans, if I were to do a prediction video for the Attorney General's race right now, and rather instead of a few days ago, I would actually probably narrowly have Jay Jones winning this race. And the reason being is that concern that I mentioned, that I think there's enough undecided vote left out there. The fact that Jason Miyares is getting 46, 47%, including in two polls that are Republican polls in Qantas Insights, Insider Advantage, and Trafalgar Group as well, three Republican polls. The fact that he's only getting 47% against Jay Jones, when you probably would think, well, this race should essentially be over, to me says Jay Jones is in a very strong position and may be able to narrowly pull off a very close victory here. But I have no doubt in my mind, whether it's Jason Miyares or Jay Jones, this is going to be an incredibly close race, and I will not be shocked one bit if this ends up being the closest race when everything is said and done. So I'm very, very, very interested and fascinated in watching how this Attorney General's race ends up going. So that's how things are on the Attorney General's race. Just checking over the chat as well. See a comment saying "Go Jack," obviously referring to Jack Ciattarelli, and the comment from earlier about the audio. Hopefully the audio sounds better now. For the people that are watching, it has a little audio trouble to begin with, but hopefully it does sound better now. Obviously, if there are any problems with the stream or the audio, please let me know in the chat, and I'll do my best to try and fix them. So that is the Attorney General's race. We're now also at 6:27 p.m. is what I have right here, 6:27. So we're about 33 minutes away from the polls closing in Virginia. So very quickly, we're getting close to 7 o'clock and election night really kicking off. That's the Attorney General's race. Now let's look at the New York City mayoral race, where this is one that is getting a lot of media attention the last few days, and one that actually showed, interestingly enough, a new poll from Atlas Intel showed this race being a lot more competitive than what other polls have in the last few days and few weeks or so. So the overall average of the averages in this race shows Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic candidate, defeating Andrew Cuomo, the former Democrat running as an independent, around 12.9% in the polling average, getting 45.4% to Cuomo's 32.6%. Now, the Republican Curtis Sliwa is continuing to play spoiler for Cuomo and Zohran Mamdani, getting around 17% of the vote at 16.8%, with still about 5% of voters that are undecided. Now, I've been going over this race for a while now over the last few weeks, and the numbers still remain pretty consistent with that. Andrew Cuomo's numbers have gone up by a few points or so, but the reality of the race is still, with Curtis Sliwa in this race, I don't see a viable pathway for Andrew Cuomo to win, as Sliwa is taking way too much of the anti-Zohran Mamdani vote away, and someone that also does not like Andrew Cuomo either would vote for Curtis Sliwa in this race, getting a very large number of around 17%. So ultimately, the question of can Andrew Cuomo win this race, even with President Trump, I believe, saying yesterday that even if you don't like Andrew Cuomo, you should get out and vote for him to try and stop Zohran Mamdani from becoming mayor. It still may not even be enough, though, due to the fact that Zohran Mamdani already has a commanding 44-45% lead in this three-person race. Now, ultimately, what we have to wait and see here is, does Zohran Mamdani get that 45%? Does he do better? Does he do worse? That's going to be the telling sign in this race. So how this all goes is dependent on election day turnout. If we're seeing the numbers that are Zohran Mamdani in terms of the turnout being a lot larger, I think we're going to see Zohran Mamdani win by a larger margin. If turnout would be a little bit lower, I think that may present a little bit of an opportunity for Andrew Cuomo. Now, we're not going to know until the votes officially come out, but what I've seen online and on social media as I've been checking X before going live here is that Zohran Mamdani and the turnout numbers seem to be pretty high in New York City, which at least to me, I'm interpreting as being a good sign for Zohran Mamdani. So the expectation for a while now has been that Mamdani would win by a likely margin, which is 15 points in between 5 and 15. It's possible he wins by more than 15 points. In my last prediction, I had him winning by about 14, and I'm sticking with that prediction right now. And a large part of being the fact that Curtis Sliwa is taking up a large amount of vote in this race. So ultimately, we're going to have to wait and see how this all goes. Now, I did want to address the Atlas Intel poll that came out just a few days ago, because this is interesting. And at the time I did my prediction, this poll was not yet out. This shows that in the race between Cuomo, Mamdani, and Sliwa, Mamdani has 44%, but Cuomo has jumped up to 39%, with Sliwa getting 15%, with about 1% saying they're still undecided. Now, this race, according to this poll, obviously is a lot closer, and Atlas Intel did very well in the 2024 presidential race, getting every single, I believe, swing state correct, and pretty much every single state correct. So certainly you could give them the benefit of the doubt. But when it comes to this race, this is the first poll that shows Andrew Cuomo being really within striking distance in the three-way matchup of Cuomo, Mamdani, and Sliwa. Now, it does show what a lot of other polls have shown, which is if they go to a head-to-head race or head-to-head race of Mamdani versus Cuomo, it becomes a very close race. They hear that Cuomo actually wins 50 to 44. But as I've gone over a few times now, it really just isn't possible for that to be the case because Sliwa is in this race. If Sliwa dropped out a few weeks ago, then maybe this could be a race that Andrew Cuomo could win. But even still, with Cuomo getting his highest numbers yet at 39%, Mamdani at 44 still suggests that Zohran Mamdani would win, even in this scenario where the Atlas Intel poll is ultimately correct. So I think just to talk about the poll, it could be proven correct. It could be proven wrong. We're going to find out in the next few hours or so if that ends up being true or not. But ultimately, I think we're going to see Zohran Mamdani win this race. We're just really checking to see what the margins and numbers are going to be. Right now, he still has a lead of about 13 points, 12.9% in the polling averages, ranging anywhere from 10.7 to 14.3. So we're going to have to wait and see how that all unfolds. But certainly Mamdani, the favorite to win this race, and we'll have to wait and see as the results come in. I did see your comment about the Miami mayoral race. There are a lot of mayoral races and such going around the country right now tonight. I've not paid too much attention to that one. That hasn't been one of the ones I've been keeping my eye on, to be completely honest with you. So I'm probably not going to be covering that one in this video, but that is going on. I know there's a mayoral race, I believe, in Minnesota that's happening. There's the elections going on in Pennsylvania that are happening. So there's a lot more than like the main 5 or so that I'm covering tonight, but I'm only going over the ones that I've spent an extensive amount of time and research doing, just so I'm providing the most like important or not important, but most accurate information that I can for them. So in terms of my Miami mayoral race, who's going to win? Honestly, at this point, I haven't been keeping too much attention, so I'm not so sure. I do know that Francis Suarez, the Republican, is term limited, so he will not be reelected as mayor, as he can't run again. But so now for the next race, the last 2025 one that I'll be going over that I have not covered yet prior to the polls closing, we have the Virginia lieutenant governor's race. Now, this one is interesting, as the governor's race in Virginia seems to be the most safe of the 3 for the Democrats, while the attorney general's one seems to be the most competitive. The lieutenant governor's race is kind of being a little bit kept under the radar and not talked about too much. Now, in this polling average, Ghazala Hashmi, the Democrat, is leading by about 4.6% over the Republican John Reid. Now, John Reid is interesting because at 44.3%, he is polling actually a little bit better than Winsome Sears, getting in the Real Clear Politics average. She's getting about 42.7. And the only average for this one is Real Clear or Decision Desk HQ, 44.3. Decision Desk has Sears at 43.1. So essentially, John Reid is running about 1.2% better than Winsome Sears, while Ghazala Hashmi is running about 3 points behind what Abigail Spanberger is running. Now, this is going to be an interesting one to watch for, because typically what happens in these elections down ballot is they usually still go to the same party. So in 2021, when Glenn Youngkin became the governor, Winsome Sears also won that election and became the lieutenant governor. So that race, both ended up voting for the same party. Now, the attorney general's one was super close between Jason Miyares and Mark Herring, but Mark Herring was also the Democratic incumbent facing off against the Republican challenger. So that was the closest race of the two. Earlier in the stream, I mentioned the 2017 elections. Ralph Northam gets elected the Democratic governor. Justin Fairfax, the Democrat, also wins the lieutenant governor's race against the Republican opponent. But that race was actually smaller, I believe, in election results than the governor's race was. The governor's race ended up being around 9 points, about 8.9%. I want to say the lieutenant governor's race was around 6 points or so, or 7 points. So even though it still went Democratic, it was by a smaller number. So to see Hashmi leading John Reid here by a smaller margin than Spanberger, it's not really too much of a surprise to me, because I still think we're going to see Ghazala Hashmi defeat John Reid, but seeing a smaller margin of victory does not shock me too much. Like with some of the other races, the big one to watch is the amount of undecided voters. Still roughly 7% of voters here say they are undecided in this race, and that'll ultimately decide what happens. Based on that polling average, it is technically mathematically possible for John Reid to defeat Ghazala Hashmi, but like with a lot of these other races, we're not seeing many polls here, if any, that have Ghazala Hashmi losing to John Reid. The last one was a Republican poll from September with still 13% of voters undecided. So I think we're going to see Abigail Spanberger win the Democrat as the governor, and I think we're going to see Ghazala Hashmi win the lieutenant governor's race. The question is going to be the margins. I believe I did have this being a likely Democratic win of 5 to 15 points, and I am sticking to that. I think it's probably going to be, if the Virginia governor is going to be around 9 to 10 points or so. I think we'll probably see the lieutenant governor's race be like 7 to 8, but I think it's going to stay Democratic, certainly, though, with everything going on here. So definitely this one's not being talked about as much as the other ones. So just to show you again, the two governor's races in Virginia and New Jersey. Virginia, I have being a likely Democratic win of 5 to 15 points, right around that 10.9 point margin. New Jersey, I still have it being under 5 points once all the votes are counted, being narrow wins for the Democrats. But whether or not I'm right, whether this ultimately happens, we're about to find out pretty quickly. Just to give you some information on the polling numbers, I believe Virginia's polls close at 7 p.m., so that is in just 24 minutes. Wow, we are really flying by, coming close to poll closings here. So Virginia will be closing its polls at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. New Jersey, I believe, closed their polls at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then New York City, their polls will be closing at 9. So over the next 3 hours or so, we'll be seeing these polls close. But Virginia, we're getting very close to seeing these results. Just see your comment. Pretty good breakdown of the polls so far. Thank you very much. If you're enjoying the stream, also, if this is your first time watching me, this is the first live stream I'm doing. So I hope it's going well. Hope I'm doing a good job. Obviously, the more I do, probably the better they'll get. But I hope you're enjoying this live stream. If you are not subscribed to my channel, make sure to hit like on the video and hit subscribe as well. Try to do election videos every single day for you, going on all the important races. Obviously, this is election night, so we have some very big ones for 2025 to talk about, but I'll be going more into 2026 as well in the coming days, weeks, and months and such once the 2025 elections are all wrapped up. So make sure to hit like and subscribe as well if you really enjoyed these videos. I would really greatly appreciate that. Okay, so now we have some more time before the polls close. Let's take a look at the maps for Virginia and New Jersey. So I'll start with Virginia, because Virginia, this was the map from 2021 when Glenn Youngkin defeated Terry McAuliffe. Youngkin got 50.6, McAuliffe got 48.6. And what ultimately happened here was that Glenn Youngkin had like a Republican resurgence in Virginia in the 2021 governor's election, in large part due to the fact that this was the election where Joe Biden was president. These governor's elections in the off year almost always go the opposite way of the president's party in the White House. So now that Donald Trump is the Republican president, we're likely to see the Democrats do well in this race. But Glenn Youngkin did very well in 2021 in some very key areas. He did. These three counties up here in Loudoun, Prince William, and Fairfax, and yes, there is smaller counties as well in Fairfax, like Fairfax City, like Arlington as well, which also has a lot of people as well, in Alexandria as well. These three counties and the surrounding counties inside of them voted very heavily for the Democrats in pretty much every single election. The reason Glenn Youngkin was able to win was he did better throughout the rest of Virginia, but he also got the margins down in these Washington, D.C. suburbs compared to how they were in 2017. In Loudoun County, Terry McAuliffe won 55.2% to Glenn Youngkin's 44.2%. Now, in 2017, we can look at what Northern versus Gillespie did. This was around a 20-point victory. So this county, Loudoun County, is a lot of voters concentrated. I believe these three counties make up the top 5 most populous counties in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So Loudoun going from a 20-point win in 2017 all the way down, let me just, actually, I'll leave that up for now. We'll close that later. But going from a 20-point win to an 11-point win was a certainly very big jump for Glenn Youngkin in terms of actually shrinking the margin of victory, where McAuliffe got about 89,000 votes or so, Youngkin got about 71,000. What's that? About 18,000 votes separating them in Loudoun County. Whereas in 2017, there was roughly about 23,000 votes. So that extra 5,000 votes or so in a very close election like 2021 made the difference between the Republican or Democrat winning in that race. And I'll just close this now while I'm up. So that's Loudoun County. Now we also have Prince William County. Prince William voted for Terry McAuliffe over Glenn Youngkin, 57 to 42.2, roughly 15 points. Now also getting a margin of victory of around 23,000 votes in Prince William in 2021. Let's compare it now to 2017, where Prince William voted 60 to 38.2. This was a 22-point win in terms of overall percentages. And going from 71,000 to 44,000 votes, what's that? We have about 20,000 would be 64 plus another 7 or so. So about 27,000 votes separating them in Prince William. So again, another very important margin in terms of getting a few thousands of votes in Prince William to make this race more competitive. Last one I'll do here was Fairfax, massive win. 68 to 31.2 for Northam versus Gillespie. You're looking at over like 130,000, 140,000 votes separating them in Fairfax. In 2021, Fairfax voted still very blue, but 30 points, 180 or 286 to 152. You're looking here at like 130,000 or so. So again, similar margins, but a few thousands votes in Youngkin's direction. This is how Glenn Youngkin was able to win, on top of doing well throughout the rest of Virginia, including some very key suburban areas like Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach is an area that's very much a toss-up area. It also has encompasses the 2nd Congressional District in Virginia, which is one of the closest both in the state and nationally for the U.S. House elections for 2026, and it was in 2024 with the Republican Representative Jen Kiggins. It's a very close area and very 50-50 area. It voted for Glenn Youngkin over Terry McAuliffe by around 8 points. A pretty big win, 13,000 votes. Doesn't have the same population as the DC suburbs, but still pretty big in terms of overall numbers, and was around an 8-point win. Now, in 2017, it voted for Ralph Northam about 52 to 47 over Ed Gillespie, a 5-point win. And this one netted Northam around 6,000, 7,000 votes or so. So it's not as large in terms of overall population, but it's more important to the Republicans that Virginia Beach is going red than it is for the Democrats that's going blue. But if Virginia Beach is going blue in the governor's race in just a few minutes or so, that I'm fully expecting it probably will be, that's going to be a telltale sign that the Republicans probably not in play throughout the rest of the state if they're losing Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach as a toss-up area is a place that will be going red if the Republicans are doing well. And in the Attorney General's race for Jason Miyares versus Jay Jones, I'm probably going to be expecting Virginia Beach to be going red for Miyares. If it's not going red, that could also be a sign of maybe Jason Miyares is in more trouble in that race than the polling currently shows. So Virginia Beach is very important. Chesapeake is very similar to Virginia Beach for a lot of the same reasons I just laid out. It was around an 8-point win, 53.1, 45.7 for Northam over Gillespie back in 2017. And then in 2021, it was a win for Youngkin of 52.4 to 46.8. So lots of counties in Virginia I could look at and go over for the numbers here, but these three up north and the smaller counties as well in Arlington and Alexandria, near Fairfax, right outside of Washington, D.C., Alexandria, obviously a lot of votes as well right outside of D.C. and Arlington. These are key areas I'm watching. I'm also watching Virginia Beach and Chesapeake as well to watch for how these results are coming in, and maybe they're giving us a little bit of a sign for the governor's race in Virginia and the Attorney General's race and Lieutenant Governor's race as well. I'm just going to take a drink of water here. 1 second. Okay, so that's Virginia. It's 6:43. We have about 17 minutes until the polls come in. I do have the New York Times page up for Virginia, so I should be getting it as the votes come in. So I have that. No votes reporting yet. Obviously, the polls are not closed, but we have that map ready. We have the map ready for the Attorney General's race, Miyares versus Jay Jones, and Ghazala, Hashmi versus John Reid. So I'll be looking at the results real time as they come in. So I'll be finding out the results at the same time that you all are. That's Virginia. We also have the New Jersey map pulled up between Mikie, Sherrill, and Jack Ciattarelli. We're ready here as well. Let's see. We have New Jersey and Virginia. We have New York City for Mamdani, Cuomo, and Sliwa. I'm not sure how long this race is going to go before it gets called, but that one is ready to go as well in this race. And lastly, this is not going to be until probably, 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. or so. We have California Proposition 50 as well, which is the other national race I'm watching here. I expect this one to be a pretty big win for the Democrats, but we are watching there as well. So now we're going to look really quickly at some of the key counties in New Jersey. New Jersey in 2021 voted for the Democrat Phil Murphy with 51.2%. Jack Ciattarelli got 48% of the vote. And this was a very close race, 3.2%. The polling data right now, if you missed the early part of the video where I brought this up, shows Mikie Sherrill leading by around 4.8% on average. So roughly about 2 points stronger than the margin of victory that Phil Murphy got in 2021. We'll have to see if that translates to the actual election results. But what happens on this map? What are some key areas that I am watching for? So some key areas that Jack Ciattarelli won that he made very big, impressive gains. One of these is Morris County. Morris County voted for Jack Ciattarelli by around 11 points, netting him overall, roughly about 20,000 votes in just this one county. And this is a key area I'm watching for here, because if Jack Ciattarelli is winning Morris County by these margins or even a little bit better in this race, that could be a key sign that maybe he's outperforming the polls a little bit and maybe is in a real strong position to potentially beat Mikie Sherrill. Now, on the flip side, if Mikie Sherrill is losing Morris County to Jack Ciattarelli, but it's like a much closer race, like if it's a 5 or 6 point win for Ciattarelli, maybe that could be a sign that she is performing stronger than Ciattarelli did back in 2021, maybe stronger than Phil Murphy did, and could be a sign that this race may ultimately be a little bit larger of a victory than it was in 2021. That could be something that I'm definitely watching for. Two very key counties that are 50-50 counties, a little bit leaning to the left, that voted for Murphy in 2021 is Passaic County and Bergen County. Now, these two both, as I mentioned, voted for Murphy in 21 for the Democrats, and they're going to be important to watch tonight because both of which, or I believe Passaic County voted for Donald Trump in 2024, but Bergen County ultimately did not. Now, if Jack Ciattarelli wins this governor's race, I think it's more likely than not we're going to see both of these counties either voting red or very, very narrowly not voting red. So Bergen County, I think, would probably still narrowly stay blue, but if Ciattarelli wins, it'll probably would just be by like less than half a percentage point. Passaic County may vote red and may not. We're going to have to wait and see. In 2024, it did vote red, so this is going to be an important county to watch for. But it is possible Jack Ciattarelli wins Passaic County and still loses this election. But those are two key counties I'm watching for. Roughly 50-50, a lot more people living in Bergen County than in Passaic County. But if these margins end up holding up and Jack Ciattarelli can win by a smaller margin, that can net him a few thousands of votes there. So definitely a very key area for Ciattarelli if he could win it. It's also right outside of New York City and the city of Newark and such, and Jersey City. So a very important area. I'm also watching heavily some of the Democratic areas where the turnout should be very high for Mikie Sherrill, and the percentages are like Hudson County. Murphy won at 73.5, 25.4. Can Sherrill expand on the margins that Phil Murphy got in this county? What about down here in Mercer, Trenton? It's not as large population-wise compared to, say, in the part of northern New Jersey, but obviously very big city in the state, 65-34. Can Mikie Sherrill expand on those margins, or can Jack Ciattarelli cut in and make up those margins? That's going to be very important to watch for. Middlesex was a 12-point win for Phil Murphy last time around. What happens this time? Now we have Somerset. Somerset was very close last time. It voted for Phil Murphy, 51.5, Jack Ciattarelli, 47.7. This is going to be a very close one to watch as well as a potential telltale sign at how this race is going. If this county is going red for Jack Ciattarelli, that could also be a very strong sign that he is maybe outperforming or doing very strongly in this race. Now, if Mikie Sherrill is winning Somerset County and winning it by more than Phil Murphy did in 2021, maybe that's a sign that things are going even better for her than for Phil Murphy back in 21. Some counties that voted red, Hunter didn't expect to be a big win again for Jack Ciattarelli. Morris already just went over. Warren County and Sussex County, both are red counties I expect will stay red. Not very large in population compared to the other counties, but important to watch for as well. Now you have Union County. That should be a big Democratic win. Essex County should be a very big Democratic win as well. Now as you move into the middle part of New Jersey and into southern New Jersey, Monmouth County should be a very big win for the GOP. Now this is one of those counties I saw online where there was a report that there was a lot of turnout in Monmouth County that could potentially be aiding Jack Ciattarelli. Now again, everything I saw online today on social media about there being very high voter turnout and such, I'm taking with a big grain of salt because I'm not going to really jump to conclusions until we see the results actually start coming in. But if that were the case and Jack Ciattarelli is winning Monmouth by even more than his 18-point victory in 2021, if he's winning it by, say, 23 or 24, if he could get margins like that, he may potentially be in play to be winning this race if he could do that. Will that come to fruition? We'll have to wait and see. But Monmouth is a big Republican voting area that Jack Ciattarelli is going to need to potentially try and win this race. Here we have, let me scroll up, we have Ocean County, another big Republican area that's going to be key for Jack Ciattarelli to rake up some votes in the same way that Essex, Union, and Hudson is going to be for Mikie Sherrill, two key areas going to be very important to watch. We have right here, I believe this is Burlington County, a 8-point win or so for Phil Murphy last time, going to be important to watch for tonight for Mikie Sherrill as well, see what these margins end up being. The rest of these counties, I don't think have too many people living in them. In Camden and Gloucester, although they kind of do actually. They have some decently sized people. I shouldn't say that. Camden, Phil Murphy, 61.7, 37.5. Gloucester, a 10-point win for Ciattarelli last time. Salem was a big win, 64-35. Cumberland, 55-43 for Ciattarelli over Phil Murphy. And then Cape May, 62-36. Atlantic County, 55-44 in that race. So bottom line, these counties are going to be watching very closely for New Jersey. But overall, in this race, we're going to be looking at this 2021 map, and as the results come in, and say, okay, what's going on compared to 2021? Is Jack Ciattarelli outperforming Mikie Sherrill anywhere? Is he doing better than his own margins anywhere from 2021? Or is this a situation where we're seeing Mikie Sherrill doing better than Phil Murphy did, or is Jack Ciattarelli outpacing his margins? That's going to be very important to watch for as well. Volume's a little low. Okay. I have the volume, I think, on max on the streaming site, so I can't really control that too much. What I'm going to do is I'm going just to speak a little bit closer to the mic. Hopefully that will raise the volume, because the volume is turned up to max on that. So that's New Jersey. So it's 6:51 p.m. now. We're getting pretty close to the election results coming in for Virginia, are starting to come in at 7 p.m. Just check. There hasn't been any early votes or anything released yet, but now we're waiting. We're in the final 10 minutes. We're going to see how this goes. And at the start of the live stream, if you're joining now, I went over a breakdown of all the updated polling for Virginia, New Jersey, New York City, and everything in that regard. So just to give a very quick recap here, Abigail Spanberger is favored to be winning this Democratic governor's race in Virginia. She is the favorite to win. If she does win, this will be a flip. The current governor is Republican Glenn Youngkin. This will be a Democratic flip. So that's expected to be the possibility. We'll have to wait and see how long it takes and if that does happen, but that is certainly what's the likeliest. In the Attorney General's race, this is going to be a complete toss-up here between Jason Miyares and Jay Jones. The final few days, the polling has been super, super close in this race. So definitely watching this one with a very anticipated and excited watch here. So it's Miyares versus Jones. In the lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi versus John Reid. This one's also expected to be a pretty decently sized Democratic win, but we're going to have to wait and see ultimately how it all breaks down. And again, in these Virginia races, I'm watching some very key areas. But also I should mention as well, I haven't talked about this too much, there is some important state elections happening in the House of Delegates, and the for the state Senate is already going to be Democratic controlled, but the House of Delegates is up as well in Virginia. So you may see the Democrats win the governor, win the House of Delegates as well. So this could be very, very important to watch for in Virginia. And just in about 7 minutes now, we'll start getting results out of the Commonwealth and how this will all end up going. So yeah, this is we're getting close. We're getting close to 7 p.m. Just about 7 more minutes to go. Let's see. Volume I tried to fix. I don't think I can say that word on stream, but certainly doesn't like Jack Ciattarelli. But yeah, I don't think I can say that. But yeah, so we're definitely getting close now. Final few minutes of the 6 p.m. hour, getting close to 7 p.m. and can't wait to see how the results come in. Just do a quick polling check-in now, just to do one little last look before 7 p.m. Abigail Spanberger's leading Winsome Sears, 52.5 to 42.8, around a 9.7% lead in this race. Let me see. Let's raise the audio here. I don't know if this will affect it at all, but try that. Double check the mic volume is... Okay, so it does get a little bit higher now, so hopefully this will fix it a little bit. If it doesn't, then, I mean, bear with me if the audio is not good, but hopefully you can hear me enough, a little bit anyway. So, yeah, about a 10-point lead for Spanberger over Sears in this race. That's where the final polling ended up being heading into Election Day. Fully expect this will be a Democratic win. For the Attorney General's race, complete toss-up. 1.5% lead for Miyares over Jay Jones, right around a lean Republican lead, but the final few days had 3 Republican polls come in, all of which showed either a tied race or a narrow lead for Jay Jones, including Emerson, which was not partisan in its regard, being Republican or Democrat. It was a 2-point lead for the Democrat, Jay Jones. So certainly going to be watching very closely in these ones. That's the Attorney General. And now we also have the Lieutenant Governor, where Hashmi is leading 49 to 44.3. So that's where things stand on the polling front now. Now we really just wait for the numbers to come in. I'm going to switch to the results page for the final 5 minutes and just to see how this all comes in. It's going to take a quick water break here. 1 second. Here we go. It says, just trying to address when it says fix your audio, can you still Like, is the audio low, or is there like, is it distorted or something? Like, what specifically is wrong with this? Just that it's not. I know one comment says your volume's low, so maybe if I can, we tried doing mic all the way to mic, maybe all the way down here. Does this sound any better, or does the audio sound worse now? Hopefully you can hear me, because I mean this one. Hopefully it should be all right now. But okay, so final few minutes now, just waiting to see how this ultimately goes, and should be getting some results in the next few minutes or so. I hope you're all excited. Obviously, it's been gone by very quickly now. I think I started doing 2025 videos back in right before the primary, so back in May and June. Started doing the 2025 one, so now seeing it be November 4th has happened very quickly. So very excited to see how this all goes. For my own predictions for this race, if you're new to this channel, you didn't see my predictions I've done over the last few days or so. I had the Democrat winning the Virginia governor's race, Abigail Spanberger, in between 5 and 15%, a likely Democratic win for that race. For the lieutenant governor, I had it being pretty similar, right? A likely Democratic win as well, 5 to 15 points. That one certainly is still the case. And then for the attorney general's race, a few days ago, I actually had it being a narrow win for Jason Miyares, the Republican, around a lean Republican point margin. Now, final few days, not really too sure how this one's going to go. I could see the attorney general's race actually narrowly going for Jay Jones, the Democrat. A larger reason being how well the Democrats are going to do for governor and lieutenant governor may end up dragging him across the finish line. So definitely waiting to see how that one's going to go. But I think Jason Miyares and Jay Jones is going to be the closest race of the night. As for who wins, at this point, we're gonna have to wait and see. I'm not really 100% confident one way or the other that it's gonna go Republican or Democrat. I think this one's going to really come down to the wire. So definitely can't wait to see how Virginia ends up going. For New Jersey, New Jersey is going to be a very close race as well. My last prediction was lean Democrat for Mikie Sherrill, which is in between 1 and 5% in that race, and I still have that being the prediction. I think Mikie Sherrill wins, and I think she wins by a little bit under 5 points. My last prediction was a 4.5 point victory, and that's still what I have it as today. This time around, I tried to account for polling, maybe changing the last few days. The only race that my prediction is I'm a little bit less shaky on is the attorney general's race in Virginia with Jason Miyares. That one, I think I'd probably narrowly give it to Jay Jones if I did the prediction today, but that one could be ultimately really, really close as well. New York City Mayor, still pretty confident Zohran Mamdani is going to win this race and win it by around 15 points. A little bit higher, a little bit lower, but I think he's going to win it by around 14.5 and have a pretty sizable win there. Now it is 6:58, just 2 minutes to go until the polls close. So I'm just going to leave it on the screen here. I'm not sure if we're going to start getting any results immediately or if it might take a few minutes, but we're going to leave it on the screen here. In my experience doing these election videos and election nights, New York Times, in my opinion, is the best for overall reporting of the votes. They usually have the votes come in pretty quickly and report them pretty quickly as well. Obviously, if you're on social media, if you're on X or Blue Sky or Instagram or Facebook or something, you may be seeing the results a little bit quicker than I will, or the New York Times will, or such, but going to be responding to these in real time. That's part of the fun in doing the live stream. I hope the audio is okay because I've tried to do live streams in the past, and one of the main reasons I haven't been able to do it is usually I couldn't be able to get the audio to work. One time I did it, I think for 2022, I tried doing it and the audio like wouldn't turn on at all. So I hope it's doing better now. I did try and adjust it before it works, but hopefully the stream's going good. I hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're having fun as well. If you're interested in following elections like I am, hopefully you're having fun. Obviously this is like our version of the Super Bowl or something. So hopefully this ends up being a exciting night, and can't wait to see and react to the election results as they come in with all of you. So I see in the chat right now that there's over 29 current viewers watching it right now, with over 322 since I started. So I really appreciate all of you watching this stream and being part of this as well, because this isn't obviously just me hopefully talking to nobody. This is you guys watching as well. So I really appreciate you guys all being here and watching the stream with me and watching as the results come in. Hopefully this should be a very fun time. Okay, it just hit 7 p.m. Eastern time now, so we should start seeing some results come in pretty quickly here on this race. Still no votes in yet, but we should start seeing votes come in any second here. Nothing yet for the governor's race, obviously, but just hit 7 p.m., so let's wait and see how it all ends up going. Nothing for governor, for attorney general, or for lieutenant governor, but it's only 7 p.m. We got some time. So, hope you're all excited. And I can officially say, welcome to Election Night 2025, as now we start waiting for results to come in out of Virginia. And I did mention earlier in the video, but if this is your first time watching this video as well, that the polls are closing for Virginia right now at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. New Jersey's poll should be closing at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and New York City should be having their polls close at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So for tonight's video, it's going to be staggered out over the next 3 hours or so, as 7, 8, 9 is when the polls close. California, I believe, is 10 p.m. I believe is when the polls close for California for Proposition 50. There are a lot of other races happening around the country for mayoral races, and I believe Pennsylvania is the state Supreme Court elections are happening as well. So there are other races happening around the country. I'm mainly focusing on the what I consider to be the larger major ones, like New York City mayor, Virginia, New Jersey governor, attorney general, lieutenant governor are the main ones I'm focusing on. I've done the most research on. The other ones, I'm sure the results will be online. Maybe I'll do recap videos in the coming days, but that's pretty much all I'm focusing on for right now. As for election results, yeah, it's been about a minute. We haven't gotten any in. Last time I checked here, you can look up some other election sites as well in a few minutes if no results come in, just to make sure that it is working. But I think it's working. I just don't think any results have come in yet. So just as we wait for these to come in. 702. Oh, this could be fun as well. If you are watching, if you want to comment in the chat who you think is going to win any of these races or anything like that, make sure you can certainly do that as well. Say maybe if you're supporting anyone, or if you live in any of these states, if you got out and vote today. I hope you did. If you are living in any of these states or in any state or town that's having an election day, hopefully you got out and vote and did your civic duty and such. I hope you did that. So let's see. Still no votes have come in yet out of Virginia. Nothing too close. The polls are officially closed though, so we're just waiting for the results to kick off officially. So a few minutes in, but obviously we have some time over the next few hours or so for more results to come in. I'm sure they'll start coming in very quickly, but 3 minutes in, nothing yet so far. Also, I could take this time to say as well, if this is your first time watching my videos, first of all, thank you. This should be a hopefully very fun stream as we wait for results and such to come in. But if you've been watching any of my prior videos over the last few days or so, I really appreciate it. I mean, the view count has been really crazy compared to what it has been for the past few months or so. So I really appreciate you taking the time to watch my videos. Also making sure to hit like and subscribe as well. Those have been very high as well. So I really appreciate you taking the time to do that. If you enjoyed this live stream, everything going on as well, make sure to hit like and subscribe on this video as well. As after this live stream is done, I'm probably going to record some more videos for the election results that come in tonight and try to have those videos out over the next few days. And then as we sort of pivot to the 2026 midterm elections, which should be a lot of fun with the Senate, governor, and House races as well. And actually, I have not recorded my 2026 predictions yet for the Senate, House, and governor for the month of November yet, because I've been focusing on the 2025 one. So maybe I'll start doing that as soon as these elections are over. So that could be very exciting to look for as well. 7:04 p.m. now. No results have come in yet out of Virginia, or I don't think in any of the races yet for governor, attorney general, or lieutenant governor at this current point in time. I'll look up some of the other sites as well, just to see if any other results are coming in on any of the other websites. I don't think it's the website. I just don't think any results are currently in yet. But yeah, no, same thing on NBC as well. There's no results coming in yet. So, okay, so the website does seem to be working for New York Times. There's just no results in yet at this current point in time. So it's okay. We'll wait. Let's wait and see how it all goes. If you have, obviously, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, but if you obviously have any questions or any comments or anything about the 2025 elections or anything happening tonight, and I'll try and do my best to answer them. If you want to type them in the chat or anything, I'll try my best to answer those. But I hope it's going well. It's the first live stream that I've done, so I hope this is going pretty well and should be a pretty fun time. So yeah, just waiting for more results to come in now in Virginia, and then we're about 55 minutes away from the polls closing for New Jersey and that governor's race, and should be a lot of fun to see as well. Sorry, I was taking a little, drinking a little water there. Well, seeing as we're about 5 minutes in, there's been no results yet. I might as well just look again at the polling just to show you where it's been. The governor's race, again, fully expecting to be a big win for the Democrats. Abigail Spanberger is projected to get around 52.5%. Winsome Sears, the Republican, got 42.8%. The final polling averages. So certainly expecting a big win for the Democrats in this race. Just going to have to wait and see how the results come in. But Democrats certainly likely to win the governor's race. The lieutenant governor's race is pretty similar. It's a smaller margin lead for the Democrat Hashmi over the Republican John Reid, but certainly this is looking to be a pretty sizable win for the Democrats as well. All eyes are on the Attorney General's race. Jason Miyares led the final polling averages over Jay Jones, but with a lot of undecided vote left out there, could there be a hidden Jay Jones vote that won't say they're voting for him, but does it and secretly at the ballot box and then ultimately leads them to victory? That could be something very close and very important to watch for. That's going to be a very, very close race to watch throughout the rest of the night to see how everything ends up going. Let's do a quick check-in here. Still nothing yet out of Virginia, but we have a long ways to go. So after things currently stand right now, if you're just joining the live stream, the polls closed in Virginia about 6 minutes ago. No results have currently come in yet in terms of any of the counties releasing the voting numbers yet, but polls are closed, and now we just wait. Let's see here. It says, according to the New York Times here, in 2024, 87% of votes were reported by midnight on election night. 96% were reported by noon the next day. And a small share of voters cast ballots by mail, which must be postmarked by election day and arrive within 3 days. So, obviously, by midnight, we should have a pretty clear idea of how this race is going. I don't think this race is going to take too long for the governor's race between Spanberger and Sears. Once we start getting some votes come in, I think we're going to see pretty clearly that Spanberger will be winning. But if it takes midnight for maybe the attorney general's race, maybe that could certainly be the case. But for right now, for the governor's race, I think we are all good. Lieutenant governor's race, I think we should probably find out pretty early on in the night as well. Just to make it fun for the election, we'll say I'll try and do a guess of what time I think this race is going to be called for Spanberger versus Sears. I think, just to be fun, I'm going to say we get an idea around 8:45. I think around 8:45 p.m., I'm going to say we find out Spanberger has defeated Winsome Sears. We're going to see some votes hopefully come in the next few minutes or so, but I'm going to say 8:45 is what I'm going to guess. It's like a little bit of a fun like guessing game for this stream that I think we're going to see it go blue at 8:45. For New Jersey, I'm going to guess it goes Democrat. I'm going to say it goes for Democrat Mikie Sherrill, but I think it's going to be later in the night. I'm going to say that one goes blue around like 11:45. I think that one might be like a later call because I think there's going to be a lot of closeness going on in that race where it's going to take above 90% of the vote, I think, for that race to be called because I think it's going to be very close. For the Attorney General's race in Virginia, I have honestly no clue. That one I think may actually even take until like tomorrow to be called. Like that may take like noon tomorrow or like 1 or 2 p.m. tomorrow. I really think that one, even though Virginia counts its votes very quickly, I really think that one, the governor or the Attorney General's race, is going to be very, very close. I'm not sure if we're going to be getting that one tonight. So your question, is New York the only mayoral race tonight, or are there other cities electing mayors? There are other mayor elections going on tonight. I do believe there's one. I saw an earlier comment. There's one happening in Miami. There's one happening in Minnesota and Minneapolis, St. Paul area. There are a lot of, I think, mayoral elections taking place around the country tonight. It's just not a lot of them are getting as talked about in terms of the national news media and such as New York City is. Obviously, New York City is such a large city, and Zohran Mamdani being the Democratic candidate has really gotten a lot of people talking about the race. Even a lot of people who aren't really too involved or too interested in following politics and such have probably talked about the New York City mayoral's race. So that one's certainly getting a lot of the attention in the media, which is why the New York City one maybe is so popular. But there are other mayoral races going on, like Minnesota, New York New York obviously is happening, Miami's happening, and I'm sure there's a lot happening in like smaller towns and smaller cities around the United States as well. But yeah, there are other elections going on. No results yet out of Virginia. We're still obviously eagerly awaiting the first results to come in. 10 minutes in now, 7:10 p.m. since the polls have closed, and still nothing yet. Still just waiting. As for what's going to happen over the next hour or so, hopefully we'll start getting some results. But then at 8 p.m., the polls will close for New Jersey. So I'll be switching back and forth between Virginia and New Jersey and seeing the results come in and seeing how the races are ultimately shaping up. I do have, as I showed earlier in the stream, the 2021 map for Virginia and 2017 map or 2021 map for New Jersey to compare and see how those results ended up looking like for how they're going for the races tonight, and kind of doing a on the spot or in the moment comparison as well to see how that is all going. But yeah, so far about 11 minutes in, still waiting for the first results out of the state of Virginia. So yeah. Okay, we just got our first results. Of course, the second I take a water break, we get results in. With less than 1% of the vote in, we got some very quick numbers here. Abigail Spanberger is leading over Winsome Sears, 67.7% to 32.3%. Now, these came out of the area right here of Lynchburg. Oh, we got some more votes in as well. Lynchburg reported roughly 10% of their votes. Spanberger's leading over Sears, 75 to 25. Obviously, not a lot of overall number of votes. Only 8,845 total votes have been reported, but in the entire state. But now we have about less than 1% of the votes coming in. Lynchburg, 10% as reported. We also have Bland County, which is in the western part of Virginia. Only a few hundred votes here, but it voted for Winsome Sears, 84-16, 9% of the votes reporting. Lastly, we have Grayson County voting for Sears, 84 to 14. That's about 2% of the vote. Obviously, not too much to react to in terms of that only being it, but those are some votes that have come in. We also just got some votes from Buckingham County as well, moving closer in between Roanoke and Richmond. And this one voted for Sears 54 to 45, 36% of the votes in. So a pretty sizable percent of votes coming in on this map. So now the fun part now, we can actually compare. Let's look for Buckingham. Voted for Glenn Youngkin over Terry McAuliffe, 63 to 36. So that is actually very interesting. That it's only 36% of the votes in, so it'll probably get redder, but a 9-point lead for Sears over Spanberger in Buckingham County when Youngkin won it by a little bit less than 30 points, but closer to like 24, 25 points in 2021. If the results come in where it's 100% of the vote in, and that ultimately ends up being only a 9-point win for Winsome Sears, that could be a pretty sizable win for Spanberger statewide if that's how it goes. But again, we're going to wait and see. We just got a few votes out of the capital city of Richmond. Richmond, 1% in, voting for Spanberger, 77 to 23. Let's take a look back at 2021. It voted for, let me see if I can get Richmond itself. Richmond City, here we go, 77.3 to 19.6. So relatively on track to what it was in 2021 on that one, but we got some very early votes out of Richmond. We got some close votes out of Buckingham County, 36%. That's the one I'm watching for right now. Is if the polls close, only a 9% win for Spanberger or for Sears over Spanberger in that county could be something very important to watch for. We have here in Lynchburg voting 75-25 with 10% in for Spanberger over Winsome Sears. Only roughly about 2,400 votes in Lynchburg, but that is a big lead for the Democrat Abigail Spanberger. And some smaller Republican counties, Bland County voting 84-16 for Sears over Spanberger, safe Republican win as expected. Grayson County voting 84-14 for Sears over Spanberger, a very large win as expected as well. In Henry County, we just got some votes in, 75-25 for Sears over Spanberger. Looks like we just got some votes out of 3 more Republican counties, Halifax, Brunswick, and Emporia. That's funny, Halifax and Brunswick, I think those are 2 Canadian provinces as well, so that's funny. Halifax voting for Sears, 3% of the vote in, 57-43, a 14-point lead there. Brunswick, 65-35 for Sears, 5% of the vote in. Looks like a decently sized 30-point lead there. And Greensville, 67-33, only 3% of the vote in. So obviously still very early on in terms of votes reporting, but those are coming in the race there. Let's take a look at these areas. Brunswick voted 52-47 for McAuliffe over Youngkin in 2021. And Greensville voted 52.6 to 47 for McAuliffe over Youngkin in 2021. So unless something really changes here. I don't think we're going to see these ones ultimately staying red once the night is over, but we'll have to wait and see here. Looks like we got some more votes as well. We have Prince Edward County having 8% of the votes come in. Winsome Sears is winning this one, 51 to 48. I think we might have gotten a few more votes as well. Overall, the current race right now, we still have less than 1% of the votes reporting, 15,284. Abigail Spanberger is leading, 8,832 votes to Winsome Sears, 6,431, with 21 total votes right now for write-in candidates. And this race actually just refreshed, 57.4 to 42.5, now with 1% of the vote in. We do have some more Democratic votes from outside of Richmond in Chesterfield County, 3% of the vote in, 56% for Abigail Spanberger, 44% for Winsome Sears. That is around a 12-point lead. Let's just look back at 2021 here. Chesterfield voted for Glenn Youngkin, 51.8 to 47.4. So obviously not going to overreact to 1% of the vote, but if Chesterfield ends up going for Spanberger over Sears, 56 to 44, when the results are all in, that could be very, very significant in the fact that Spanberger is leading a Youngkin 1 county in 2021 by roughly 12 points. That could be very important as well. See some small vote margins here out of Waynesboro, roughly 42% in. Actually, this is pretty large for this county. Waynesboro voting for Spanberger, 51 to 49, 42% of the vote in. Let's look at that one because there's actually some decently sized things here. Where's on the state is it again? Waynesboro, right next to Albemarle and Augusta. Okay. Waynesbury and Augusta. It's fun. A lot of these counties, we're sort of learning the names for the first time. But let's see if we can find it. If not, we'll come back to it. It's all right, but we'll come back to it. Some more votes come in, 1%. Spanberger's leading 58 to 41.8. Rockingham County voting 4% in, 74-26 now for Sears over Spanberger. That's where things have come in for that county. Prince William County, this is funny to see. We have red Prince William County, 68 to 32, Winsome Sears over Abigail Spanberger. I would bet just about everything that we are not going to see this one end up holding, but man, it'd be funny if we did. Hearing the results come in. Yeah, seriously. I definitely feel the same way seeing the results come in. Absolutely. It's funny too, because if you're just joining the stream now, it's 7:18 p.m. And for the first 10 minutes or so, no results were coming in. And it was kind of like that, impatient feeling was starting to kick in. Come on, it's election night. I want to see the results start coming in. But we're starting to get some early votes in. 1% of the votes are in the state or Commonwealth of Virginia. Right now, Spanberger's leading 58.8, 41% for Winsome Sears. Not really too much to take away here, other than the fact that Abigail Spanberger seems to be outperforming the 2021 results by a pretty large margin, including, for instance, in Chesterfield County, 3% of the vote in, though, 56-44 lead for Spanberger over Earle Sears. Prince William County, for instance, only 1% in. Sears is leading 68 to 32, so not really too much to take away from these areas. Westmoreland County voting for Spanberger, 59 to 41. Let me pull up the 2017 results here, actually. Now we can close the NBC one now that we know that these are coming in. Let's take a look here. Chesterfield County, actually, funny enough, voted for Ed Gillespie over Ralph Northam in 2017, 49.6 to 49.3. So 0.3%, only about 300 votes here. That would be very significant, actually, if more votes come in out of Chesterfield County. If we end up seeing Spanberger win Chesterfield County over Winsome Sears, it would be very significant. And if she's winning it by 12 points, when everything comes in, that would be really, really significant. But seeing this one be blue is interesting because it should probably be a narrow Republican win when everything is said and done. But if it's not, that could be a sign the Democrats are doing very, very well. Okay, so 2% of the vote is in now. We have 56.4% for Abigail Spanberger, Winsome Sears, 43.4%. Overall, a total of 61,154 votes have come in now for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Only 2% in, 20 minutes in, 7:20 p.m. So certainly we have a long ways to go. If you were watching earlier in the stream, the important county that I mentioned, Virginia Beach, has its first votes come in, only 1%, 63-37 for Sears over Spanberger. Neighboring Norfolk, a very strong Democratic area, has come in for Abigail Spanberger, 75-25 for Spanberger over Sears in that county. Now we can look up at Prince George County. Spanberger is leading 62-38 with 7% of the vote in. Chesterfield County, I think still at 7%. I don't think any more votes have come in there. Richmond still 2%, 73-26. Some more of the red counties out west got a few more, handful more votes. In this one, we have Buckingham County 1% in 79-21, Russell County 83-16, Tazewell County 79-19, and Bland County 88-12. So far these smaller red areas are coming out for Winsome Sears in the margins that she needs them to be. And not really too much to take away from Virginia right now, just waiting for more numbers to come in. Henry County, I got some more votes in. Let's see, that changed pretty significant margins towards Winsome Sears, so it might have gotten some more Republican counties, maybe out of Virginia Beach. Nope, still red. Greensville, 67-33. Brunswick, 54-46. We got some more votes out of Brunswick, it seems, 54-46, 13% of the vote is now in. So that could be where some of those votes may have came from. Halifax County voting 57-43. Pennsylvania 68-31. We got some more votes coming in. Prince Edward County has voted red 52-48. Nottoway County 66-33. Buckingham 54-45. Still 35% of the vote in. Let's see here. Amherst County 13% in 78-22. We have Lynchburg County 10% 75-25. Rockingham County just had some more votes come in. 24% of the vote is in here, and this is where a lot of Winsome Sears' votes came from. 6,411 votes coming from just Rockingham County alone. So roughly, 6,000 of the 32,000 that Winsome Sears has is coming just out of Rockingham County. So very big numbers there. Madison County as well, 55-45 for Sears over Spanberger, reporting out of there. Prince William, 1% in still. We looks like we have some early votes from inner city Fairfax itself, voting for Abigail Spanberger 72-28 over Winsome Sears. We have a little bit of voting as well being done in Arlington County, only 2% in, but 77-23 for Spanberger over Sears in that one. So we're starting to get some numbers here. It's coming a little bit slowly, but now over the last 5 minutes or so, the numbers have started to pick up and come in a little bit quicker. Still, the race got closer very, very quickly. Spanberger started out with about a 20-point lead or so. Now she's down 54.5 to 45.3. But obviously, we haven't gotten any real votes out of the surrounding Richmond area or out of Loudoun or Fairfax, and not really any from Prince William and that area as well. So we're still waiting. Not many votes yet out of Virginia Beach. So just still waiting. But we're starting to see a lot of results come in out of Virginia. A lot of the more smaller counties are starting to see results come in. Greensville County, 14% of the vote is in now, and this county is officially shifted. It's back to the Democratic nature that it probably will be when everything is said and done. That one has come in for the Democrats. Dinwiddie County, 63-36 for Spanberger over Sears. Prince George, 62-38, 7% of the vote is in. Okay, so at this point, we now have 3% of the votes in. Also, 39 people are currently live watching this right now, so thank you so much for watching. I hope you're enjoying this stream. Make sure to like and subscribe if you are. Thank you for joining me, obviously, for this, and hopefully it should be a very fun election night. We're now at 7:24 p.m., so 24 minutes now since the polls have closed in Virginia, and we're starting to get some very early results in the state. Spanberger's lead has jumped up to 55.5 to 44.3, has gained about half a percentage point or so since I started the stream. But right now, major takeaways in this race, still a little bit too early to get any real concrete answers out of a lot of these counties that only have 1% of the vote in. But in some of the areas that do have more of the vote coming in, let's see, we got not really too much here, 17%, 3%, not too much here. We do have roughly about 24% out of Rockingham County. That's pretty significant, pretty sizable margin. Seems to be a pretty solid win for Sears versus Spanberger, 78-22. Back in 2021, it was 75-24. So right around that margin, maybe a little bit more than it was back in 2021. So that seems to be pretty significant. More votes will come in now, 54.6 to 45.2 in this governor's race, only 4% in, but Spanberger certainly seems to be leading Winsome Sears and is probably still on track to win this race when everything is said and done. Just saw Martin Figueroa's comment that Decision Desk HQ projected for Spanberger to win this race. Obviously, I'm reacting in live time, so I didn't see that. But obviously, if they projected it, I certainly believe them, and I certainly trust them with that. I would not be too shocked to see New York Times call this race not too long after that. Only 4% of the vote in, but I mean, so far, it certainly seems like the polling suggested that Abigail Spanberger was going to beat Winsome Sears. Still think that's going to be the case. Not really surprised one bit, but that is interesting that they did project Spanberger was going to win. Only 26 minutes in. It's a little bit sooner than I thought they would, but not surprised by that. Oklahoma County's come in 34%, 59-48 for Spanberger. Norfolk County, 28%, 75-25. Have come in Portsmouth 1%, 68-32. I mean, yeah, I can definitely see why the DDHQ has called this race for Spanberger over Sears. That I can definitely see it. You're seeing a lot more blue come in throughout the state. You're also seeing blue only 1% in, but Fauquier County is interesting. Prince William County 1%, 68-32. So still nothing out of Loudoun, Prince William, or Fairfax. Obviously, 3 very heavy voting areas for the Democrats. Still have really no votes have come in yet, and Spanberger's already winning 7%. So that essentially means Spanberger's leading 7% statewide without those 3 counties coming in. So this is certainly going to be a big win for the Democrats. Alexandria only 7% in, nothing really from there. Arlington County only 2% in. So yeah, the largest area of Democratic votes have not yet come in, and Spanberger's still leading by around 7% statewide. So certainly tracking to be a pretty big win for Spanberger over Winsome Sears in this race tonight. Obviously, New York Times has not yet called this race, but definitely seems to be trending that way, at least so far, unless the results really start to change, but certainly seems to be trending that way. Chesterfield, 17% in for Spanberger over Sears. Prince George, 53-46. Brunswick, 52-48 with 21%. It's very close. Dinwiddie, 63, only 3% in. Nottoway, 9% in. Greensville, still 14%. Virginia Beach, still 9%. Winsome Sears is winning at 53-46. That's significant, but only 5% of the vote in. So just waiting for more vote to come in to really start getting concrete answers and such on Virginia. But so far, nothing's really going too surprising here. Not really any notable takeaways. I expected Abigail Spanberger would win this race, and so far, nothing I've seen so far suggests that she won't be. The question is going to be the margins on which she's winning in, but let's see. Size of lead, nothing really too much to take away from that. Votes left, still roughly 100% of votes remaining for Fairfax, 0% votes count, 100% remaining in Loudoun. Prince William, still 99% left to go. Virginia Beach, 9% left to go. There's really not too many areas left, or not too many areas that where there's 100% of vote reporting. Pretty much none of them, actually. So still got some ways to go in Virginia, but definitely seeing a lot of interesting results in the early voting thus far. You're seeing a lot more of the rural counties voting a little bit bluer than they probably would have, like Prince George going 53-46. I think Prince George was red, I believe, back in 2021. It was 64-34. So it'll probably end up flipping red before the night is over, but I have to wait for the rest of the results to come in. But with 5% in, Spanberger's currently leading 53.3 to 46.5 for Winsome Sears, roughly about a 7-point lead. Only about 0.2% of total voters are write-ins at this current point in time. So just wait for more results to come in, but certainly looks like Spanberger on track to continue to lead this race. Sorry, I really needed water there. Had a little bit of voice crack. 6% of the vote is in. Just got some votes out of Frederick County and Warren County. About 12% out of Frederick voting, 63-37. And still 52.7, 47.1. Not really too much for me to take away from this race as we look at it in live time. Not really too much. We're still just watching some votes slowly come in, 6% of the votes. Overall total votes for the state of Virginia or Commonwealth of Virginia so far is about 194,254 votes have come in for its 6% of the vote in Virginia. And we still have ways to go, but Abigail Spanberger just broke 100,000 votes. It's 7:30 p.m. also Eastern Standard Time now on the East Coast. So we're about half an hour away from the polls closing in New Jersey. And that governor's race is expected to be a lot closer than Virginia, but still waiting for results to come in. But yeah, 7:30 p.m., 6% of the vote in. So just watching as more votes are starting to come in. You're seeing some of these areas. We can start looking at some key areas as well. Virginia Beach now is up to 13% of the vote in. Some more votes just came in. 52 to 48 for Sears over Spanberger. That would be good if the night ended for Winsome Sears if she was winning Virginia Beach. I have a feeling she probably won't be, but if she could hold on to the margin, that would be good, especially the race is trending in Spanberger's direction. But at 14% in, it got even closer the second I said that. 14% in out of Virginia Beach. It is 50.8 to 49, so already it's narrowing up. I think that's probably a sign that we're going to see Abigail Spanberger start to pull away in some of these 50-50 counties in Virginia as the night goes on, but only 6% of the vote in, so have to wait and see here. 10%, we just got our first votes out of Loudoun County, and they shifted the race a lot. So, oh, wow. Yeah, really a lot. Roughly 76% of the votes have come in out of Loudoun County, a very large margin here, shifting the state from 4% in to now 10% in, 76% in Loudoun County. Abigail Spanberger is leading 63 to 37 over Winsome Sears in Loudoun County. Good thing I got my phone handy. I mean, I could definitely do the math in my head, but, what's the point of that? 63 minus 37. Let's see here. That is roughly a 26-point lead with about 75% of the vote in out of Loudoun County. So that is a 26-point lead. Look at that. 2021, Terry McAuliffe beat Glenn Youngkin in Loudoun County by 11 points exactly. 55.2, 44.2, 11 points. Tonight, right now, 75% in. Spanberger's leading 63 to 37 over Winsome Sears, a gain of 15 percentage points out of Loudoun County. Well, I just said about a minute ago, I said there's not really too many concrete results yet to give me an indication at how this race is going. I want to wait for more votes to come in. If Loudoun County is any indicator, this is going to be a very, very big win for Abigail Spanberger over Winsome Sears. Loudoun County being a 26-point win, that's even larger, I believe, than what it was in 2017. 2017 voted for Ralph Northam over Ed Gillespie by about 20 points. So if it ultimately ends up sticking where Loudoun County, if that ends up being a 26-point win, that's even larger than 2017 was, where the state went blue by 9 points. Abigail Spanberger is currently leading 55.7 to 44.1 with 11% of the vote in. So certainly this is getting interesting. This is definitely getting interesting here. Got some more votes coming in very quickly now. 11% in. Funny, we've gone by very quickly in the last 10 minutes how many more votes have come in. As for the rest of the state of Virginia, definitely without a doubt, Loudoun County, 75%. That's the most significant vote drop that's happened thus far. Louisa County coming in safe for the Democrats. Caroline County coming in 7% safe for the Democrats as well. Chesterfield, now there's 30% of the vote in. Spanberger's leading 57 to 43. As I mentioned earlier in the video, that would be very, very significant if that one does stay blue, as Chesterfield voted about 52-47 for Youngkin over McAuliffe in 2021. So if that one, and in 2017, actually, I should look this up, it voted for Gillespie 49.6 to 49.3. So if Chesterfield stays blue, that's going to be very significant for how this race ends up going in the margins that it overall may. Look at Virginia Beach. We got some more votes as well. That key area I was talking about, well, it cannot be any closer. 49.9 for Sears, 49.9 for Spanberger, 20% of the vote in. Sears is beating Spanberger in Virginia Beach by 8 votes right now. 909 to 901. 8 votes separating in Virginia Beach. Man, oh man, that's crazy how close that is. But over 12% of the votes coming in now for the Commonwealth of Virginia. Definitely looking like the prediction of Spanberger winning this governor's race is 100% going to stick. The question is going to be, though, what do the margins end up being? Because right now, Spanberger's leading by, what's that, 10.2% right now? 10.2, a little bit, pretty much in line with what the polls were suggesting. But looks like definitely Spanberger's in command in this race right now. 7:35 p.m. Eastern Time as well. So we're about 25 minutes away from New Jersey's polls closing. That race is expected to be very, very close. This one right now, only 12% of the vote in, but certainly not looking like it's going to be super, super close. Northampton County, smaller in population, but 50% of the vote in, and it's voting 61-39 for Spanberger over Sears. That's very significant. That one voted red for Youngkin, 50.3 to 49.1. And that, interesting, that one could be potentially going blue. Let's see. Can we see New Jersey results thus far? Sure. So New Jersey's results aren't going to be closing until 8 p.m. So there's no votes yet out of New Jersey until 8 p.m. But this is what the map looks like right now. So definitely we'll have all the results coming in out of there. Once 8 p.m. hits, we're gonna go back and forth between Virginia and New Jersey, but I think New Jersey will probably take precedence. And we just got some very big votes. It looks like out of Fairfax County, 33% of the vote in out of Fairfax. Spanberger's winning 73-27. So what we saw in Loudoun, we got some more votes out of Loudoun as well, 79%, 63-37. Now we're looking at Fairfax. Yeah, 33% and 73-27. If these margins hold, I agree with the Decision Desk HQ. This race is essentially over. Like, if we're seeing Fairfax end the results at 73-27, that would be overall a 46-point win out of Fairfax County. And then we saw in 2021, Fairfax voted about 30 points for McAuliffe versus Youngkin. So going from 30 to 46, that's a 16-point gain from 2021 to 2025 for Spanberger over Sears. If that margin holds in Loudoun and holds in Fairfax, yeah, this race is definitely over if that's the case. But that is wow. I mean, wow. Obviously, 17% of the votes are in Virginia, so we still have a long ways to go. We have 83% of the votes left out there to count, but so far, Abigail Spanberger is winning by a even larger margin than I thought that she would be at this current point in time. 58.5% for Spanberger, 41.3% for Sears, 18% of the vote in, roughly a 17.2% lead if you want to get specific. A key county I've been talking about for a while now, which is Virginia Beach, very, very close a few minutes ago, actually now going for Abigail Spanberger, 51 to 49, 23% of the vote in. I said earlier in the video, I was looking for big takeaways. What are some big things to notice for this race? So far, big margin in Loudoun County for Spanberger over Sears. Big margin in Fairfax County for Spanberger over Sears. And I said about somehow an hour and a half ago, which is crazy, been going on for an hour and a half now. This is awesome. That Virginia Beach, if Virginia Beach was going blue, that essentially was there's no way for Winsome Sears to win if Virginia Beach and other counties like it are not going red in terms of being a 50-50 county. It's very close, but 24% in, Abigail Spanberger's already leading. If that county's going blue, Sears does not have much of a hope in this race. Some other key areas, Norfolk still 29% in. Nothing out of Chesapeake yet. Suffolk, 2% in, a lead for Spanberger. Greensville now voting 24%. Spanberger over Sears, 52 to 48. Brunswick, 58-41, 64% in. Certainly a big lead for Spanberger there. Got some more votes out of the rural counties in Western Virginia. Lee County voting 15%. Washington County voting red, 30%. Russell County, 87-13. I mean, yeah. Where the votes are coming in terms of the overall population, this race is looking like Spanberger's going to win. The question is going to be the margin. The margin's looking right now way larger than I initially had it. I had it being around a 9.5 point win, I think it was. It's 15 points right now. Only 19% in still, but it is a 15-point lead for Spanberger in this race. And it just got larger, 51.1, 41.7. Key areas, Prince William just got 12% of the votes have come in out of Prince William County, 78 to 22 for Spanberger over Sears. Still only 12% of the vote in, but I mean, 78-22. Loudoun, which is supposed to be the more moderate, or not moderate, I would say more competitive of the three for the Republicans. Look at this, 63 to 37 in Loudoun County with 83%. Oh, so Loudoun County's come in very quickly. 83% of the vote in, only 17% of the vote remaining in Loudoun County. 63-37, a 26-point victory. Again, just to remind you, in 2021, Loudoun County voted blue by 11 points. This time around, it's voting blue by 26. Pretty big. Prince William, looks like the votes they had reported, looks like they got reported too early or taken away or something, but back down to 1%, so you can take away that Prince William number at least for now. But Fairfax, 32% of the vote in, and Spanberger's leading 73-27 there. So we are starting to get some results in very, very quickly. Oh, that's true. Oh, DDHQ projected Hashmi to be the winner as well. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the other races happening. All right, let's check in now on the Attorney General first. And ooh, interesting. Jay Jones is leading. Thank you for bringing that up. Actually, I totally forgot to check the down ballot races here. Jay Jones is leading over Jason Miyares 53 to 46.6 in this race. Interesting. So certainly it's more competitive than the governor, 57.6 to 42.2. It's more competitive on the Attorney General level, but it's not that competitive compared to what the projections were for the polling. Right now, Virginia Beach is voting red 55-45. That's voting as red as it should be for Jason Miyares. But Loudoun County 59-40 still. 11-point lead in 2021 from McAuliffe over Youngkin. Miyares, who could potentially, according to the polls, be winning this race, is down 59-40 in Loudoun County in this race. In Prince William County, 12% of the vote in, 75-25. Fairfax, 69-30, 39-point lead. I mean, so far, the Republicans appear to be getting pretty heavily crushed in the governor's race and the attorney general's race so far. Only 22% of the vote in, though. So I am going to wait for more votes to come in, but Virginia Beach is going blue at the governor level, 50.6 to 49.2. Chesapeake, 1% in, just came in, so nothing too significant yet. Prince William, 78-22 at governor, 64-36 out of Loudoun. All right, so Loudoun is now more than 95% of the vote in, so there may be a few handful of votes left out to come out of Loudoun County, but for the most part, percentage-wise, they're just about in, and it's 64-36. What's that? That is the same 26-point margin or so, about 1 point less. 64-36. Let's see here. That is, about 28 points. I'm sorry. So 28 points. That margin got even larger. So about 28-point lead right now in Loudoun County for Spanberger over Sears. Yeah, this is turning out to be a pretty big night for Spanberger for the Democrats and Spanberger in the governor's race right now. If Loudoun County's going blue by 28 points, I don't think Winsome Sears is going to even have a remote chance at winning this race. Obviously, it's not been called yet on the New York Times website, as some of the commenters have said that the Decision Desk HQ, who is a popular polling website, they have called it already for Spanberger. And, I mean, looking at these results, this is not much of a surprise. Fairfax County overall, 33% in, 73-27. Arlington, Fairfax City's voting. Arlington, trying to get here. Arlington's voting 80-20, 20% in. Yeah, this is looking like, especially in the D.C. suburbs, to be a massive bloodbath for the Democrats over the Republicans right now. That's the governor's side. Attorney General, the more hotly contested of the two. Definitely closer, but Jay Jones is leading 52.8 to 46.8 in this one. In the lieutenant governor's race, okay, right around an 11-point lead as well. So Ghazala Hashmi, the Democrat, is certainly doing very well over John Reid, the Republican, as well. Going into this race, all three being wins for the Democrats right now. In the final prediction I did give Jason Miyares the win by about a point or so. I did say at the start of the stream, if I were to do the prediction today, I would probably have it going to Jay Jones by about a point or so, but Jay Jones seems to even be outperforming that at this current point in time at 23%. But Virginia Beach going red, that's important in that one. For the lieutenant governor, at 22% in, around an 11-point lead. Virginia Beach, a little bit less red. Loudoun, 62-38, so more competitive than the governor's level. 76-24 out of Prince William, and Fairfax, 72-28 in this one. Very, very interesting, some results we are getting out of Virginia. Only 22% of the vote in, so the New York Times has not yet made any calls officially in any of these races, but I mean, just the way I'm looking at it right now, I'm sorry, I had a little tickle in my throat. Just the way I'm looking at it right now, 23% in, this looks like the Democrats have got very confident the Democrats have at least the governor's race and the lieutenant governor's race. The governor's race, being the largest of the three, is not a surprise to me in terms of the margin, or in terms of the governor's race having the largest election win is not a surprise, but the margins of which Spanberger is doing it, Spanberger is leading 57.3 to 42.5. That is a surprise to me. I did not think a 15-point win was going to be in the cards for this. So that is very, very significant. Now, there's still obviously a lot of vote to go, so we're going to have to wait and see. I bet the result ends up being a little bit smaller when everything is said and done as more of the red counties come in towards the night. But with 24% in, Spanberger is leading by a very significant margin. But just looking at the map here, some very big warning signs for the GOP. Virginia Beach in the governor's race, only 30% in, but being blue, 51-49. Like I said earlier, that is a very big concern. Chesapeake, only 1% in, so I'm not going to react to too much there. But Loudoun County being 64-36 with 95% in, that is a very, very big concern for the GOP. You do not want to see that if you're a Republican in Loudoun County. So that's a very big win for the Democrats there. Only 12% out of Prince William, so not too much to go on there. But being a 78-22 point split, that margin is very concerning for the Republicans and a very good sighting for the Democrats. And Fairfax, only 33% in, but 73-27 is a very large margin as well. 24% in now, 24% in now, 56.8 to 43. Thank you everyone that's currently watching. We got 50 viewers currently all watching live right now. May even be going up as I say that. So thank you so much for watching. If this is your first time watching my channel, thank you so much for joining me for our election night stream. Make sure to hit like and subscribe if you enjoy this stream. And stay tuned as I have more videos coming out over the next few days and weeks and heading into 2026. But I thank you for joining me for the election night stream today. Right now, we're about 7:47 p.m. Eastern time, so we're about 13 minutes away from the polls closing officially in New Jersey. We'll start getting some election results there, hopefully in the next 20 minutes or so. We've been covering Virginia and its polls closing for the last 47 minutes. And so far, the early takeaways is the Democrats are really, really crushing and running away so far. Abigail Spanberger is leading Winsome Sears by around 13 points in the governor's race. In the attorney general's race, certainly the closest of the two. Jay Jones is leading 51.7 to 47.9. So even though this one is very, very close, the Democrat Jay Jones is winning. In this one, though, the margins are certainly a lot more of a concern for the Democrats compared to the governor's race, but the Democrats seem to be leading here as well. In the lieutenant governor's race, in between the governor and attorney general's race, this one's going blue 25%. In 54.2, 45.5, around a 9-point lead. So all three of the races in Virginia are currently going blue for the Democrats. Will it end up holding? In the governor's standpoint and lieutenant governor's standpoint, I think it ultimately will. In the attorney general's standpoint, the fact that it's 51.6 to 47.9 to me says this is still very close and we need more of the votes come in before we start making any statements or assertions about the attorney general's race. But about a quarter of the vote in all three races at this current moment in time are going for the Democrats. Though, sorry, I apologize for the voice crack there. Though 51.4 to 48.2, the attorney general's race in Virginia certainly still very much up for grabs and up in the air as the more results come in. But this one is going to be very close. The governor's level, or the governor's race, 55.9 to 43.9, 26% in. We're seeing Virginia Beach voting blue, 33%, and Spanberger's leading over Sears. Chesapeake only 2% in, voting red now. Prince William, the main takeaway so far of election night 2025, the main takeaway is right now, to me, Loudoun County. 95% of the vote in out of Loudoun County, and Spanberger has won it 64 to 36. That is a 28-point victory. Back in 2021, that was an 11-point victory for the Democrat Terry McAuliffe. So roughly about a 17-point increase from 2021 to 2025 just in Loudoun County. So very, very large there, and that's a big sign that Spanberger is doing well. It's now essentially 56 to 44, 26% of the vote in. On the attorney general side, this is where things start to get interesting. Jones is leading 51.1 to 48.5 over the incumbent Republican, Jason Miyares. And in Loudoun County, in this one, it's 59 to 40 for Jones over Miyares, so a 19-point victory. That's certainly a big underperformance, about a 10-point underperformance from the governor's race. Still around a 9-point improvement from what it was in 2021, though. So we'll ultimately have to wait and see if there's a chance Miyares can win this race with that being a smaller result. But we're going to have to wait and see how Prince William and Fairfax ends up reporting. But certainly this is going pretty well for the Democrats in the Virginia Attorney General's race. We just need more votes to come in before we can say anything totally for sure. But Democrats seem to be doing all right, and we'll have to just wait and see. For governor and lieutenant governor, Democrats seem like they got a pretty much stronger chance at winning these races. Though the lieutenant governor's race, 52.8 to 46.9, seems to be a lot closer. The governor one is now down to a 9-point lead, 54.7 to 25.1. It's looking like a lot of red counties have started to report votes throughout the central part of the state. Buckingham counties more come in, Louisa counties come in, Spotsylvania, Orange County. So we're starting to get some more votes in. We're also nearing the 1 million vote count, 929,689 votes total for the state of Virginia or Commonwealth of Virginia. We're getting close to 1 million votes. 7:51 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. New Jersey also, polls are closing in 9 minutes. That's obviously the main governor's race to watch for tonight. That's the one that everyone is really been paying attention to. That's supposed to be the more competitive of the two. That'll be closing in just about 10 minutes or so. But for Virginia, 28% of the vote in, and the Democrats seem to be in the driving seat thus far for the governor's race and lieutenant governor's race. The attorney general one, man, oh man, is this getting close. 50.2% for Jay Jones, 49.4 or so for Jason Miyares. Oh, this one's getting very, very close as the results come in. Let's see here. Let's check in the chat. I'm probably not going to be going over the Georgia Public Service Commissioner results. Look up Georgia. All right, you know what? You asked like 10 times. I'll look for it. Georgia. What's it? Georgia Public Service Commission. Commission results. Let me see. All right, Fox 5, Atlanta, MSN. Let's see. Anything coming up here? Not seeing anything coming up on this one, but sorry, I tried. Let's see. 50.2 to 49.3 in this attorney general's race, so still very, very close. 28% of the vote in. 52.7 to 47.1. As we're just waiting for more results to come in, 28% of the vote is in thus far. So far, the main takeaway has been that the Democrats are doing very strongly, especially Abigail Spanberger. Very strongly, it seems, in Loudoun County, winning Loudoun County 64 to 35. So a few more votes actually have come in now in Loudoun County. So that's very big. Prince William still 12%. Fairfax still 33%. So still a lot of votes left in Fairfax. Still about 67% votes left to go. 28% left to go out of Arlington County. Fairfax, 67. Prince William, sorry, I was looking for that. 88% left to go there. Loudoun County, not much. A lot of the votes are in. There's going to be a lot of smaller Republican counties as well that will not add up, or that will be smaller in population than these ones, but will add up, and more of their votes are left to go. But based on the percentages in Loudoun, I'm not sure there's going to be enough Republican votes left to try and make up that margin for Sears over Spanberger. Sorry, it is about 9.8% lead for Spanberger over Sears right now. And the amount of vote that's left out there, I'm not seeing the map right now for Winsome Sears to win this race. I think Abigail Spanberger has this. Not that it's much of a surprise. It's what the polling says. Is what my prediction was. But just seeing the areas that are red and are blue. Chesterfield County, 44% in, still being blue for Spanberger is definitely a good sign for the Democrats. That was a little bit of an early one. 37% in out of Virginia Beach, still voting blue for Spanberger, 51-49. But seeing Loudoun County come in at 64-35 now, that was a very big sign that the Democrats were doing very well in this governor's race. 29% in. On the Attorney General's one, this one is really close right now, 50.5 to 49.1. Smaller margins, still Democratic wins, but smaller margins. Loudoun County, 19 points in this one. Fairfax, 69-30, still 12% in out of Prince William, 75-25. Virginia Beach, 55-45. So Jason Miyares does seem for sure to be giving the Republicans the best chance of a victory, unsurprisingly, in Virginia tonight. We're going to have to wait and see for those results to come in. But definitely right now, it looks like the Democrats, they have not called the race, but the Democrats are going to win the governor's race in Virginia is what it seems like. The lieutenant governor's race is more competitive, 53.1 to 46.7, but Democrats are probably going to win that race as well. The attorney general's race, this one's going to go down to the wire. This is going to be very, very close in that one. It's also 7:55 p.m., so we're now 5 minutes away from getting the polls closed in New Jersey, so that should be happening very, very quickly as well in just a few minutes. 31% of the vote is in out of Virginia, and we're just waiting now. We also got over 1 million votes cast in the state of Virginia, 1,445,217 votes. Overall, the numbers, Spanberger is getting 570. Oh, more votes have just come in. Now up to 580,672 votes. Winsome Sears, 479,192. So roughly, Spanberger's leading by about 100,000 votes or so in the governor's race at this current point in time. As for the Attorney General's race, a lot closer. Jay Jones currently has 519,000 votes. Miyares is 511,000. So only about an 8,000 vote race right now, and the Attorney General's one certainly very, very close. You're seeing a lot more red areas as well compared to the governor map, including Chesterfield, 51-48 for Jones over Miyares right now, a 3-point lead. On the governor's side of things, that one's right around a 14-point lead. So we're definitely looking at a Attorney General's race that is very close. Governor still about a 9-point lead, and Lieutenant Governor still around a 5 to 6 point lead at this current point in time. So that's how Virginia is going right now. Obviously, I'm going to keep checking back and forth, but a few minutes now before the polls close in New Jersey, we're getting ready for the New Jersey polls to close in that governor's race. And I just want to do a very quick recap. Heading into Election Day, the New Jersey governor's race, the poll showed Mikie Sherrill, the Democrat, leading over Jack Sherrill, the Republican, by around 5 points, a little more, a little less, depending on the polling average. This is expected to be a very close race, a very competitive race for the New Jersey governor's race, and one that the Republicans are really hoping that they can win. This is the one they believe they have the best chance at winning tonight. The Democrats, Mikie Sherrill, is hoping to hold on to this race and keep it blue after Phil Murphy's been the two-time Democrat governor, winning in 2017 and 2021. As for that election map, I have it pulled up here. As results come in, I'll be the first to report it as they come in on the map here. But certainly we have a long ways to go on this one, as the polls are not yet closed, but we'll be keeping an eye on that as well. For Virginia, now up to 33% of the vote in, 54.7 to 45 for Spanberger over Sears. Still just waiting for more votes to come in. But to me, the governor's race, it's not called yet, but essentially seems like the governor's race is pretty much over, especially with blue Virginia Beach so far and Loudoun County being 64 to 35. This is probably going to be right around. This is going to be pretty much like over, I think, when everything is said and done here. Attorney General, super close. 50.2, 49.39. This is going to go very late in the night, I think, for how this is going to go, because this one is definitely still very, very close. Lieutenant Governor, 52.7 to 47. 7:58 p.m. Going to let it go to 8 p.m. Then I'll just switch over to New Jersey to see if any votes come in the second the polls close. If Virginia was any indicator, it did not. The second the polls closed, it took about 5-10 minutes for results to start coming in. But yeah, so we'll have to just wait and see how it goes in New Jersey. Let's take a very quick water drink here. Okay, and just check the chat here. Apparently, Spanberger is going to crush her. I mean, so far, 34% in. It definitely looks that way. Like, I just keep coming back to Loudoun County. Overall, what's that? 29-point victory? I mean, that's massive. That's 29 points in this election back in, I think it was 2017. It was around I want to say, I can pull the map up actually. Loudoun was around a 20-point victory for the Democrat in 2017. And now tonight, it was a 30-point victory. And just as I was talking about Loudoun County, Spanberger's officially been called the winner by New York Times over Winsome Sears. So the governor's race in Virginia in real time is officially being called for Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat, defeating Winsome Earle Sears, the Republican. This also means the Virginia governor's race, which is currently held by Republican Glenn Youngkin, has officially flipped for the Democrats in, I believe was that January of 2026. Abigail Spanberger will be inaugurated as the first female governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia right at 8 p.m. as 8 p.m. strikes. So if you're here for earlier in the stream, I made a prediction that I thought we'd find out around 8:45 that the race was over, but certainly as the results came in, Abigail Spanberger was doing very well in a lot of key areas and also doing well in a lot of Republican areas as well. The race has officially been called for Abigail Spanberger. So this is very interesting. 54.5% for Spanberger, Sears 45.3%. Now, the Attorney General's race obviously has not yet been called because this one is going to go on very, very late and being very close race. 49.88 for Jay Jones, 49.71 for Jason Miyares. This is going to be a very close race. Now, for the Lieutenant Governor, it has not yet been called, but it's 52.5 for Hashmi to 47.2 for John Reid. So this is big. The Democrats, they wanted to win the Virginia governor's race. They wanted to win it blue. They wanted to flip it from red to blue, and they have done so. They winning it right now by around 9 points. And you also have to consider only 12% left in 12% in Prince William, and only 34% in Fairfax County. Lots of Democratic votes left out there in those two key areas that I'm sure will boost Abigail Spanberger's margins even more. So right now, it's right around that 9-point margin that I predicted for this race, but I think we're probably going to see, if the rest of the state comes in the way it's been going, we're probably going to see easily over 10 points when all the results are in. But I also need a pivot right now. It's 8:01 p.m. The polls have officially closed in the state of New Jersey. So now the New Jersey governor's race, just as one is called, now the other begins in this governor's race. Still no votes yet. 2 minutes in, Mikie, Sherrill, and Jack Ciattarelli, but we'll be flipping back and forth here to see as the results come in. But now the polls have officially closed in the state of New Jersey. As for Virginia, I mean, just the quick reaction, a quick commentary here on this race. It's not really, I mean, even seeing the election results come in, like obviously there's like a feeling of seeing the results come in. It's like, oh wow, it actually happened, but it's really not too much of a surprise. The final polling for this race showed it was not very close. It was around a 10-point lead for Spanberger over Sears in the final few polls. 52.5, 42.8, 4.7% still undecided. And at this current point in time, I mean, the numbers are basically 55-45. So it seems that undecided vote basically split in half, and half that vote went to both candidates. So that's how it's currently coming in right now. And it's pretty much exactly as the polls predicted. Now, 35% of the vote is in, so still 65% left outstanding, including a lot of vote left out in Democrat Fairfax and Democrat Prince William. Prince William has not changed. Roughly 4% of the vote more has come in out of Fairfax, and it's going very, very big for the Democrats, 74 to 26. So ultimately, Abigail Spanberger winning. It's been the assumption for several months now that she was going to defeat Winsome Sears, but to see it in real time is certainly very, very interesting. And doing a live stream to do it and seeing it coming in real time is also very interesting as well. But yeah, Spanberger winning, not much of a surprise. Certainly just seeing it happening is very interesting, but not really a surprise. It is a little bit of a surprise to me at how well Spanberger's doing in these key areas like Loudoun County, being around a 29-point victory. That is a little bit surprising to me. I did not think it was going to be that big of a Democratic win, but if she's winning Loudoun by 29, I think she's breaking 10% easily, probably, for a margin of victory in the state. She's currently leading by 9.8%, with still, we got some more votes in here. Now she's leading 10% exactly. No, I'm sorry, 11% exactly. 55.4 to 44.4, so an 11-point lead now. Yeah, this does not really shock me at all one bit to see this happening. We got a lot of large vote numbers out of Prince William County. Again, just to give you an idea, in 2021, Prince William was going blue by around 22 points, I think. Or, no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of 2017. It was a 22-point win in 2017. For 2021, it was a win of about 15 points. Tonight, so far, we can see that it's roughly around a 37-point win. 37-point win. So definitely Abigail Spanberger, especially in the key Democratic areas like Loudoun and Prince William so far. Abigail Spanberger not only is doing what she needs to do to win, and obviously the race has been called, but man, she has really, really done a good job in winning these areas. Let's see, Hudson in New Jersey is reporting. All right, let's go to the New Jersey map here and see what we got. All right, so now at 8:05 p.m., we have our first results out of the state of New Jersey, 3% in, and Mikie Sherrill's leading 76.2 to 22.8, and we just got some more votes. out of New Jersey. We got some, go into the results real quick. Firstly, I just want to say to Jeffrey for commenting that. Thank you very much for putting that there. Okay, so let's see what's come in. Hudson County, 40% of the vote is in. Mikie Sherrill's leading 78-21. Okay, pretty large number there. Gloucester County, 20% of the vote in. Sherrill's leading 71-28. And we have Ocean County, 42% in, 63-36. Okay, so we got our first results out of New Jersey. Let's see here. Let's look at 2021. Hudson County, 73-25 for Murphy over Ciattarelli, 73-25. So far, 78-21. Okay, so only 40% of the vote in, but based on these very early numbers, Mikie Sherrill is running about 5 points better than Phil Murphy did back in 2021 versus Jack Ciattarelli. And at 21%, I want to just get the number totally right here. Going from 25-21 based so far, Jack Ciattarelli's running about 5 points down from what he was or so. Or no, I'm sorry. 4 points down, about 4 points down from 2021. So if Hudson County's any indicator, so far Mikie Sherrill's starting out big. Oop, just got some first votes out of Bergen County. 20% of the votes are in. And so far, Mikie Sherrill is now leading 52-48 over Jack Ciattarelli. Okay, this is very interesting. Bergen County earlier on in the stream, I talked about being a very key area and an area that Jack Ciattarelli was hoping to try and do very well in. And if that county was going red, that could be a sign he was winning this race. But at 52-48, that seems to be almost the exact margin of what we got back in 2021. Oh, no, it's 52.5 to 47. Okay, so definitely it's going a little bit less blue right now, but only 20% of the vote in there. Just got some big Democratic votes out of Essex County in the city of Newark. 35% of the vote is in out of Essex County. Mikie Sherrill is leading 79-21. Okay, so first takeaway. New Jersey is reporting its votes at 8:07 p.m. a lot quicker than Virginia did, and I appreciate for that. But 8:07 p.m., Mikie Sherrill now leading 59.2 to 40.3 over Jack Ciattarelli with 11% of the vote in. What's the takeaway so far? Well, based on just Hudson County, Mikie Sherrill is outperforming Jack Ciattarelli from 2021 to now, and at Phil Murphy from 2021 to now by roughly about 5 points. Essex County voting for Mikie Sherrill 79-21. Back in 2021, it was 74-25.4. Did I get Hudson mixed up? No, that's correct. 74-25. This time around, it is 79-21. So in the two key Democratic strongholds thus far, in Essex and Hudson, it seems to be outperforming the 2021 margins for Mikie Sherrill, the Democrat, by around 5 points or so. Okay, so that is very, very important. Bergen County 52-48. It's actually a little bit closer than it was in 2021, about a few points or so in the direction of Jack Ciattarelli, so about 2 points there. We just got some big Republican votes for Jack Ciattarelli out of Ocean County and Burlington County. Now, in Burlington, only 16% of the votes are in, 16% of the votes are in. Jack Ciattarelli is currently winning 99-1. Wow, okay, that's didn't expect to see that. But so some big numbers there. I think that's probably not going to hold. I would go off on a limb and say that before everything is said and done. But certainly we're seeing Burlington County going very big for Jack Ciattarelli right now. We'll have to wait and see how that reports. Ocean County, 41% of the votes are in, and it is 63-36 right now for Ciattarelli over Sherrill, 63-36. Back in 2021, it was 67.5 to 31.8. So thus far, it seems, obviously, I want to take this with caution as I say this because we're only 12% of the vote in, but Sherrill's leading 54.4 to 45%. At least thus far, I think Mikie Sherrill is running around a few points stronger than Phil Murphy did back in 2021. Anywhere from like 5 to like 3 points probably, but so far, at least on the initial polls that we've gotten and the initial results we've gotten, only about 12% in, it seems like Mikie Sherrill's outperforming Jack Ciattarelli and Phil Murphy from 2021. Will this hold ultimately? Will end up being a Democratic win? We'll have to wait and see, but so far New Jersey seems to be going more Democratic than 2021 and potentially even more than the polls may have even suggested, although the final polling showed around a 5-point lead for Mikie Sherrill over Jack Ciattarelli, and right now it's currently, oh wow, a lot more votes just came in. 14% in Gloucester County and Camden County, going 74-25 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Now it's 58 to 41.4. Okay, so what do we see right now? Well, a lot of the key Democratic areas in New Jersey are currently reporting. We don't have any votes yet out of Mercer County in Trenton or Union County and Middlesex County, but some key areas: Essex County, big Democratic vote center, 36% in, 40% in out of Hudson, 44% out of Camden, Gloucester County, 20% in. So what we're seeing right now of the results that have come in are very good signs for Mikie Sherrill. We just got some votes out of Burlington County, 65-35. Oh, wow. Mikie Sherrill now leading 65-35 over Jack Ciattarelli. That makes a lot more sense. I was going to say, from 2021, it was 53-46. I didn't think Ciattarelli winning 99-1 was going to hold up. I was like, okay. But now it's 65-35 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli in Burlington, with 16% of the vote responding. So right now, obviously, we're very early in the results coming in out of New Jersey, but it seems to be the case that Mikie Sherrill at this current point in time at 16% in is outperforming based on the 2021 margins by at least 5 points or so right now, which is kind of similar to what we were seeing out of Virginia. Now, Virginia I'm going to flip to in just a few minutes, but we're getting a lot of results quickly out of New Jersey, and I don't want to miss anything while other results are coming in. But at 16% in, Mikie Sherrill's running a few points better than expected. And so far, pretty much all Democratic areas except for Ocean County have come in, and Bergen County, which is essentially voting the same way it did in the 2024 presidential race. So far, nothing really too much to take away that says this race is going one way or the other 100%, but the results that have just come in, Mikie Sherrill's looking pretty strongly in this race. I wouldn't want to say 100% that this is going to be like called earlier than I expected or anything, but I think certainly Mikie Sherrill's looking good right now. Just back to Virginia really quickly. Now 42% of the vote is in the governor's race. Spanberger's leading 55 to 44.8, so about 10.2%. Still waiting on some more votes to come out of some unreported areas, and a lot of these counties are not fully reported yet. Prince William now 69-31. Fairfax still has a long ways to go as well. Virginia Beach also 43%. Got some ways to go there as well. Attorney General, very, very close, 42% in, 50.4 to 49.2. Jay Jones still leading over Jason Miyares, though. Definitely a long ways to go. That one, Virginia Beach is going red, but Loudoun's going blue, 59-40. Prince William, 64-35. Definitely very important. Got to watch that one very closely. Lieutenant Governor, 53.1, 46.7 in that. So Democrats still winning all three governor, lieutenant governor, and attorney general's races in Virginia right now. New Jersey, still 16% of the vote in, 62.6 to 36.9. Okay, we just got a few more votes, it looks like now. Out of Union County, 20% of the votes have come in, and Mikie Sherrill's leading 66% to 34% over Jack Ciattarelli. I also just remembered when I was doing the election night for the primary for the Democrats and Republicans in New Jersey, and I remember seeing that the results came in very quickly. New Jersey seems to be once again keeping up with that trend. So, I just hit my microphone by accident, but that is also very interesting. That it seems to be the trend that is continuing in New Jersey, which is the election results are coming in very, very quickly. So that's good. But Union County, 66 to 34 in this county for Sherrill over Ciattarelli, 17% in. Let's take a look here. Union County, it voted 61.5 to 37.6. So rounding up would be about 62-38. So 62-38 would be about 66-34. Interesting. Okay, so I think the trend is thus far seems to be Mikie Sherrill outperforming 2021, 62 to 38, 62-38, 66-34. Interesting. Okay. So in the early Democratic strongholds that have come in, which fully expect Union County will be one of them, Essex will be one of them, thus far, all the Democratic strongholds are voting to the left of 2021, which isn't too much of a surprise given the polling showed roughly around a 5-point lead for Sherrill, whereas the election results was a 3-point win for Phil Murphy from 2021. But the Democratic areas all seem to be voting to the left of 2021, which is very significant. Hunterdon County is voting 69-30 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Only 19% of the votes are in. I'm not going to react too much to this one because this one did vote for Ciattarelli 59-40. So I'm going to wait for more results to come in before really taking anything big out of that county. But if Hunterdon County stays blue, that is a very terrible sign for Jack Ciattarelli. But only 17% of the votes are in, so I'm going to wait on that one. Statewide, 19% are in Hunterdon. But I mean, so far the takeaway of the night, it's 8:15 p.m., so we're 15 minutes past 8 p.m. now, obviously, and we are an hour and 15 minutes past the polls closing in Virginia. The takeaway so far seems to be the Democrats are having the pretty much strong night that this election environment was most likely supposed to be. This is obviously the first off-year elections since President Trump got elected to his second term. Usually the opposite party than the one in the White House does strongly in these governor's elections in Virginia and New Jersey. Thus far, the Virginia governor's election has already been called for Abigail Spanberger, and with 19% of the vote in, Mikie Sherrill so far seems to be doing very strongly against Jack Ciattarelli. Though it should be worth noting, when you look at all the counties that have come in New Jersey, only one of them is expected to be going, or no, I'm sorry, that's not incorrect. That's incorrect. Ocean County is expected to vote red. Hunterdon County is also expected to vote red, but the rest of them were all pretty much expected to vote Democratic. But the margins in which the Democratic areas are going Democratic is very significant, though, because Union County, 20% in, is voting more blue than 2021. Essex County is voting more blue than it did in 2021. Hudson's more blue than it did in 2021. Bergen County is more in line with the 2024 presidential race. Hunterdon, we have to wait and see. That 19% seems way too early to react to. Mercer County, 39% in. This is where the capital of Trenton is. It's voting for Mikie Sherrill, 73-27. 73-27. It voted 65-34. So at least thus far, where we're seeing around 40% of the vote or less being reported in these counties, but based on the results that we're getting, Mikie Sherrill seems to be outperforming the 2021 results pretty much everywhere in these Democratic counties. So for the Democrats, for Mikie Sherrill and her camp and her supporters, so far the results that have come in are very good news for her. She's doing very well in these Democratic areas, and the margins in pretty much all of them, percentage-wise, are doing much better, or doing a few points better at least, than Phil Murphy did in 2021. Now the question is just going to be, at 19% of the vote in, what does Jack Ciattarelli do when more Republican counties like Monmouth, like Sussex, like maybe Passaic, Morris, and the rest of Hunterdon, and we have Atlantic County down here as well. When these start to come in, what do they do to the results and the margins? And as more votes come in out of these Democratic areas, do these margins hold? That's going to be the main question for right now. Let's see. Let's check chat here. Early voting always swings Dem. That is true. Early voting does swing Democratic. That is certainly very true. So these are the early votes getting reported. That would make a lot of sense. Decision Desk HQ projected a win for Mikie Sherrill. Interesting. I am honestly, like, obviously I don't doubt it. I don't doubt you saying that, or I don't doubt them making that call, but I'm very interested that they did it this early on. 8:18 p.m., only 18 minutes after the polls being closed. I mean, Mikie Sherrill's doing very well right now, 21% in, but only 18 minutes in is very shocking to me. I thought we would have probably gone in around, what did I say, around 10 p.m., 10:30 p.m., I thought it would take so, honestly, I thought there would take a longer time for the results to come in out of New Jersey, but hearing Decision Desk HQ called it for Sherrill is very, very interesting. I did not think it'd be happening this early on in the night, but so far, based on the results that have come in, roughly 700,000 votes are in New Jersey, 20% in, and yeah, Mikie Sherrill's outperforming pretty much everywhere. We just got some votes out of Atlantic County as well. Now, this one, when all their votes come in, will certainly not stand, but Mikie Sherrill's at 67-32 over Jack Ciattarelli. This one ended up voting red 55.3 to 43.9 on 2021, but that's very interesting. Remember they called Virginia for Harris when Trump was still up. That's true. That is, you know what? That is a very good point. They're probably looking at the projections and the vote that's left outstanding, and the vote that's left out in these counties probably said there's just not enough math for Jack Ciattarelli to make it up. That's honestly, that's a really good point. But yeah, that is interesting. I gotta say though, for election night 2025 thus far, I'm pretty impressed with how quickly the results are coming in. I mean, Virginia, the first 10 minutes, it was kind of pretty slow, but after that, I feel like Virginia and New Jersey's results have been coming in pretty much nonstop. The governor's race in Virginia has gone up about 9% in terms of overall votes. Abigail Spanberger was called the winner there roughly about 20 minutes ago, 55.3, 44.5. Attorney General's race still super close, 50.7 to 48.9. The margins are definitely smaller in this race than in the governor's race for sure. Jay Jones and Mason Miyares locked in a very, very tight race as we're waiting for more votes to come in. Still waiting on votes out of Prince William. It's up to 64% now, but still 35% left. And, I think we might have just got some more votes out of Prince William. 95% of the votes are now in out of Prince William County, and it's 62-37 for Jones versus Miyares, whereas in the governor's race, it is 67-33. Okay, so the Attorney General's race is continuing to be as close as really expected, but this one is, man, this is going to be interesting. Lieutenant Governor, 53.6, 46.1. Okay, so not really too much has changed on the Virginia side of things. New Jersey, 22% now, just got a few more votes out of, Cape May, and it is 37% in, 50.3 to 49.2. Okay, so takeaways thus far. Definitely in Virginia, Democrats are doing better, I would say, than expected, even though the overall numbers is right around an 11-point lead, a little bit under an 11-point lead, about 10.5% lead for Spanberger over Sears. Seeing it come to fruition as it is, I think shows Democrats are doing well. In New Jersey thus far, only 22% of the vote is in, but the Democrats seem to be outperforming the expectations on this one thus far as well. Mikie Sherrill, 63.6%, Jack Ciattarelli, 35.9%. Obviously, very lopsided margin at this current point in time, but really not a lot of Republican votes have come in thus far. And as one of the commenters suggested or said that early voting always swings Democratic, that could be a reason why the results are so lopsided right now. The polling data in the final few days showed this race being about a 5-point lead for Mikie Sherrill. So I think when ultimately all the votes comes in, we're probably going to see something pretty similar to that. So I'm not overreacting too much to seeing this vote be heavily Democratic, because you're seeing Atlantic County being blue for Mikie Sherrill. That ultimately won't end up being the case. Or Hunterdon being blue for Mikie Sherrill. That won't end up being the case either. But right now, I mean, the early vote numbers, the margins are very good for Mikie Sherrill. The question is just going to be ultimately, does it hold as more votes come in the state of New Jersey? Looks like we just got some more votes as well. This is from Monmouth County. 41% of the votes are now in here. And this one is very, very close. Mikie Sherrill, 50.7. Jack Ciattarelli, 48.9. Though, again, I think like the commenter said that it was early vote. That is very important because Monmouth County is a very big area that Jack Ciattarelli needs to win by, and win by a pretty large margin to have a chance at winning this race. 50.7 to 48.9. It voted red 58.8 to 40.3 in the 2021 governor's race. So obviously we're going to have to wait for that vote to come in, because there's no way it's going to end up being, if it's a Democratic win when the night is done, Jack Ciattarelli is really, really in trouble. But I think, again, this is, like the commenter said, this is likely early vote, and we're just going to have to wait and see for more votes to come in. But now it's 8:23 p.m., and already 26% of the vote is in out of the state of New Jersey. Right now, Democrat Mikie Sherrill certainly is running very, very strongly at 61.8%. Jack Ciattarelli at 37.7%. So far, the takeaway of the election night is the Democrats are doing very, very strongly. And the numbers that have come in out of the Democratic areas like Union County, Essex County, and Hudson County, though they're all less than about 40% of the vote in, they all seem to be going more Democratic than they went back in 2021 by about 5 points or so. So the Democrat Mikie Sherrill is certainly making the margins and doing what she needs to do to win this race. Now, New York Times has not called this race yet, but this one is certainly very close, and waiting to see how the results come in once we start getting more results of Election Day vote and out of redder counties like Huntington and Monmouth as well. Waiting to see how those results come in when everything is said and done. But very interesting to see Mikie Sherrill leading over Jack Ciattarelli by 61.9, 37.6 at this current point in time at 8:24 p.m. Also, should be worth noting that at 9 p.m. we're going to have the polls close in New York City, and that's going to be the very hotly contested race, the Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, and Curtis Sliwa race. So we're going to have to wait and see how that one goes. If Virginia was any indicator where the Democrats were running very strongly, and New Jersey is an indicator where the Democrats so far are running very strongly as well, could that be a potential sign maybe that Zohran Mamdani is running very strongly in New York City as well. If election day or early voting was so high, maybe that could be a potential thing to watch for as well. But that's New Jersey for right now. New York City, obviously, no votes yet, no polls, but nothing yet there. Virginia, about 3% more of the vote has come in. 54.9, 44.9, a 10-point lead. Governor's race. Attorney General, still a very close race. Jay Jones leading, 50.4, 49.2, a 1.2% lead in this one. Lieutenant Governor, 53, 46.7 for Hashmi over John Reid. There's a few more votes trickle in here. Prince William, 95% in now. Loudoun County, about 95% in. So these two seem pretty much about done. And Prince William and Loudoun will be a few more votes come in out of these areas, but these are pretty much it. Fairfax still half the vote to go out of there. So in terms to see what's going on here in Virginia, Lieutenant Governor, it looks like to me right now Hashmi is going to win. Attorney General, still way too close to make a call one way or the other. Jay Jones winning 50.3, 49.3. I mean, super close race. The margins at which he's winning in some of these areas. I mean, Loudoun County winning by 19. I mean, that's right along with what we saw in 2017, where it was a 20-point victory in that governor's race. So that's very important. It was 22 points in Prince William. And in this race, it's right around there. A little bit 63-27. So Jay Jones in the DC suburbs of Prince William and Loudoun seems to be doing what he needs to narrowly win this race. Fairfax County, 47% in 69-30. Jay Jones, it looks like he's doing what he needs to potentially win the race here up in Loudoun and Prince William and Fairfax. But throughout the rest of Virginia Beach, 54-46. It's voting like an election where the Republicans would usually win in Virginia Beach. The margins in Chesapeake are voting red the way the Republican would need to do to win. So this is a very close race. This is one where Jay Jones, he's leading by a little bit, but I'm not too sure how this one's going to play out. I think those final few votes out of Fairfax, the final 53%, is going to make a very big difference here to determine what ultimately happens. Because, I don't know, it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. 59-40, 63-37. This is going to be a very close one to watch. For the governor's race, last check, 54.8 to 45. Back to New Jersey now, where a few more votes will come in, 26%, 61.7, 37.8. Still very big lead for the Democrat Mikie Sherrill over the Republican Jack Ciattarelli. Now at this point, just waiting for more votes to come in out of a lot of Republican areas like Atlantic County, like Monmouth County, and a lot of other Republican areas in the state to see, does Jack Ciattarelli close the margin, and does he do it by how much? But so far, it's hard to not look at tonight thus far and say the Democrats are having a pretty strong night. As one of the commenters said, that if a lot of this is early vote and early vote swings to the Democrats, if that's true, it'll be interesting to see as the Republican votes come in, does that change? In New Jersey, Virginia, it seems like it's already narrowed the race a little bit, but it certainly seems that the Democrats are doing pretty well here. Calendar said Jones won. Jones won, interesting. Obviously not in the New York Times. So talking about DDHQ probably. Interesting. Yeah, because 50.5, 49.1. I mean, the map looking like right now, it looks like just based on the margins alone in Loudoun and Prince William, and we have to wait for the rest of the result in Fairfax, but based on the Loudoun and Prince William numbers, it looks more like an election that Jay Jones is going to narrowly win, which that answered some of the questions heading into the final few days. Was Jason Miyares was getting about 47%, Jay Jones was getting close to 46%, and still 7% of voters were undecided. And it said, well, could Abigail, Spanberger, and Ghazala Hashmi win enough to drag Jay Jones across the finish line? And based on the results so far, 50.5 to 49.1, it's still a super close competitive race, but it seems that Jay Jones is winning just enough of those Spanberger, Ghazala Hashmi votes. He's certainly losing a lot of vote compared to how they're doing, but he's winning enough right now to be in the lead and potentially enough to win this race. So that is very interesting. Obviously, we'll wait and see how for it to be called on the Attorney General's race, but the New York Times just called the Lieutenant Governor's race in Virginia. Ghazala Hashmi has defeated the Republican John Reid, 53.1 to 46.7. And Attorney General, for the New York Times. They have not yet called it, but this is a very close race, 50.4, 49.1. So now 2 out of the 3 main races in Virginia, governor and lieutenant governor, both have been called. And so far, the numbers in which they're doing so, in terms of the governor being a larger margin than the lieutenant governor, pretty much as expected. 53.1, 46.6, and 55 to 44.8, 10.2%. The lieutenant governor being the closer of the two, not too much of a surprise. Whereas the attorney general's race being a 1.2% lead for Jay Jones over Jason Miyares, now up to a 1.6% lead. This is interesting. This is definitely very, very interesting. 57% in now in Fairfax County. The margins in which that we're seeing here for Fairfax and for Loudoun and Prince William, to me, seems like Jay Jones is going to win, but we'll have to wait and see. Look at the margin in Accomack for Spanberger. Trump won by 13.3 in 2024. Okay, where is Accomack? Amberley, Accomack. Know what part of the state Accomack is? Actually not. I can just look this up, actually. I'll make it quicker for myself. Accomack, Virginia map. Okay, yep. All right, it's that county. Okay, Accomack County. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's an 8-point win for Miyares. At the governor level, it is only a... Ooh, wow. That's not good for Winsome Sears. Okay, wow. A 1.9% win. Like you said, in a county that voted for Trump by 13.3 in 2024. Yeah, Winsome Sears is getting crushed in this race. That's an 11-point win right now for Spanberger over Sears in that. Yeah, she is getting crushed in that race by Abigail Spanberger. The Attorney General's race also 50.8, 48.8, now up to a 2-point lead. So more votes seem to have come in to help aid Jay Jones in this one. 2-point lead. Interesting. And Lieutenant Governor has been called. Okay. Virginia is very interesting. 2 out of the 3 races called. Attorney General still to go, but Democrats are doing very well there. New Jersey, still 27% of the vote in. Not too many more votes have come in, it looks like, in this race. 61.3 to 38.2. Gloucester County, 59.41. 156.43. So New Jersey, the big issue for this race is Mikie Sherrill seems to be doing very well. The issue is we're not having a lot of Republican votes yet come in. So not really too much to react to yet until we get more votes in. But Mikie Sherrill's looking pretty strongly right now. But I expect once we start getting more votes for Jack Ciattarelli that come in, this will probably change pretty quickly. And then we'll get an idea, like once we start getting some more votes out of Monmouth and some more votes out of Hunterdon. Looks like Jack Ciattarelli got a very narrow vote lead there. Let's take a quick water drink here. Okay, so still 27% out of New Jersey. And right now, I mean, New Jersey, the issue is we're just waiting. New Jersey is just waiting for more votes to come in. We can look at some of the margins here, 35%, 20%. So no more votes have really come out of Union and Essex since the polls closed. Hudson, 41%. Bergen County's had a few more votes come in. And, ooh, interesting. Okay, so now with 36% of the vote in, Bergen County is a lot more blue than it was when the first numbers reported. Now it's 60 to 39. This is a county that should essentially be close to a 50-50 county, but it's voting 60-39. If that holds up, that'd be a massive win for Mikie Sherrill. But still 64% of the votes in, but big lead for Sherrill right now. Hunterdon, 56-43, still waiting. Got some more votes out of Monmouth County, now up to 50% of the vote in. Jack Ciattarelli up to 51-49. I think we're going to start to see more Republican votes come out now for Jack Ciattarelli in this race, because only a 4,000 vote lead in Monmouth, we're probably going to see a larger margin there, because that one voted by 18 points for Ciattarelli over Phil Murphy back in 2021. I don't think we're going to see it only be a 2-point win in this election. If it is only a 2-point win for Ciattarelli over Sherrill, it's going to be a massive, massive victory for Mikie Sherrill in this one. But I think we're going to see more votes out of Monmouth. I'm just waiting for more results to come in. Let's look at some of these numbers that have come in now in New Jersey and just compare them really quickly. Cape May, 37% in, 50.3, 49.2. I mean, about a 1-point lead there. That was a massive win for Jack Ciattarelli last time, so that's obviously I mean, based on the results in right now, it's not looking good for Jack Ciattarelli, but it's also not a lot of Republican votes that have come in. So really, we're just looking for more votes to come in to see how the race actually is looking once that happens. But Cumberland County, 60-39 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Last time around, it voted red 55-43. So, yeah, a lot of red areas voting blue right now for Mikie Sherrill over Jack Ciattarelli. But like an earlier commenter suggested, this could be a lot of early vote that's come in. A lot of the election day vote hasn't been reported yet. And once that does, that's probably going to tilt the race in more of the direction of Jack Ciattarelli, because I don't think Mikie Sherrill is going to win this race by 21 points that she's winning it by or so right now. But until then, until the results come in, I mean, Mikie Sherrill's looking pretty strongly in this race. In the key Democratic areas, the votes have come in. She's outperforming her margin or the margins from 2021 by about 5 points. So she's doing what she needs to so far in New Jersey. So just go really quickly back to Virginia and see if anything's changed. Now up to 63%, and Jay Jones is leading 50.6 to 49% over Jason Miyares. Okay, let's see here. Prince William, 95% in still. Loudoun County, 95% in. And Fairfax now up to 57% in, 68-31. Super close, super close race. Virginia Beach, 53-47, 48% in. I don't know. To me, the margins in the D.C. suburbs scream more like a Democratic 2017 win than a 2021 Virginia Republican win. So we'll have to wait and see if more results come in. But also, if you're just joining the stream, the governor's race in Virginia was already called, 55-44 for Spanberger over Sears. So the Democrats won the governor's race, and they won the lieutenant governor's race of Hashmi versus John Reid. As for the attorney general's race, super close, 50.6 to 49% there. In New Jersey right now, 28% of the vote in. Mikie Sherrill leading 60.5%. Jack Ciattarelli, 39% of the vote is in. So we're just waiting to see more results come in out of this state of New Jersey. But Mikie Sherrill off to a very early and pretty strong lead in New Jersey so far. It's 8:37 p.m. We still have 23 minutes left until 9 p.m., at which the New York City polls will officially close, where the next mayor will be decided between Democrat Zohran Mamdani, Andrew Cuomo, the former Democrat running as an independent campaign, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. This is going to be a very interesting race to watch for, as there are rumors of very high turnout, so that could be something that maybe aids Mamdani. We'll have to wait and see, but this is going to be a very interesting race to watch for as well. But right now, still just waiting for more results to come in. I don't think there's been any more comments or anything from the chat. Overall, I'm looking at the stream thing here. We got over 1,200 views since I started this back around 6:15 or so. So thank you to everyone that's tuned into the stream, that has been watching, that's maybe watching right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you joining the stream to watch here. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying what you're seeing tonight and some other videos that I've done both in the past and going forward. I hope you are enjoying it. So in New Jersey, 930,000 votes or so have been cast. Sherrill getting 562,000 of them, and Ciattarelli getting 362,000 votes. So still just waiting for more votes to come in out of New Jersey. And these margins are very interesting. Very interesting. The only problem in New Jersey right now, truthfully, is that none of these counties are really breaking 50% of the vote in terms of reporting. When we were watching Virginia, when its numbers came in, Loudoun County came in at 75% and became a pretty big indicator that it was going blue at a heavy level. Whereas in Virginia or in New Jersey right now, none of the counties are really breaking 50%. Yeah, there's one at 50%, but none are breaking a very high number to give us a clear indicator. We just got some votes out of Warren County. This is usually a very reliably red county at 37% in. Jack Ciattarelli is leading 51-48 over Mikie Sherrill. Probably, again, more early vote, because if 51-48, that is a lot less red. It was 64-34 in 2021. So 51-48, obviously probably not the numbers Jack Ciattarelli wants to be seeing. So your comment, you win, or you win some, you lose some. That's pretty clever. That's pretty good. But 51-48 in Warren County. Ciattarelli over Sherrill. So just still waiting for more votes to come in out of New Jersey. It looks like we've got a few more handfuls of votes here that shifted the race about 0.4% in Jack Ciattarelli's direction. If it was red, probably came out of Monmouth or Ocean County or Cape May. No, still. Okay, the margins don't seem to have changed too much. But New Jersey, the issue now really is just waiting to see as the votes come in, as I've said a few times, because the margins right now are suggesting like a massive Democratic blowout. And I think a lot of this, as one of the prior commenters did say, was that a lot of this is early vote, and we're just waiting to see more election day vote, because Jack Ciattarelli is probably not going to lose this race by 20 points, but in the areas that are expected to vote blue, like Union County, 20% in now. Sherrill's leading 66 to 34. Pretty large win. Essex County 79-21. Hudson County 77-21. These key areas are all voting to the left of the margins that they voted in 2021, where Jack Ciattarelli lost the race by 3.2%. And they're voting to the left usually by around 4 to 5 points. So if that were to be the case, and that was consistent throughout the rest of the state, that would put the Democrat winning by right around 7 to 8 points, which would be very, very big for Mikie Sherrill. The final polling averages in the New Jersey race showed a Sherrill lead of about 4.8%, and the final few polls showed a pretty tight race. So, and Atlas Intel even had this race a 1-point race, 50 to 49. So we're just waiting for more votes to come in out of New Jersey to really get an accurate representation of what's going on. But with 30% of the vote in, about 40 minutes now have gone by. Mikie Sherrill's leading by a pretty sizable margin, about 20 points in this race, but still just waiting for more results to come in. Back in Virginia, 2 more percent have come in, 65% of the vote in. Spanberger winning by 11. Attorney General's race, 50.8, 48.8, a 2-point lead for Jay Jones over Jason Miyares. Right now, looks like Prince William still 95, Loudoun 95, and Fairfax 66%. Jay Jones doing what he needs to do in the D.C. suburbs as a Democrat to win this race, whereas the rest of the state, Virginia Beach voting red by about 6 points. So far, it looks like Miyares is doing what he needs to do throughout the rest of Western Virginia and throughout the Virginia Beach area to do what he needs to do to win. But in the D.C. suburbs, Jay Jones seems to be doing what he needs to do to win. So, going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. I think Jay Jones narrowly very favored to win this race, but we'll have to wait and see. New Jersey, still more no votes. Oh my God, $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for leaving that. Do you think Tennessee 7 will flip in December? Let's see. Tennessee 7 congressional district. The House elections for 2026, I've been keeping a little bit of an eye of. It's obviously I've been focusing mainly on 2025, so I haven't focused on them too much, but let's see here. Tennessee is 7th. I'm honestly not too sure. I think the House races, a lot of it, honestly, is kind of contingent on how the national generic vote does. Because right now, I think the early polling from Real Clear Politics showed the Democrats in the final few days of this race starting to get polls of like 8-9 points or so of generic ballot lead. Oh, Tennessee special in election in December? Oh, I did not know that. Honestly, to be truly honest with you, I don't want to lie to you. I'm really not too sure. I haven't been paying too much attention. Yeah, I don't want to lie to you or anything and say that I know because I'm really not too sure. I've been focusing on this mainly, but honestly, I'm not too sure. But thank you for that, though. I really do appreciate that. Let's see. Got some more votes. 30% in, 59.6, 39.9. Might have been a few more from Warren County, 5148, 144. I feel like the second I said that New Jersey's votes were reporting very quickly, I feel like all of a sudden they stopped reporting votes. I don't know if that's me or if that's just something I noticed, but it seems to be the case, but I don't know. So 8:44 p.m. We're now 16 minutes away from 9 p.m. So we are certainly getting closer to the New York City polls closing. 30% in out of New Jersey. Virginia, 66% in or still, so not too much vote has changed out of there. New York, I'll just do a very quick recap of the New York City polls now. I haven't done that in about an hour now. In the New York City polls, in the final few days, Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat, has continued to lead, as he pretty much has since he won the primary, by about 12.9% on the average, according to Wikipedia. Decision Desk HQ, which have been some of the first people to report stuff tonight, they had him leading by 10.7% in their final polling average. The one little hiccup in this race was an Atlas Intel poll that released, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago that showed Mamdani versus Cuomo to be a 5-point race. So that one maybe could be a sign that's going to get close in the final few days. But on the overall average, Mamdani was leading by about 10.7%. So this is going to be a very interesting one to watch for as we get into the results coming in about 15 minutes. Polls have not yet closed yet, but we have Staten Island, we have Brooklyn, we have Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx. Now, in terms of how it did in 2021, we saw Staten Island vote for the Republican Curtis Sliwa, and Mayor Eric Adams, or Democrat Eric Adams, won all 4 of the other boroughs of Brooklyn, Queens, Manhattan, and the Bronx. This time around, we may see Andrew Cuomo potentially win the Bronx. That could be an interesting one to watch. Whereas Manhattan, Queens, and Brooklyn, I have projected Zohran Mamdani to win those areas, but we're going to have to wait and see for those results as they come in. But this is going to be a very interesting race to watch. My final prediction for New York City mayor, I believe I had it being a likely Democratic win of around 14.5% is where I had it. So we'll have to wait and see how this one goes, but this could be a very interesting race to watch for as well. New Jersey still 30% of the vote in. Virginia still are up to 61% now. Jay Jones leading 51.1 to 48.5. Some more votes out of Fairfax County. 73% of the vote now in, 68 to 31. Virginia is being really, really interesting in this one. Really interesting. The governor's race, lieutenant governor's race, obviously have both been called. And Virginia Beach is 50.6 in lieutenant governor, but in attorney general, it's voting 53-47, about 6 points. Now, in the governor's race, when Glenn Youngkin won, he won it by about 8 points. The main question here is going to be, is Jason Miyares doing well enough in the rest of the state to make up for the margins in Loudoun, Prince William, and Fairfax? Because right now, based on how Jay Jones is doing, Jay Jones is running at 51%. He's running about 4.5 points back of Abigail Spanberger, which part of the video, when I said that I had Miyares winning over Jay Jones, I said there was a possibility Jay Jones could win if Jones could do enough down ballot of Abigail Spanberger. If Abigail Spanberger won by like 11 points, that I thought it would be possible for Jay Jones to pull off the upset and win. And Abigail Spanberger is currently leading over Winsome Sears by the margin of roughly 11.4%. So 11.4%, and he's running certainly a pretty significant margin back of this. When just the Democratic vote side of things, he's down Spanberger about 4. And in terms of Jason Miyares, Sears is at 44.2, he's at 48.6. So it's roughly about an 8-point shift overall, where Jones is doing about 4 points back with Spanberger, and Miyares is doing 4 points better of Winsome Sears. But still, despite that, Jay Jones is winning this race right now, 51-48.6. You're seeing Miyares do well in the red areas, but is he doing well enough to win? Not when Loudoun County is going a 19-point win, which is what it went in 2017 at the governor's level when Ralph Northam ended up winning the state by about 9 points. Now, the only difference here is the rest of the state doesn't seem to be voting in the same way that it did in 2017 in that governor's election. But in terms of DC suburbs, they're going blue by the margins needed for Jay Jones to pull off the win here and defeat the Republican incumbent. So very interesting race to watch for. How feasible is a gerrymander in Virginia for 2026? I think it is possible. I know there's been some news reports and some rumblings about it. It's I think definitely probably feasible, especially if I could be wrong. I know some states do it differently, but if there's a Democratic governor and Democratic Attorney General, if Jason Miyares does lose and Jay Jones does win, I mean, I think it's certainly possible. Is there any update on the House of Delegates yet, actually? That's important. House of Delegates is currently Democrats 16, Republicans 1, with a lot of uncalled races at this current point in time. So, yeah, I think it's definitely possible. And if they do, I mean, Virginia is 11 congressional districts. I mean, they could probably get Definitely Virginia too, which takes place over here in Jenkins. That could be a target the Democrats could look to win for sure. So if they did a light one, they could at least get that district probably drawn back to the way it was prior to the census where they were winning it. They could probably do that for sure. But I would say it's certainly possible to see a Democratic gerrymander of Virginia for 2026. Will it in time for 2026? I'm not sure, but I think it's certainly something that could happen. New Jersey, 2% more votes have come in, and it is 58.6% for Sherrill and 40.9% for Jack Ciattarelli. Let's see, we got some votes out of Sussex County, another red county that voted for Jack Ciattarelli by a lot in 2021, only voting 31% of the vote in here, 51% for Mikie Sherrill, 49% for Jack Ciattarelli. Okay. Still a lot of early vote coming in that's aiding the Democrat Mikie Sherrill over Jack Ciattarelli right now. And the New Jersey governor's race right now, it's kind of at a standstill because don't get me wrong, Mikie Sherrill is doing very, very well right now, but there's just not enough election day Republican vote that has come in to give me 100% accurate representation of this race. It's also interesting to see with a lot of the Democratic vote that reported earlier on in the night, there hasn't really been any update to that. Bergen County did go from like 18% up to 36%, but the rest of it hasn't really started reporting yet. Atlantic County, 37% in, 57-43. You're probably going to see that one go red when everything is said and done. But yeah, New Jersey, we're still just waiting for more vote to come in. It's also 8:51 p.m., so we are 9 minutes away from getting vote out of New York City. So we're going to come very, very close now to seeing if Zohran Mamdani becomes the next mayor of New York City, or can Andrew Cuomo defy the polls and possibly pull off an upset? We are getting very close now to seeing ultimately how that is going to go. But yeah, at this point in time, I mean, I don't know how you say this is anything other than a Democratic overperformance at this current point in time. The Democrats are winning. They won the Democratic governor or the governor's race. They won the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia. And right now, based on the numbers I'm seeing, they are on track to win the attorney general's race in Virginia. It's still very close. It's possible that Miyares could win, but I think the numbers right now to me suggest that Jay Jones is going to win. 70% of the vote is now in. Also, only 30% of the vote is left, and Fairfax County still has 27% left to go, and Jay Jones is leading 50.9 to 48.6. Jason Miyares, I mean, in an election environment, it seems that Sears is getting 44.2 at the top of the ticket, and John Reid's getting 46.2. And with all the scandals involving Jay Jones, Miyares getting 48.6% is certainly very good. But, I mean, at this current point in time, 48.6%, like the polling suggested, there was too many undecided voters where the Democrats were winning so large at the top of the ticket, 11 points in the governor's race. There was more than enough room that of those undecided voters for Jay Jones to win if he can get honestly a small enough percentage of them. And at 51 to 48.6, it seems to me that Jay Jones is getting enough of those independents and undecideds to win this race. And ultimately, that'll be the question when everyone's kind of doing their post-election Monday morning quarterbacking and asking okay, well, if Jay Jones wins, how did it happen? Were there voters and Democrats who wanted to vote for Jay Jones, didn't love the things that he said, but decided I'm still going to vote for him. I'm just not going to publicly say it to a pollster or publicly say it to my friends or other people or family members, but decided I'm just going to go to the voting booth and vote for him and never say a word about it. At 51% of the vote in, or 51% of 48.6 with 70% of the vote in, it seems like there was a pretty decently sized margin of those Jay Jones voters. But at the same time, compare it 53.6, you compare it to 55.6, there was a decent number of Democrats that either split their ticket or decided not to vote for Jay Jones, though. So this race is very interesting. It's kind of a mix of some Democrats splitting their vote and some Democrats just biting their tongue and voting for Jay Jones sort of anyway. So it's very interesting. So that's kind of where Virginia is right now, 11.4%. New Jersey got some more votes, 35% in, 56.9 to 42.6. We're starting to see Jack Sherrill slowly creep up every 5 minutes or so. A few more votes come in, but Mikie Sherrill still leading here very, very strongly, very largely here. Salem County, 23% in. Ciattarelli is winning 55 to 44. This ended up being 64-35 back in 2021. So New Jersey, again, as we're approaching the hour mark, we're approaching 9 p.m. right now it looks like that New Jersey is, at this point, it's really too early to say. There's the Democrats, the Mikie Sherrill is doing very strongly in her areas that she needs to win. She's doing strongly in Mercer County. She's doing strong in Union. She's doing strong in Essex. And she's doing strong in Hudson. I would just wish there'd be a little bit more of the vote reported before I could say 100% that she's going to win this race. But if those margins stand right now and the rest of the areas go in red, I think we're probably going to see Mikie Sherrill win this race. But there's not enough Republican vote in yet in New Jersey for me to feel 100% confident in how this race is currently going. But that's New Jersey. 5 minutes, the polls will be closing out of New York. Still, obviously, no, there shouldn't be any votes yet, but there's no votes reporting yet. And every time I look away from the screen, more votes come in. Mikie Sherrill, 57.1, 42.4. Let me just take a drink of water and check the chat here. Okay, here we go. According to NBC, Democrats won independents by 10 to 11 points in Virginia. I mean, when you look at the map at how the Democrats are doing, I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It really does. 55.6 to 44.1. I mean, it looks like a map the Democrats won independents by 10 to 11 points. It certainly looks like it, because this is a Democratic, this might be as much of a Democratic bloodbath in Virginia, because right now, at an 11.4% lead, not only is Spanberger winning by more than the margin in 2017 of 8.9%, she's winning more than the presidential race in 2020 when Joe Biden beat Donald Trump here, I believe, by 10 points, pretty much 10 points on the dot. Spanberger is beating Sears here by 11.4%. So this might be the best Democrat statewide performance that Democrats have seen in Virginia in a while. And this could also play into the question of, with the government being shut down, would Democrats and independents be more motivated to get out and vote against the Republicans? Oh, right now in the governor's race, this seems to be the case. In the attorney general's race, 72% in, Jay Jones is leading 51 to 48.5. I mean, with everything going on with him, he seems like he may potentially be winning this race as well. And the Democrats already won the lieutenant governor's race. So, yeah, Democrats, I mean, there's nothing else to say. Democrats are having a very, very strong night in Virginia, without a doubt. The same way in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin, Winsome, Sears, and Jason Miyares all ran, the Republicans had a very strong night. 4 years later, the Democrats are having a very strong night. No really other way to look at it. In New Jersey, a little bit, 38% of the vote in, a little bit too early to be seen right now. Sherrill's leading 57.6 to 41.9, and there's just not a lot of vote in. There's about still 62% of the vote left to go. Sherrill's leading 57.6 to 41.9. The key areas, like Essex County just got some more votes, 75-25. Okay, let's compare that. That I feel like got a little bit smaller. 74 for Murphy, 25 for Ciattarelli in 2021. So, okay, in Essex County, 75-25, that margin, I would say, improved in Jack Ciattarelli's direction. Now, Sherrill is running roughly about 1 point behind, I would say, it's relatively similar because it was 74-25 last time. Ciattarelli's at 25 again. Sherrill's now at 75, so about a 1 point move in Ciattarelli's direction from 2024, but with 61% of the vote in, we still have to wonder what those final 39% are going to be, but that seems to be a move in Jack Ciattarelli's direction on that one. Hudson County, 54% in. That was some more votes that have come in. Sherrill's now up 75-24. Back in 2021, it was 73.5, 25.4. So if you round up, that'd be 74-25. 74-25, so 75-24. So that's about a 1 point favor in Sherrill's direction compared to 2021. So it seems some of those votes are starting to come in a little bit more for Jack Ciattarelli, but yeah, we still have a long ways to go in New Jersey. I don't think we're really close to getting any calls yet until we start getting some more numbers come in out of these areas. Started these like blue areas, like Monmouth County, which is a red county. It's now up to 54-46 for Jack Ciattarelli over Mikie Sherrill, but that's final 22% could heavily break for Ciattarelli, and that 18-point margin or so in this race, or 16-point margin, could shift really, really quickly. So I'll have to wait and see how that comes in. Now it's 8:59 p.m. Going to flip over to the New York City map, as at 9 p.m. the polls will officially be closing in New York City between Democrat Zohran Mamdani, Independent Democratic candidate Andrew Cuomo, and Republican Curtis Sliwa. this is another very, very big, important race here with a lot of national important ramifications as well. Zohran Mamdani, the Democrat, Andrew Cuomo, the Democrat running as an independent, and Curtis Sliwa. This is going to be a very, very fascinating race. Can't wait to see how this one goes. The polls on this one did not show as tight of a race. Mamdani seemed to be the pretty heavy favorite heading into this, but can't wait for the first results to start coming out of New York City. This should be a very interesting race. And now with the polls officially closed at 9 p.m., the polls are closed in New York City. Now we await the results. So I'll flip back now between Virginia, New Jersey, and New York City over the next few minutes here or so. But let's go back really quickly to New Jersey. 40% of the vote is in, 56.8 to 42.7, moving about 0.8% in Jack Ciattarelli's direction. Let's see here. 23% Salem, 31% Cumberland, Cape May, 42%, 52, 47. A lot of these numbers just seem like they're early votes still, because there are some numbers that are starting to come in once they break about 50% or so. But I mean, Gloucester County 54-46. I thought that voted red last time. It did vote for Ciattarelli by 10 points. So I think we just really need more votes to come in out of New Jersey to really get a clear idea of how this is going. Because so far, Mikie Sherrill is definitely running a pretty good race and is having a really good night so far. But just waiting for more numbers to come in before making any strong assertions about this race. And one thing I will say, Ocean County, now it's 72% in. Ciattarelli is winning 65-35. In 2021, it was 67 or about 68-32 if you want to round up. So roughly about 30 points in 2025. And what's that? 68-32, roughly about 36 points or so. So that one seems to be trending a few points actually in Mikie Sherrill's direction as well. So if Ocean County is any indicator that Mikie Sherrill is doing a little bit better than Phil Murphy did in 2021 by a few points there, about 4 points or so, that could be maybe a potential indicator of that as well. Monmouth, 54-46 with 78% of the vote in. If that's the final margin of Monmouth, that's not going to be very good for Jack Ciattarelli. He won this one by 18 points in 2021, 51, or almost 19 points, 58.8 to 40.3. So that's going to be a very bad sign for Ciattarelli if he only ends up winning it by 54-46, 8-point margin. I think that final 22% will probably break for Jack Ciattarelli in some regard, but that's not going to be the best sign for him if that's what ultimately happens. Mercer County, we still have some votes to go. Hunterdon, we have about half the vote left. That's voting for Mikie Sherrill, 55-44. We're probably going to see Jack Ciattarelli win Hunterdon County. He won it by about 19 points last time, but that's obviously not a great sign for him. So that one's going blue. Warren, 37% in, 51-48. Sussex, 51-49. We still have a lot of votes to go there. Morris County, we just got some votes in. Morris County's voting 22% in, 51-48 for Ciattarelli over Sherrill. Morris County voted by 11 points for Ciattarelli last time, 55-44. So only 22% of the vote in there, but certainly 22% in, 51-48. That's not great compared to 2021 for Jack Ciattarelli. Right now, it seems like pretty much everywhere, based on the vote that has been counted, Jack Ciattarelli's underperforming his 2021 margins versus Phil Murphy. Now, as the remainder 60% of the vote is left to count, I expect a lot of that will probably go for Jack Ciattarelli and turn this 14-point race into more of a competitive race in New Jersey. If it doesn't, this is looking like a very big win for Mikie Sherrill, but I expect a lot of that vote will come in for Ciattarelli and make it more competitive. But so far, based on the early vote that's come in, it looks like Mikie Sherrill's the one having the stronger night and not Jack Ciattarelli so far. Now, there's a lot of vote left outstanding. There's very few counties that are close to really being done. Actually, I don't think there's any counties really that are close to being done reporting. So we have a long ways to go in New Jersey, but we are certainly looking for a lot more votes to come in for making any strong assertions on this race. But Mikie Sherrill definitely seems to be so far doing very strongly compared to how this race went back in 2021. Mikie Sherrill seems to be outperforming pretty much everywhere at this current point in time. All right, it's been about 4 or 5 minutes now since the polls closed. Let's see if New York has any results yet. And a lot of results have come in. Wow. Okay, we got some pretty concrete results out of New York so far. Democrat Zohran Mamdani getting 51.5% of the vote. Andrew Cuomo getting 39.7%, look at this. Curtis Sliwa only getting 8% of the vote. Very, very interesting here. Okay, so right away, big takeaway, Staten Island. Staten Island, the most Republican area from 2021, is voting for Andrew Cuomo this time, not voting for Curtis Sliwa. It is voting for Andrew Cuomo at 38% and 51%, 27%, Zohran Mamdani 21. So this makes sense when you compare it. Let me actually pull up the 2021 New York City map here to show you. Because I want to get the New York Times map if I can find it. If not, I'll go with CNN's probably fine. Let me show. No, I want to get the New York Times. Let me get New York Times one. Sorry, folks. Just bear with me 1 second here. Okay. So, in this one, we ended up seeing Staten Island go pretty heavily for Curtis Sliwa over Eric Adams. 66.5, 22.5. That's okay. That's all I needed it for. And ultimately, what's happening thus far is Andrew Cuomo seems to be winning at 51-27, but Mamdani's getting 22%. So right now, it looks like Zohran Mamdani getting 22% is doing less than Eric Adams. But Andrew Cuomo is getting a very sizable amount of that vote that voted for Sliwa last time, the Republican vote. What did you say? DDHQ called Mamdani. Well, 5 minutes in. Okay, that is interesting. That is interesting. I mean, so far, 51.5 for Mamdani, 39.7 for Cuomo, 8% for Sliwa. I mean, this race, it already seems like Zohran Mamdani is going to win based on the early results so far, and DDHQ saying that makes a lot of sense. But Staten Island going for Cuomo, I had it going for Sliwa initially, but I actually think going for Cuomo makes a lot more sense. Based on how Mamdani's doing in other boroughs here, Brooklyn going 60-34 for Mamdani is very, very significant thus far. Queens, 33% in, 49-39. Manhattan, 52-44 in the Bronx. I thought the Bronx would be potentially the closest borough of them, but right now it is not going that way. 52-38 Mamdani over Cuomo with 28% in. Interesting. Very, very interesting here. Does it have... Okay, so also with all the other candidates included, Eric Adams, who dropped out of the race, is still getting roughly 0.2% of the vote, and Jim Waldron as well. That was an instant call by Decision Desk HQ. I mean, very, very interesting. I thought this race was going to carry, like with a lot of races tonight, I thought it would carry on a little bit longer, but they called it very, very quickly into the night. But I mean, when you're looking at this map right now, I mean, it's obviously good for Cuomo that he's winning Staten Island, but getting 39.7% of the vote compared to the polling data, I mean, let's take a look here. Cuomo was getting in the polling average right around 32%. Sliwa was getting about 17%. So far, it seems like half of Sliwa's support essentially was like cut in half, and it went to Andrew Cuomo. So that certainly seemed to be the case. So that brought Cuomo up to like 39-40%. But Zohran Mamdani is not getting 45%. He's getting like 51%. He essentially got all the undecided or other vote left out there if you're doing the math that way. So what's interesting is both Cuomo and Mamdani seem to benefit from Sliwa losing voters. Or even so, you could say that the undecided vote broke for Zohran Mamdani, but Curtis Sliwa's support pretty much all went to Andrew Cuomo. That could have been certainly made an effort by President Trump to get voters to turn out to vote for Andrew Cuomo instead of Zohran Mamdani. That certainly could have been the case as well. But this is very interesting that Zohran Mamdani is already breaking 50% of the vote already. The polling average had him at 45, so seeing him break 50% and only 36% in is certainly very significant. I remember seeing reports, I mentioned this earlier in the stream online on X, that there was reports of really high voter turnout in New York City, being, I think, like almost 2024 levels or something like that. So that certainly, I thought, higher turnout benefited Zohran Mamdani more than Andrew Cuomo. Obviously, New York Times hasn't called this race yet. Decision Desk HQ apparently has, but I mean, this is a very interesting result. It's interesting to see Sliwa only getting 8, but it's also interesting to see Cuomo getting 39.7 and Mamdani getting 51.5 is very, very, very significant. New Jersey, we'll just look back to here. We got some more votes in now. 51% of the vote in New Jersey. Mikie Sherrill, 57.6, 41.9 for Jack Ciattarelli. Let's see here what's come in. More votes out of Passaic County, where it's now going for Mikie Sherrill, 60-40, 36% of the vote in. Monmouth is up to 87% of the vote in. 54-49 for Ciattarelli over Sherrill, a 9-point win. Okay, that is not a pretty good sign for Jack Ciattarelli. That I could say with almost 87 or with 87% of the vote in, I can say pretty definitively a 9-point win for Ciattarelli in Monmouth County would not be a good sign for him because he won it in 2021 by roughly 18 points. So if he's only winning it by 9 points here, that margin that he had was cut in half and then some. That's not a good sign for Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey if that's the case, especially if it's happening statewide as well. Middlesex County has come in some Democratic votes, 64-35 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Mercer's still pretty much the same. Hunterdon's pretty much the same. Hunterdon County and Moore County, 61% in, 52-30 or 52-47 Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Morris County, 24%, 50.4, 49.4 Passaic, and these ones seem pretty much unchanged. So about 10% more has come in for the vote out of New Jersey. And the only real takeaway I can say for sure is that Monmouth County being with only 13% of the vote left to go, that is not a great sign for Jack Ciattarelli that he's only winning it by 9. That is not a very good sign at all for him. So on that earlier call from DDHQ, that was saying that New Jersey, they already called it for Sherrill, I believe they said. I don't know if that was, I believe I saw something like that like about half an hour ago. But if that is the case, I mean, Monmouth County being only a 9-point victory for Ciattarelli is not good. That is very not good for the Republicans. In Virginia, the governor's race up to 77% in now. It's an 11.8% lead for Spanberger over Winsome Sears. 11.8%. I mean, wow. 11.8%. Wow. On the Attorney General's race, it is now a 2-point lead, 51.3 to 48.3. Let's check the main counties here. Loudoun County over 95% in. Nothing really changed there. Prince William, nothing really changed. Fairfax, still 16% of the vote to go, 84% in, 68-32. Once again, the DC suburbs are doing what they need to help Jay Jones win. Virginia Beach, still 51% in, still a lot to go there. And the lieutenant governor's race has obviously been called already. So Virginia, still all eyes really are on the Attorney General's race, but a 2-point lead with 77% of the vote in, 84% in Fairfax. To me, it's looking like Jay Jones is going to win this race. I don't know how much longer it's going to go before New York Times makes a call on this one. They're probably waiting for more vote to come in from the Virginia Beach area and throughout the central part of the state. But to me personally, a 2-point lead at this point with how the DC suburbs are voting, I think we're going to see Jay Jones win maybe by around 1.5%. It may move down to 1, but I think 1.5% is where it ultimately finishes. I think Jay Jones probably has won this race. New York City Mayor, 38%, 51.2 to 40%. So Cuomo's up at 40% of the vote now. But I mean, I've been saying for weeks now that with Curtis Sliwa in the race, there just wasn't enough votes left out there for Andrew Cuomo to beat Zohran Mamdani. But based on this, I mean, if you gave Andrew Cuomo all 8% of Curtis Sliwa, it would still not even be enough. Zohran Mamdani is getting 51.2% of the vote. He is breaking 50% of the vote in the 3-person race of him versus Cuomo versus Sliwa. So that may have been a little bit premature. It looks like Zohran Mamdani maybe would have won, maybe no matter what. So that's very interesting. The Bronx still 31% in, 51-39. Manhattan 52-44, still 44% in. Queens 34%, 49-39. Brooklyn 60-34. And we have Staten Island 44% in, 52-26-22. Main takeaway so far is I think the amount of support Curtis Sliwa had has certainly been overestimated. And I think President Trump may be weighing in, potentially suppressed some Republican support for Curtis Sliwa and maybe push some of it to Andrew Cuomo perhaps to try and stop Zohran Mamdani. But also Zohran Mamdani's support has been a little bit underestimated as well. He's going from 45% up to 51.2 on election night. All the candidates' support is coming off. Andrew Cuomo, 33%. Now he's up to 40% too. So New York mayor is very, very interesting right now. Certainly looks like Zohran Mamdani is going to win and become the next mayor of New York City, but still no official call yet from the New York Times. But very, very interesting. California also, just a note, it's going to be closing its polls, I believe, at 10 p.m. is when this one will close for a ballot. 50, this one, if the New York City mayoral race got called like 5 minutes after polls closing by DDHQ, I feel like we're probably going to see the California Prop 51 be closed really early as well. 78% in now in Virginia. I think every single county at least has some votes reporting now. And this race is looking like 2.2%. Still got some outstanding votes throughout the state here. Definitely a lot of them in the Chesapeake, Virginia Beach area. Still got a pretty decent amount in Fairfax, 16% left. To me, this race looks essentially over. I think we're going to see Jay Jones get the call here in probably the next like 10, 15 minutes or so, but that's how it's looking there. New Jersey, 52% in, 57.6, 41.9. Only county remaining without any votes thus far is Somerset. But with 48% of the vote left to go in New Jersey, seeing a lot of blue. Seeing a lot of blue areas, not a lot of red. In the red areas, not as red as 2021, at least at this current moment in time. Still with half the vote left to go, that could certainly change, but a lot of the areas that voted red last time, and by pretty decently sized margins, are not doing that this time. In Monmouth County, 54-45, 9-point lead. That was 18 back in 2021. Gloucester County, 68% in, 53-47 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. Back in 2021, this was a 10-point win for Ciattarelli. Now we can look at Salem, 56-43. Back in 2021, 64-35. So Cumberland, 57-43. Back then, 55.3, 43.6. At least at this current point in time, Jack Ciattarelli needs to start getting some votes because right now he's getting like 2017 levels of blown out in New Jersey right now. Now, again, I still think as more votes come in, that's going to ultimately change. I think there's more votes out there for Jack Ciattarelli to make this margin a lot smaller, but at this current point in time, if something doesn't start changing soon, it's looking like to be a pretty big blowout win for Mikie Sherrill right now. But again, I do think this margin is going to narrow pretty significantly, but if it doesn't, like if Monmouth is any indicator at a 9-point win with 86% in, if it ends anywhere near that, maybe that's a sign that Mikie Sherrill is really overperforming what the margins ultimately ended up being. We did see a little bit of a boost here in Sussex County, 65% of the vote in, 57-43 for Jack Ciattarelli over Mikie Sherrill. So still 35% of the votes left to report in that county, but 57-43, 67-32 back in 2021. Again, thus far, Jack Ciattarelli is underperforming pretty much everywhere from 2021 so far. So 55% in, gonna have to keep checking back in on this one because if Jack Ciattarelli doesn't start moving some of those margins in the next like 10 to 15% of the vote very soon, this race may be over really, really quickly. Virginia, not too much of a change in the vote, still 79% in, 51.6 to 48 for Jay Jones over Jason Miyares. Not too much to really look at there. Lieutenant Governor, 78% of the vote in, 54.2, 45.5. And Governor, 80% in, 56.1 to 43.7. So far, the theme in Virginia was the Democrats were having a very, very strong night. And, I'm here, right? Okay. I just got a message saying that the stream was offline for a second, but I think we're good. The theme for Virginia was the Democrats were having a very strong night, and it's gone even stronger. 80% of the vote in. Spanberger has 56.1%. Sears has 43.7%. Still, some more votes are coming out of Fairfax County with 89% in. Still about 5% or so, 6% left. But 70, or if you count the over 95% thing, but usually it's about 11% left there. 73-27 out of Fairfax. 64-35 out of Loudoun, and 67-33 out of Prince William. The clear trend in Virginia was the Democrats, and Abigail Spanberger was putting up crazy numbers in the DC suburbs. So much so that she's winning statewide 56.1 to 43.7. This didn't end up being a competitive race really at all. This was a big Democratic blowout. And that certainly came to suffice as well. Virginia Beach voting blue as well. Chesapeake voting blue. Suffolk voting blue. Chesterfield, over 95% of the vote in. This is a county that voted for Glenn Youngkin in 2021. 59-41 for Spanberger over Winsome Sears. 49-41. Back in 2021, it voted red 52-47. A massive, massive win for Spanberger there. Now, it also, roughly a 13-point win, had massive effects down ballot. The lieutenant governor's race, Ghazala Hashmi, the Democrat, defeated Republican John Reid. She's winning by a less margin, but she is winning by around 9 points or so, 54.2 to 45.5. And the Attorney General's race, the one that all eyes were on, much closer of a race, but Jay Jones is leading 51.6% to 48% over the Republican Jason Miyares. Where that was the question heading into Election Day was, are these voters that say they are undecided? It was 47 for Miyares, 45 for Jones, and like 9% undecided or 8% undecided. Are these voters that are undecided truly undecided, or do they know they're going to vote for Jay Jones and essentially just hold or bite their tongue, say nothing about it, go and vote for him and not say a word about it? And at 48 to 51.6, it seems there certainly was some vote splitting, with Miyares running about 3 points better than John Reid and about 5 points better than Winsome Sears. But there were certainly a lot of Democrats that said they were undecided, weren't sure who they were going to vote for, that decided to vote for Jay Jones and are very close to putting him as the next Attorney General of the state or Commonwealth of Virginia. So very close race in this one, but it looks like the Democrats are on track to win all 3 races in Virginia. As for the House of Delegates, that has still not yet been called, but Democrats have 24 wins. Republicans have 9. Would not be shocked one bit to see the Democrats winning there as well. So the Democrats are doing really, really well in the Commonwealth of Virginia. As for New Jersey, with 57% of the vote in, so far we're still waiting on a lot of votes to come in for Jack Ciattarelli to make this race more competitive, because so far it has been a Democratic blowout. 57% of the vote in, Mikie Sherrill 56.6%, Jack Ciattarelli 42.9%. Now, 43% of the vote left, as I've been saying for a little bit, is showing there could be enough votes out there for Jack Ciattarelli to make this race close and maybe potentially even pull an upset in this race. But one key area that says that may not be the case is right here in Monmouth County. 95% of the vote has come in for Monmouth County, so there may be a few hundred more votes, maybe a few thousand more votes left out in Monmouth, but it's not going to be all that much. And Jack Ciattarelli is winning 54-45. That is a 9-point win. Now, that's an important number because 9 points may sound good, but when you compare it to 2021, Jack Ciattarelli won Monmouth County by 18 points. Phil Murphy had 96,000 votes. Jack Ciattarelli had 141,000. This time around, Jack Ciattarelli is 146,000. So Ciattarelli is doing about 5,000 votes better in this county than he did in 2021. But Mikie Sherrill is not getting 90,000 votes. She's getting 122,335. Mikie Sherrill is way outperforming in Monmouth County and essentially cut the 2021 margin in half, which is a terrible sign for Jack Ciattarelli to see. Now, the good news for Ciattarelli is a lot of these other counties in the state that are going to vote red, or are supposed to vote red, don't have a lot of high percentage of votes in. Atlantic County, which is supposed to be a big Republican win, still has half the vote left. Cumberland County, half the vote left. Salem County, 75% left. And you go into Hunterdon, but Hunterdon's up to 66%, so there's still a third of the vote left. 52-47, that's supposed to vote red. Somerset, still a lot of vote left. Morris County, a lot of vote left. Passaic, a lot of vote left. And Bergen, a lot of vote left. But if Monmouth is any indicator of that margin from 2021 being cut in half, if the margins from 2021 get cut in half for Ciattarelli, what was looking like could Jack Ciattarelli pull off the upset in this race may go the other way. It may become a situation of, can Mikie Sherrill maybe not win by 4 or 5, but can she win by 10? Is more where the direction could be going if Jack Ciattarelli doesn't start narrowing up these margins in these key counties in New Jersey. So it's really interesting to see this unfold. It's 9:23 p.m. and the polls closed in New Jersey at 8 p.m. So we're an hour and 23 minutes into this race, and we still have roughly about 41% of the vote left outstanding. But I did not certainly see this coming in New Jersey. I thought this race was going to be a lot closer. I expected Monmouth County to be a lot more red, and Mikie Sherrill certainly seems to be the one in the driver's seat right now for the state of New Jersey. And we're up to 60% in as some more votes just came in. A slight gain for Jack Ciattarelli, but this race is certainly going a lot better for the Democrats than I certainly expected. Now for New York City is interesting. 52% of the vote is now in, and this race has actually tightened up a little bit. 49.6% for Zohran Mamdani. This is so hard to say. Independent, who is a Democrat who's running an independent campaign, Andrew Cuomo, is at 41.5%, Curtis Sliwa at 8%. And this is interesting. Zohran Mamdani is now fallen behind the 50% number. He was at 51.5 the last time I checked. He's now fallen below that 50-point number. So let's look. Staten Island has had more votes come in. 76% of the vote is in. Cuomo is at 55%. 22% for Curtis Sliwa. Zohran Mamdani, 22%. So Andrew Cuomo is winning Staten Island by a very large margin. Brooklyn, Zohran Mamdani is winning it 45% in, 59-35. As for Queens, this one is actually turning into be very, very close and very, very competitive here. 47% for Zohran Mamdani, 41% for Andrew Cuomo. Only a 6-point lead for Mamdani over Cuomo in Queens right now. That is very significant. Manhattan, 58% in, 52-45 for Mamdani versus Cuomo, an 8-point lead. If that one narrows up at all over the next vote percentages reporting, this could get potentially very interesting here. And lastly, we have the Bronx, which is 51% in. Mamdani's leading 51-40, Sliwa getting 8. So this race, ironically, going into the night, I would have told you that the New York City mayoral race I thought would be the largest margin, and Virginia would then be second competitive, and New Jersey would be the most competitive in terms of the governor ones. But right now, it looks like the New York City mayoral race at this current point in time is more competitive than both the Virginia governor's race and also, at this current moment, the New Jersey governor's race. Where at 60% of the vote, we just officially got a call from the New York Times that Mikie Sherrill, the Democrat, has defeated the Republican Jack Ciattarelli in the New Jersey governor's race. 9:26 p.m., this race has officially been called for Mikie Sherrill. And one sec, I'm going to take a drink of water here. This is very, very interesting that they called this race. I am very shocked that this race got called at 9:26 p.m. I thought for sure going into tonight, the New Jersey governor's race was going to be close and was going to take at least probably until like 10:30 or so to get called. But 60% in, Jack Ciattarelli is just not getting the votes that he did back in 2021. And Mikie Sherrill seems to be outperforming pretty much everywhere in the state of New Jersey. Now, still, with 39% of the vote left, it's possible Jack Ciattarelli will have more Republican vote come in and narrows these margins. Narrows these margins. But Mikie Sherrill winning 61% of the vote, 56.7 to 42.8, is really a shocking Democratic overperformance in these elections, where the question was going to be that these are elections that typically favor the Democrats when a Republican president is in the White House. But the question was going to be, after President Trump only fell to New Jersey to Kamala Harris by about 6 points, the Republicans were hoping for a big overperformance in New Jersey, and maybe they could capitalize on that. Seems to be the exact opposite. Mikie Sherrill leading 56.7, Jack Ciattarelli 42.8, 39% of the vote left to go, but Jack Ciattarelli's even falling short in the red areas. 95% in Monmouth County, I've said this a few times, 9-point victory, less than half the margin from 2021. So when you see now up to 62% of the vote, Mikie Sherrill winning this race 57 to 42.4. I am shocked to see this race being around a 15-point win. I don't think many or any of the pollsters showed this race being that close or being that much of a Democratic win. And again, when all their votes end up being counted, maybe it'll ultimately end up being a more competitive race. Maybe Jack Ciattarelli gets it to like 7 or 8 points or so, but right now, doesn't look like it. Looks like Mikie Sherrill has won this race. Obviously, she's been called the winner, but is way outperforming and way winning this race by a lot more than the margins initially expected. So this is very, very big in New Jersey. In terms of New York, still 60% of the vote in there. Virginia, 81% in. And Jay Jones versus Jason Miyares continues to be the closest race of the night here, with a 2.6% lead for Jay Jones over Miyares. We get into the final 20% of the votes to go. And so far, the big story of the night as well, Democratic overperformance pretty much everywhere. Loudoun County, 59-40 in this race. 63-37 in Prince William. And Fairfax, 68-32. These are pretty much synonymous percentages with a big, 7-point win for the Democrats statewide. The only difference is Jason Miyares seems to be doing well enough throughout the rest of the state of Virginia in the western part and the central part surrounding Richmond, north of Richmond, and so far in the Virginia Beach areas to make this race more competitive. Because in the DC suburbs, this is pretty much a Democratic blowout. But in the Virginia governor's race, oh, not only is this a blowout, I don't even know the word to describe this. This is like, what's the next level above a blowout, is what this race is currently looking like right now. But it is certainly a very fascinating night so far at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time. And this is one that you have to say the Democrats are having about as good of a night, if not even better, than you possibly could have hoped for them. If you're a Democrat and you're hoping for a good Democratic night, I mean, this must literally be the Super Bowl, because they certainly are knocking it out of the park in the governor's race and the attorney general's race thus far, in the lieutenant governor's race in Virginia, which was kind of expected. The only Virginia race that it was a question as to whether or not it was going to be a win or not was the attorney general's race, but now up 2.7% with 81% of the vote in. It seems like the Democrats are going to hold on and win that one. But the Democrat, Mikie Sherrill, winning the New Jersey governor's race right now, 57 to 42.4, with still 37% of the vote left to go in this race, may even be as big of a win, if not even more impressive than the governor's race in Virginia. But a 13-point win in Virginia right now, about 14 and a half point lead in the New Jersey governor's race. Democrats are having a great night in Virginia and are having a great night in New Jersey as well, as the New York Times about 5 minutes ago called this race officially for Mikie Sherrill to be the next governor of the state of New Jersey. So very, very big in those two states. As for the New York City mayor, a lot of votes are coming in very quickly in this one. 69% of the vote is now in, and Zohran Mamdani is back up to that 50% number. 50% of the vote. Andrew Cuomo, 41.4%. Curtis Sliwa, 7.7%. With Eric Adams, who dropped out, getting 0.3% as well, and some other third-party candidates as well. So far, it's a more competitive race. It's still a competitive race. Curtis Sliwa's support getting 7.7% suggests that he's not anywhere near the numbers of getting the 16 to 17% he was getting in the polls. But this just pretty much confirms the thought process the whole time, which was with Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa splitting the vote of the anti-Zohran Mamdani vote, there's just not enough vote out there to defeat Mamdani in this race. Now, I think Andrew Cuomo's making this pretty competitive for a three-way race and making it a lot closer than expected. But if Curtis Sliwa dropped out and endorsed Andrew Cuomo, Mamdani getting 50% of the vote, it's still possible Mamdani would have won this race, and maybe he probably would have won this race, but it would have been a lot closer result than even what we're getting. But it seems Zohran Mamdani is going to have enough support to win. Staten Island is voting 87% in for for Cuomo over Mamdani and Sliwa. Brooklyn's voting so far pretty heavily for Mamdani over Cuomo, 58 to 35. Queens is very competitive though, 47-42 for Mamdani over Cuomo. Manhattan's got a lot more votes come in now, 74% in. Mamdani is defeating Cuomo here, 53 to 43, so about a 10-point lead. So Mamdani's margins have expanded in Manhattan, which is why his support rose another 0.5% or so overall for the whole city. And the Bronx is up to 66% in, 51 to 40 for Mamdani over Cuomo. So, I mean, there were a lot of things going into tonight that were questions in terms of how competitive were the races going to be and which counties and such. I don't know many, including myself, that had the New York City mayoral race being more competitive than the New Jersey governor's race on their bingo card. I certainly didn't have that. If anyone did, I mean, good for you, because 64% in, 57 to 42.3 in the New Jersey governor's race was certainly not what I was expecting to happen on election night tonight. Still 65% in, so there's more votes to go. And a lot of them probably still could come in for Jack Ciattarelli, but I mean, this is a very strong night and a very big performance for Mikie Sherrill and the Democrats in New Jersey. And I'm sure certainly they are very ecstatic how this is going for them thus far, both for their colleagues in Virginia, in New York City, but also for how well they're doing in New Jersey as well. Looking at these counties, Monmouth 95 still, 54-45. Ocean up to 90% in now, 66-33. 66-33 back in 2021. You round up, it'd be about 68-32. About, 36 points or so. This one, it would be about 33. So Jack Ciattarelli, it seemed in Monmouth he was underperforming there between the 21 margin by about, 9 points down from about 18, so about cut in half, about 11 point or so underperformance. He's not doing as badly statewide. He's not underperforming that margin by 11 points or anything, but he's certainly underperforming by a lot. Ocean County is down by a lot. Atlantic County, 49% in. That one's still blue. I think we're going to see more Republican votes there, but I mean, Mikie Sherrill being called the winner in New Jersey this early on into the night certainly is a sign the Democrats were doing very well in Virginia, but doing really well in New Jersey as well. And what the governor's race that was supposed to be the most competitive one is actually right now, if I do the math correctly, I believe New Jersey's governor's race at this current point in time is a larger Democratic win than the Virginia one. This is about 14.4%. And the governor's race right now in Virginia is less than that. It's still about a 12-point win or so, but very, very fascinating with 82% in. The Virginia governor's race is around a 12-point win. In New Jersey's thus far, it's about 14-point win. Now, again, I've been saying for about an hour now, I'm expecting this race to narrow up and for more votes coming for Jack Ciattarelli, but as each vote drop has come in, this race hasn't gotten too much closer. It's been about that. It's been 0.2% in each update as things have gone on. So I don't know. I think the Democrats are doing very well tonight, and Republicans are going to have a lot of questions for what went wrong tomorrow morning, especially in New Jersey, because Jack Ciattarelli right now is not losing. He's getting blown out in this race in New Jersey. And so a lot of questions of what's going on may be happening tomorrow morning, because this is the Democrats having a very, very strong night. As for what's left out there in New Jersey, look at a lot of votes out of Passaic and Morris and Bergen and Somerset. Some votes left at 100 and not a ton, but a lot of these areas I would have told you going in were probably going to be very strong Republican turnout numbers. Like, I thought Bergen or Passaic could have potentially been in play of flipping to the GOP, but based on the way Mikie Sherrill is going against Jack Ciattarelli right now, there's no guarantee when those votes come in, they go Republican. They may go more Democrat. So we'll have to wait and see how that ultimately all ends up going when those numbers come in. But New Jersey is a absolute shock to me how strongly Mikie Sherrill is doing. Virginia, we just checked it, but 83% of the vote in now. The only remaining race that has not been called is the Attorney General's race, where Jay Jones is leading Jason Miyares 51.6 to 48%. Without a doubt, Abigail Spanberger doing so strong at the top of the ticket. And the question was, would that be enough to carry Jay Jones across the finish line? And yep, 2.6%, 17% left of the vote to go. Let's see the votes left out there. A lot of them are around the Virginia Beach area. 41% of the vote in Chesapeake, 52% in Virginia Beach. So these two key areas could be voting red for Miyares. That could be some more Republican votes for him. That'll narrow the margin. Arlington County still has about 47% of the vote left to go. Fairfax has about 11% of the vote left to go, but it's still estimated because of the size of the population to be about 50,000 votes or so. It's going to be close. This is going to be a tight finish in this race, but overall, just doing the math here, 81,000, 56,000 or so. I think we're going to see a race that narrowly goes to Jay Jones. Probably, I think it falls under 2 points, but I think we're going to see this race ultimately go for Jay Jones when everything is said and done. As for Lieutenant Governor, 9-point win or so. Governor, 13-point win nearly. Massive wins for the Democrats there. Massive wins for the Democrats in New Jersey so far. New York City, 75% of the vote is in, 9:38 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The New York Times has officially called the race. Democrat Zohran Mamdani has defeated Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa in the New York City mayoral race. So this is very big. Mamdani broke ahead of 50% again, and Cuomo getting 41.3%. It again showed with Curtis Sliwa in the race taking votes away from Andrew Cuomo, there was not enough anti-Zohran Mamdani vote to defeat him in this race. But even if maybe if Sliwa dropped out of the race and all of that vote went to Cuomo, at this current rate at 75% and Zohran Mamdani getting 50.4%, it seems that Mamdani may have won outright against Cuomo in a head-to-head matchup anyway. Getting 50.4%, breaking 50% of the vote. Zohran Mamdani, who pulled off the upset in the Democratic primary against Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of the state of New York, has defeated him once again in the general election, despite Andrew Cuomo winning Staten Island, getting 56%. Brooklyn going heavily for Mamdani right now. Queens going very close, 47-42 for Mamdani over Cuomo. Manhattan, 79% in, 53-43. In the Bronx, 51-40. Zohran Mamdani is performing very, very strongly throughout all the boroughs, except for Staten Island in New York, and he is declared the winner by the New York Times in this race. So this is very big. I mean, the Democrats have done very well tonight. The Democratic candidate Zohran Mamdani has now won the New York City mayoral race. So that was more of a special case, as it was Mamdani versus Cuomo. It was more like two Democrats really fighting this race. It was more like the farther left Democrats versus the establishment Democrats. But President Trump weighed in on this race. He even said to go out and vote for Andrew Cuomo to try and help his chances. And it does seem to actually have made a pretty significant impact. Sliwa support going down from 17% down to 7.5%, and Cuomo's going up from 33 to 41.3. I think President Trump actually played a pretty sizable impact in getting some Republican voters to vote for Andrew Cuomo, but Zohran Mamdani had such a high number of support, and his supporters, and also likely maybe turned some of those independents and Democrats away after President Trump made a move and decided to vote for Mamdani. Mamdani won this race, and he won it against a former governor and the Republican nominee in 2021. Virginia, still not too much has changed. New Jersey, up to 69% of the vote in, 56.5 to 42.9%. And let's see, Fox just called the race for Mamdani. Interesting. Yeah, so, I mean, Democrats are having a great night. They definitely are. There's no other way really to look at it right now. 75% in, Mamdani 50.4, 41.3. And Zohran Mamdani will be the next mayor of New York for the next 4 years. And it's going to be really interesting to see how that all goes. Mamdani made a lot of promises on the campaign and in the Democratic primary of stuff he wanted to do if he became the next mayor of New York City. He is going to become the next mayor of New York City. I'm sure he's going to have a lot of opposition in the media and such, but it's going to be interesting to see if he can do what he says he wants to do and ultimately how it goes and how voters in New York will approve him or not. Come 4 years from now in 2029, are we talking about Zohran Mamdani getting reelected as mayor? Are we talking about Zohran Mamdani maybe losing reelection as mayor? I mean, these are questions that a few years from now we're going to be asking, so it's going to be very interesting to see how this ultimately all goes. But for tonight, I mean, without a doubt, this is a very great night for Zohran Mamdani and his team and his supporters. They've won a very tight race against Andrew Cuomo and Curtis Sliwa. It certainly was closer than a lot of the polls suggested in the three-way race of being about a 14, 15-point race. It's like a 9.1 or 9 race right now, but this so far has been overall 2025 seems to be a very big night for the Democrats. And if the Republicans going into tonight were hoping that this would be a great night for them and that would maybe give them a little bit of momentum heading into the 2026 midterms. I mean, if we're going to start having this conversation, I think the Republicans may potentially be a little bit scared heading into the midterms after seeing how tonight went. Because seeing the Democrats do very well in Virginia, Democrats do well in New York City, but Democrats really do well in New Jersey is definitely a worrying sign for the Republicans. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this all goes. Also, it's 9:42 p.m., and I do believe we're going to get the California Proposition 50 results at, I want to say it's 10 p.m. the polls close. I want to be totally sure. I think it is 10 p.m. is when the polls do close for California Proposition 50. So we're going to have to wait and see how those ultimately all go. But based on how tonight's gone, with the Democrats looking pretty strongly in every race that's gone on so far, fully expect we're going to see Proposition 50 pass, which will clear the door for, or clear the way for Democrats to redraw the California congressional map. And the rumor is it'd be getting the Democrats essentially 5 extra House seats in the state of California for 2026. So far, if you're joining the stream just now, you probably caught some of what I was saying. But firstly, welcome. Thank you for watching the stream. Make sure to hit like and subscribe and all that if you're enjoying what you're seeing tonight. But so far, the Democrats are having an excellent night. They've won 2 out of the 3 races in Virginia so far, which them currently looking like they're on track to win the Attorney General's race for Jay Jones over Jason Miyares as well. The scandal with Jay Jones certainly hurt him. This race is a lot more competitive than the other two. He's only up by 2.6%, when the others are up by about 13 points and about 9 points. So definitely more competitive, but Jay Jones seems to be winning enough support and enough undecided support to win this race, and it looks like he's going to hold on and do so. In New Jersey, however, New Jersey to me is 100% the shock of the night. Democrat Mikie Sherrill was declared the winner about 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago or so. 70% of the vote in, Mikie Sherrill winning over Jack Ciattarelli 56.5 to 42.9 in this race. A massive, massive win in New Jersey for the Democrat. And New York City, Democrat Zohran Mamdani was just called the winner a few minutes ago, 50.6% to 41.2 for Andrew Cuomo, with over 80% of the vote in. Now, just before, I want to pull up something, because I didn't have this map pulled up, because I honestly thought it would be more like 2021. But let's pull up the New Jersey. Let's see here. New Jersey general elections. Let's see if we can get, okay, I'll have to, yeah, I may have to look it up on Google instead. But I want to pull up the 2017 New Jersey governor election, because this is really, really crazy how this is playing out. So Phil Murphy ran for governor in 2017 against the Republican Lieutenant Governor Kim Ghazala. Now, this was after Chris Christie was governor. He had a very low approval rating while leaving office, and this set the stage for the Democrat Phil Murphy running in the first Trump term. And everything was essentially going the Democrats' way, and Phil Murphy won 55.7% to Kim Ghazala's 42.2%, roughly a 13.5-point win. Look at what New Jersey is right now. 56.5 to 42.9. Not that far off at this current moment in time from what we saw back in 2017 in the first Trump term, now in the second Trump term. Now, the difference was the Republicans are running Jack Ciattarelli, who just lost the 2021 governor's race in New Jersey by only 3 points, 51.2 to 48%. And he's running after Donald Trump just lost New Jersey at the presidential level by about 6 points in 2024. And yet, this map from 2017, at least thus far, seems more representative of how the New Jersey governor's race is currently going for 2025. This is a very shocking performance for the Democrats, and one the Democrats have to be super proud of in New Jersey, because the Democrats are way outperforming so far. And yes, I've been saying throughout the night that with 71% of the vote in New Jersey, that's to about 2,359,522 voters. There's still a lot of vote left out there for Jack Ciattarelli to boost his margins and make this overall margin smaller. But as the night has gone on and more votes have come in, the margin really hasn't shifted much. And you start to see at some of these areas, the one I keep coming back to is Monmouth County. Monmouth County is supposed to be one of Jack Ciattarelli's largest Republican win areas. He's winning at 54 to 45, a 9-point victory. 2017, where Murphy defeated Ghazala by about 13.5% statewide. Monmouth County voted 12 points for Kim Ghazala over Phil Murphy, 12.1%. That means in an election where Jack Ciattarelli is supposed to be like the best Republican candidate and supposed to make this race really close, he is losing Monmouth County, or winning Monmouth County by 3 points less than the Republican won it by in 2017, when they were losing the race and got blown out in that race in 2017. And Jack Ciattarelli was hoping to win this governor's race this time, and Monmouth County was a 3-point underperformance from what that was in 2017. 50% in Atlantic County. This one I fully expect will change, but it's 57-42. In 2017, it was 55 to 41. That's pretty much exactly lined up with that 2017 map. Hunterdon County. Ciattarelli is winning at 50.2 to 49.3. And right now, or in 2017, 58.939. A lot. I don't know what happened in New Jersey, but to me, it totally seems a lot of Democrats and independents got out to vote really, really strongly for Mikie Sherrill and voted really strongly against Jack Ciattarelli, even in numbers that were even stronger than in President Trump's first term, where that governor's race was 13.5%. In some instances, in some counties like Monmouth, they're even voting more Democratic in this election than they did in that one. Also, it's got chat comment. Fox just called the Attorney General's race in Virginia for Jay Jones. Let's see if New York Times did as well. Interesting. New York Times did not call it yet. It's still 51.7, 47.9. But I mean, this, I fully understand this. I've been saying for about half an hour now. I think they should call Virginia for Jay Jones. I don't see the math out there for Jason Miyares in this race. I just don't. 47.8%, 51.8, about a 2 or 3 point lead now. Yeah, there's or no, 4 point lead. I'm sorry. There's now 89% of the vote in Fairfax County, 68-32, Loudoun 59-40, Prince William 63-37. Yeah, the numbers in the Washington D.C. suburbs are just too much for Jason Miyares to overcome. And I feel like this is the story of the night so far. Is the Democrats, you have to give the Democrats credit. They are doing very well in Virginia, in New Jersey, in New York City, and they're proving right now going into 2026, the Republicans and President Trump have a lot to be worried about because they are doing really, really, really strongly. And also, they should be commended for that. They're doing a great job, but they look at this 12.8% win in the Virginia governor's race, 86% of the vote in too, but 12.8%. The Attorney General's race, which the Republicans were hoping they were going to win after the scandal that broke against Jay Jones. Jay Jones is winning right now by 4 points. 4 points in this race. But New Jersey, 13.3% lead for Mikie Sherrill over Jack Ciattarelli right now with 73% of the vote in. This is a crazy type of Democratic blowout win that should really have Republicans nationwide absolutely shook at these results. And the Democrats certainly, on pretty much a lot of things, on a lot of issues, are going to feel very optimistic about this, especially in the state of New Jersey, where Republicans were hoping after 2024 that this is going to be a state they can make a toss-up state for 2028, and maybe one that J.D. Vance could maybe try and upset and win in 2028. At this rate, I think we're closer to seeing New Jersey maybe go back to being a safe Democratic state rather than seeing it become a toss-up one. I mean, 13.3% with 73% of the vote in, one of the largest Republican counties in the state, the margin being cut in half from 2021. Ocean County, 67-33. Atlantic, still 50% in. Hunterdon County, now over 95% of the vote in, 52-47. Back in 2021, 59-40.2. Jack Ciattarelli's numbers, he is getting absolutely, I don't even know what to say, blown out, shellacked, crushed, destroyed. Can choose any number you want. Mikie Sherrill is absolutely dominating Jack Ciattarelli in the New Jersey governor's race right now. And the more and more votes that come in, the margin is not changing. It looked like it potentially, maybe it may change a little bit. There's still some votes out in Bergen County and Passaic County and Morris County that may come in for Ciattarelli that will soften the margins a little bit, but this is certainly looking like to be a Democratic blowout. Virginia has been called. All right, let's see. This is Jay Jones. Still on here. It hasn't been called yet, but 87% in. It's going to be called any second. Honestly, I may just leave it on here because 87% in, 52.1, 47.5. Yeah, Jay Jones is going to win this race. 100%. Fox News is calling it. Decision Desk HQ called it. I want to say probably about 2 hours ago now. They called that race in Virginia for the Attorney General race for Jay Jones, for Jason Miyares. And Miyares at 47.5%. I mean, the numbers were there, honestly. The final polling average, Miyares was getting 47.1, Jay Jones 45.6, 7.3% were undecided. The last 4 polls all showed the race either tied or Jay Jones leading by 2 points and by 2 points. Still a decent amount of undecided vote. After the scandal, Jason Miyares was still not getting to that 50% number, which he needed to win. And as the results have come in, Jay Jones getting 52.1%. Where's Miyares? 47.5%. Based on the polls, Miyares did exactly, he got the exact number the poll said he was going to get. But Jay Jones, he got the undecided voters, and he got the voters who said they were probably going to vote for him anyway, but wanted to stay quiet about it, didn't want to say they were openly supporting him. He got those voters, and looks like we're moments away from this race being called. Ghazala Hashmi as well. This is going to be a race that's not talked about as much, but 54.7%. John Reid, 45.1%. I mean, we can even look at this one, see what these final polling numbers were. John Reid was getting 44.3%, 6.8% undecided. Hashmi getting about 49%. Look what the final result ended up being. 45.1 for Reid. The Republicans pretty much got the exact amount of support the polls said they would, but the Democrats really overperformed, getting a lot of these undecided voters. And they did it in the lieutenant governor's race. They did it in the attorney general's race. And man, did they really do it in the governor's race. 56.6% for Abigail Spanberger. Winsome Sears getting 43.2%. Winsome Sears in the polling average, 42.8%. You would have thought, well, maybe Winsome Sears will get a little bit higher than that. Republicans haven't lost that badly in Virginia before. 43.2%. At first, it was looking like, would 2025 be an election year like 2017, like 2021, maybe somewhere in between? It ends up, so far, being even worse than 2017 when you look at Virginia, which was an 8.9% win for the Democrats in 2017, and in New Jersey, which was roughly about a 13.5% win for the Democrats in 2017. At least thus far in New Jersey, right now, it is a 13.5 point Democratic win in the state of New Jersey. And in Virginia, the governor's race, 13.4% win. It also is interesting. Both Mikie, Sherrill, and Abigail Spanberger have posted things online and done interviews saying that they are very close friends. I believe they were colleagues in the House together, and they were very close friends. And they said they were both going to win together tonight on election night. And when they said that, I don't know if they even had in mind the thought that they'd be winning by almost the exact same electoral margin of victory. But 13.5% in New Jersey, and right now, 13.5% in Virginia for the two Democratic woman candidates. They are winning and winning by a lot. And again, New Jersey, as the number creeps up, now 77% of the vote in, only 23% left of the vote to go. At least thus far, Jack Ciattarelli is nowhere near that margin of making this race more competitive and more votes come in. Bergen County, 85% of the vote in, 55-44 for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. 2021 was 52.5 to 46.9. 2017, 56.6, 41.8. Jack Ciattarelli is putting more like a 2017 Republican performance than a 2021 one, which is certainly not something a lot of Republicans and a lot of political pollsters and such would have predicted coming into this night. So it's hard to put this into words, honestly, because the Democrats have done such a great job tonight in a lot of the votes that they've done. The Republicans have done such a poor job, and it is a Democratic blowout in tonight's election so far. Virginia has been the case. Attorney General for Jay Jones. I mean, I was going to say Jay Jones winning going into this might have been the biggest, Democratic, wow, Democrats really did a upset and biggest Democratic surprise. But, I mean, Jay Jones winning by 4.5% or so, or 5.5% or so right now, may even pale in comparison to winning the New Jersey governor's race by 13.5% with only 23% of the vote left to go. It is honestly crazy and surreal to see the Democrats getting these levels of support, especially in New Jersey, where in 2021, all the polls showed it being a blowout and ultimately ended up being a super close race. Now in 2025, all the polls showed it being a very close race, and it ended up being a blowout. It's so interesting. It's so interesting to see how this goes. Now, in New York City, Zohran Mamdani has also been called the winner with 86% of the votes in, and he has 50.5%. Andrew Cuomo, 41.4%. Curtis Sliwa getting 7.2%. Staten Island now up to 92% of the vote in. Cuomo is leading 56 to 22 to 21. Brooklyn, Zohran Mamdani is winning 58% to 37% for Andrew Cuomo. Curtis Sliwa has 5%. Queens, 86% of the vote in. Mamdani narrowly leading over Cuomo here, 47 to 42. Sliwa's getting 10% there. Manhattan, 53-43 with 88% of the vote in there. 3% only for Curtis Sliwa in Manhattan. In the Bronx, 51 to 40% for Mamdani over Cuomo with 84% of the vote in. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's New York City, whether it's Virginia, or whether it's New Jersey. 2025 elections, bottom line, Democrats are winning everywhere. And this is certainly making a lot of Republicans, especially a lot of Washington Republicans and President Trump, probably very nervous and very anxious heading into the 2026 elections if the Democrats can carry this over into the midterms. Because, man, the Democrats are winning, and they're winning everywhere. Just last note also, 78% of the vote in, 42.9% for Ciattarelli, 42.2% in 2017. Ciattarelli is only doing 0.7% better than the Democratic blowout in 2017, which is absolutely crazy to think about. It is also now 10 p.m. for California Proposition 50, which I do believe should be closing its polls at either 5 p.m. or 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. I think it might be 11 p.m. actually. I may have gotten that incorrect. I think it is 11 p.m. So maybe another hour or so until we start getting these results. But based on how Democrats are doing in New Jersey, in Virginia, and in New York, fully expect that we're going to start seeing some results come in that are very good for the Democrats in the state of California. This is very, very, very fascinating to see how this has unfolded. I mean, I thought, to be completely honest with you, going into tonight, I thought this would be the point we'd start seeing some results come in out of New Jersey where Mikie Sherrill would slowly start to pull ahead and win by about 5 or 6 points. But at this current point in time, with 70% of the vote and seeing her win by this much, honestly, is pretty shocking to me to see it go to this level. So, I mean, just bottom line, I mean, Democrats deserve all the praise tonight. They said they were going to win these races. They said they were going to win them big. They said a lot of Republicans, it's like Jack Ciattarelli was going to get blown out in this race and was not going to have a chance really at winning. And so far, I mean, man, is Mikie Sherrill beating Jack Ciattarelli by a lot right now. Man, is she beating him by a lot. And she took a state that Republicans were feeling could have been a very close state in 2028, was a lot more competitive in 2024, and essentially said, nope, this is not a toss-up state. This is a blue state and will continue to be a blue state. If this governor's election is any indication of that, 100%. And now I want to go back also to Graham's super chat from earlier in the night. He asked, do you think Tennessee 7 will be a flip in December? I haven't looked too much at that district in terms of what its rating is, but if this election were any indicator, and it's a Republican versus a Democrat, if the district's even remotely competitive, this is probably going to be a pretty strong night for the Democrats for that one too. Democrats this entire year have done a very strong job at performing in these special elections. They did it in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. They did it in the Florida special elections, and they're doing it in New Jersey, in Virginia, and in New York City in strong numbers, and are going to do it probably in California. So if there's a special election, there's a Democrat running, the motto for 2025 has been the Democrats are going to perform very strongly. So to answer your question, do I think Tennessee 7 will flip? You can't rule it out. You really can't rule it out. The Democrats are doing very strongly, and you cannot rule out the possibility that that may happen. But this has been very, very interesting. I hope if you've been watching since the beginning of the stream, first of all, thank you so much for doing that. I really appreciate you sticking around. But also, I hope you've enjoyed. I hope this is entertaining, because for me, it's definitely been entertaining, because I did not expect these results to come in this way at all, which has made seeing these results come in at these margins really, really, really fascinating. So it's crazy. Now we're up to 80% of the vote in New Jersey. Mikie Sherrill now has 56.4%, Jack Ciattarelli 43.1%. Let's see the key areas here. Moore's still 52.47%. Passaic, not really changed. Bergen, not really changed too much out of New Jersey. We're up to 91% in Middlesex County. Let's actually start doing that. Let's start looking at the Democratic areas Mikie Sherrill did well. Essex County with 95% in, finished at 77% to Jack Ciattarelli's 23%. In 2021, it was 74-25.4. So it shifted even more to the Democrats' direction from 2021 to 2025. In 2017, it voted blue about 80-19. So Ciattarelli did better than it did in 2017, but still certainly did worse in 2021. Hudson County, 78%. Still, we got some votes to go in Hudson County. Mikie Sherrill winning by a very large margin. Union County, Mikie Sherrill's winning 66-33. Actually, let me go. I'm sorry, not to go New York City. I want to go here. It was 65.32 in 2017, and it was 61.5, 37.6 in 2021. I mean, this is just, the Democrats did great. Mikie Sherrill did great here, and Jack Ciattarelli and the Republicans in New Jersey were not able to get the vote numbers they needed to get out and make this race competitive in the way that the polling showed that it was, and probably they thought the way it was. I mean, we can look at the final polling numbers here. Jack Ciattarelli got 45.1% in the polling average, with Mikie Sherrill getting 49.9% and other undecided about 5%. If you give Mikie Sherrill every single one of those votes, what would it bring her to? 54.9%. She's running 2 points above that. She is running 2 points above the polling average if you gave her that extra 5% every single one of those voters. And Jack Ciattarelli is running about 2 points under what his current number was. So it's crazy to see. Now, looking back on it, how much the Democrats really strongly performed in both New Jersey, but also in Virginia as well, but really especially in New Jersey. Because I think we always kind of expected, and doing the build up for this race, that Virginia, the Democrats were going in very strong. Without a doubt, Abigail Spanberger, the final polls showed this was going to be a very, very big win for the Democrats. But not only was it a big win for the Democrats, it really became a massive win for the Democrats. 13.5% win, which does fall under the likely Democratic margin of 5 to 15 points. But man, a 13.4% lead with 88% of the vote in. Blue Virginia Beach, blue Chesapeake, Loudoun County 64-35, Prince William 67-33, 73-27 in Fairfax, 83-17 in Arlington, Alexandria 83-17. This was not a Democratic win in Virginia. This was a Democrat blowout, shellacking, steamrolling. It was just a Democratic masterclass of how to win the Commonwealth of Virginia in the governor's race. And the lieutenant governor's race before I get to that, New York Times, very big call, officially is called the Virginia Attorney General's race for the Democrat Jay Jones. With 88% of the vote in at 10:07 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Jay Jones has officially defeated the Republican incumbent Jason Miyares, flipping the Attorney General's office that was held by the Republican Attorney General to the Democrats, 52 to 47.6. The Democrats were hoping to win big in Virginia, and honestly probably entered today thinking they would love to win this race, but potentially maybe would fall a little bit short. But ultimately, the Democrats won in a blowout in the governor's race. They won in a blowout in the lieutenant governor's race. And now, with the cherry on top, Jay Jones won the Attorney General's office. So all three big elections in Virginia, governor, lieutenant governor, and Attorney General, the Democrats won and won massively. And Jay Jones winning against Jason Miyares is really the big cherry on top for the Democrats having an excellent night in Virginia and really nationwide. As for the House of Delegates, Democrats not officially in control yet, but 41 Democrats, 12 Republicans. Democrats well on their way to winning the House of Democrats. Democrats are going to have a massive control over the state of Virginia for the next few years here. Jay Jones, 52%, Jason Miyares, 47.6%. And again, it's crazy, but it came to fruition. There was enough undecided vote in the race. Let me get it up here. Jason Miyares was leading 47.1 to 45.6, 7.3% left undecided. And the comparison I used in kind of an invert way was the Donald Trump in 2016 comparison. Hillary Clinton led in a lot of polls with 47%. Donald Trump and a lot of them had 44%, but there was still a very large percentage of voters, that's 7% or so, who said they were undecided and said they didn't know who they were going to vote for, or at least told pollsters they didn't know who they were going to vote for. But obviously the hidden Jay Jones vote was very strong because he got 52% of the vote. Jason Miyares got 47.6. Jason Miyares got essentially the exact voting margin, now 47.4. Jason Miyares got the exact voting margin the polls said he was going to get. So from that standpoint, the polls were accurate and correct in predicting what Jason Miyares was going to get. But Jay Jones, it's almost like the scandal certainly hurt him because 52.2 to 47.4, this was the most competitive race of the night. The other lieutenant governor's race was 54.7 to 45.1. That's right around an 8 to 9 point win for the Democrat. That was the second most competitive race of the night. And the governor's race was 13.4% win for Spanberger versus Sears. If this race was a 9-point win for Spanberger over Sears, we probably would have saw Jason Miyares narrowly win this race. Jones getting 52.2, when Spanberger's getting 56.6. He's underperforming by about 4 points on just the Democratic vote totals. And Miyares is going from 43.2 of Sears up to 47.4. So roughly in total, that 4 plus another 4, roughly an 8-point overall shift from the governor's race to the attorney general's race. And yet, Abigail Spanberger winning by 13 points was such a strong enough margin, it put Jay Jones where he could win by 5 points in this race. If it were ultimately a 9-point race or so, and it was down about 8 points, that would lead Jay Jones barely winning by 1 point and maybe open up enough of a possibility for Jason Miyares to win. But the Democrats in Virginia, and probably a lot of independents that vote Democrat, I believe one of the earlier comments in the chat was that, according to NBC, Democrats won independents in Virginia by 10 to 11 points. A lot of them turned out and voted for the Democrats enough in Virginia that it carried Jay Jones across the finish line. Jay Jones could not have won this race with Democrats alone. And I don't think a lot of the Democrats in Virginia would not have won with Democrats alone. They needed independents to vote for them by the 11-point margin that they did to get these margins. And boy, did they. 52.2% for Jay Jones to Jason Miyares' 47.4 in a race that completely shifted overnight, where it looked like this race was going to be a Republican win for a few weeks or so. After this, before the scandals broke with Jay Jones, he was leading in the polls. 6-point lead, 4-point lead, 6-point lead, 6-point lead, 3-point lead. And the scandal breaks. Miyares up 2, up 6, up 3, up 5, up 4, up 1. Now it starts to get tight, but still leading by 7, leading by 4, leading by 1, leading by 1, leading by 2, leading by 1. And now in the final polls showed him tied up 2. Jay Jones ended up winning by around 5 points, as if the scandal didn't even happen and didn't even affect him, because it definitely did. This race being a underperformance of the 13-point win for Spanberger and the 9-point win for Ghazala Hashmi, the scandal certainly hurt Jay Jones. There were a lot of Democrats and a lot of independents that did not vote for Jay Jones and either voted for Jason Miyares or did not vote in this race. We can actually look at this: 3,041,000 votes in this race. The governor's race had 3,096,000. So there's probably around 50,000 or so voters, 50,000 plus voters that did not vote in the attorney general's race that did vote in the governor's race. Spanberger got 1,760,000 votes. Jay Jones got 1,000,000, about 600,000 votes. So there were a lot of Democrats in this race that either didn't vote for Jay Jones, that voted for Spanberger, or that voted for Spanberger and decided to leave Jones out or vote for Jason Miyares, because Winsome Sears only got 1,331,000. Jason Miyares is getting 1,434,000. There were a lot of independents and a lot of Democrats that voted blue for governor and voted red for attorney general, and it still was not enough. Jay Jones, as more votes come in, 90% of the vote in, is winning 52.5 to 47%. Where even areas like Chesapeake, with 95% in, are voting red or voting blue, for Jay Jones. Virginia Beach voting red for Jason Miyares over Jay Jones with 55% in. I bet when those votes are all in, it's probably going to be a little bit more in the blue category, based on how Jones is doing, winning by 5.5%. A likely Democratic margin for Jay Jones in this race. Not too many people, including myself, had that margin coming for this race heading into election night. But Jay Jones, on the back of the coattails of Abigail Spanberger and Ghazala Hashmi, put on a Democratic performance, a Democratic masterclass of a performance in Virginia tonight. And it only gets even better for the Democrats if they win all 3 of these races. They're on track to win the House of Delegates back. They already have control of the state Senate. The Democrats are in a very strong position in Virginia for the next few years. And if they want to redraw the congressional map in their favor, from a state government and legislative government standpoint, there's no one in the way to stop them. Now to New Jersey, where New Jersey at 83% of the vote in, and this race has not gotten any closer. 56.4% for Mikie Sherrill, 43.1% for Jack Ciattarelli. 13.3% lead in the New Jersey governor's race, Sherrill versus Ciattarelli. As each update came in, earlier in the night, I said there's no way Jack Ciattarelli loses by this much. It's going to narrow up. It's going to get closer. And yet, it never came. Mikie Sherrill was winning this race by 13 points. As Hunterdon County came in, Ciattarelli won it by 5. In 2021, he won it by 18 to 19. 2017, the Republican won it by 20 points. Jack Ciattarelli won it by 5. Morris County, 68% of the vote in. Now 84% of the vote is in New Jersey. 52-47 in Morris County. Okay, 52-47 in Morris. In 2021, it voted 55-43. In 2017, it voted red 53.2 to 45. Mikie Sherrill is outperforming Jack Ciattarelli from 2021 in pretty much everywhere. In the same way that we said that for 2024 that Donald Trump pretty much outperformed Kamala Harris in every single county, man, Mikie Sherrill is outperforming Jack Ciattarelli in every single county and then some from 2021 to 2025. It is a fascinating performance to see the Democrats do this well. Definitely in Virginia for sure, but definitely in New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli went from losing by 3.2% in 2021 to losing by 13.2% in 2025. 4 years later, against a Democrat who, also worth noting, was running to succeed the Democratic governor, Phil Murphy, who, according to opinion polling data, Phil Murphy was underwater by similar margins, if not as much, as President Donald Trump in the state of New Jersey, who a lot of New Jersey voters seemed they wanted a change and they didn't want Phil Murphy as governor anymore. And Mikie Sherrill must have won a lot of those voters over because she's getting 56.3% of the vote with 84% of the vote in. At this point, maybe some more votes come in. Maybe they narrow the race up. I'm not sure at this point that they will. But even if they did, Mikie Sherrill is winning by numbers I don't think many saw coming. Maybe New Jersey Democrats in New Jersey did. Probably Mikie Sherrill's family probably thought she maybe wouldn't be this margin. But many political pollsters did not see this race of a Democratic win coming. And it is a resounding victory for the Democrats in New Jersey and Virginia and really nationwide tonight. Democrats had an amazing night. Republicans, boy, did not. Lastly, we have New York City, where Zohran Mamdani, 50.3%, 41.6% for Andrew Cuomo. 89% of the vote is in. Zohran Mamdani already has been called the winner in this race. It should be worth noting all of the key races for this 2025 elections: the Virginia, New Jersey governor, Virginia AG and lieutenant governor, and New York City mayor. All of them, all the major ones we've been covering for weeks and months and doing videos on, doing several videos per week, doing in some cases 2 to 3 videos per day on all of them. They've all been called. And a lot of them, they were called an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours earlier than we thought they were going to, because the Democrats had that great of a night and that great of a performance in a lot of these races. It is absolutely, absolutely crazy how well the Democrats have done tonight. In New York City, ironically, Zohran Mamdani versus Andrew Cuomo, the one where the poll showed was the largest lead, was the closest race of the night between the New Jersey governor and Virginia governor and New York City mayor. Of the top 3 nationwide races, the New York City mayoral race was the closest of the 3. When even still, a 9-point lead, a very solid Democratic win, was still the closest race. Now, Andrew Cuomo did what he needed to do in Staten Island. He won it by very large margins. Curtis Sliwa only got 7.2% of the vote. In terms of how the polling had him, Andrew Cuomo did better than the poll suggested and got a lot of Curtis Sliwa supporters to his side. But Zohran Mamdani did what he needed to do in Brooklyn. He got 57% of the vote. He did what he needed to do in Queens. It was a lot closer, 88% of the votes in, but he got 47% of the vote. Cuomo got 47 or 42, and Sliwa got 10. Mamdani needed way to do in Queens, in Manhattan, 53% of the vote for Zohran Mamdani in Manhattan, breaking 50% in Manhattan, in the area with all the rich financial districts, all the areas that said they didn't want Zohran Mamdani to be the next mayor of New York City. He got more than 53% of the vote. Andrew Cuomo, the former governor of New York, 43%. And lastly, the Bronx, the area that I thought would be the reddest of all the boroughs outside of Staten Island and probably would be the most open to voting for Andrew Cuomo, voted 51-40 for Zohran Mamdani versus Andrew Cuomo in this race. Absolutely crazy win in Democratic performance for Zohran Mamdani, who took on the Democratic establishment in the primary, took on the former Democratic governor of Andrew Cuomo, and he won. And then he did it again the general election, took on the former governor, the current mayor, and the Republican nominee from 2021, and he won. Another big Democratic win for Zohran Mamdani, the next mayor of New York City. A very big win for Abigail Spanberger, who now at 92% of the vote in, is up 56.9% to Winsome Sears 42.9%. Now a 14-point lead for the Democrat over the Republican in Virginia. A 14-point lead in the Commonwealth of Virginia. The state that voted for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump by about 5.9%, 5.8%. A 14-point win for the Democratic candidate for governor over the Republican lieutenant governor who won 4 years ago in her own race is a 14-point victory. The attorney general's race, the Democratic candidate who had a scandal break against him that would have sunk several other candidates, and probably in the history of United States politics has sunken several other candidates, has gotten 52.4% of the vote. Jason Miyares, the Republican incumbent attorney general, who has done exactly what the poll said he was going to do, got 47% of the vote. In an election environment where the Democrats did so well, he did not get one more vote than the poll said he was going to get. Of the 6% of voters that were undecided, he did not get one more vote because the Democrats at the top of the ticket and in this race had too strong of a night and too strong of a turnout. And the Democratic voters and the independent voters wanted change and wanted change badly. And man, did they do so. Lieutenant Governor Ghazala Hashmi, 54.9%, 44.8%, a 10.1% win in the lieutenant governor's race that almost nobody talked about as much as the governor and attorney general's race, a 10-point win for the Democrats. The Democrats, honestly, it should have been a sign for tonight the Democrats are going to do very well. And it kind of was the second Loudoun County came in. When Loudoun County came in at 63-37 for Spanberger over Sears, and then it got even more blue at one point and got up to, now it's at 64-35. When it got even more blue, seeing Loudoun County vote 30 points for the Democrat, when even in 2017, when Ralph Northam defeated Ed Gillespie here by 20 points, Republicans probably thought, okay, well, even if we do badly tonight in 2025, in 2017, we lost to Ralph Northam by 8.9%. Winsome Sears probably can't lose more than that, right? Losing by 8.9% tonight for Winsome Sears would probably have made, this probably makes Ed Gillespie look like one of the best candidates ever in Virginia to only lose by 8.9% when tonight they lost by 14 points. Maybe that's what Republicans need to give Ed Gillespie credit for only losing by 8.9 after losing by 14 tonight in the governor's race. Maybe that's the takeaway. But Democrats had an exceptional night. I think that's the word. I've been struggling all night to find the word to describe what the Democrats are doing tonight, and I think the word is exceptional. They're winning the governor's race in the state of Virginia, the state that was for 50 years a solid Republican state, became a very important toss-up state in 2000, 2004, 2008, 2012, and even was semi-competitive in 2016. Joe Biden won it by 10 points. Donald Trump lost it to Kamala Harris by about 6 points in 2024, and now it is elected the Democrat Abigail Spanberger as governor against the Republican lieutenant governor by 14 points. In the attorney general's race, the candidate who had a scandal, a very damaging scandal break against him, won by 5.2%. And in the lieutenant governor, the race that, quite frankly, does not get as talked about as much, down ballot went 10 points for the lieutenant governor. And in the House of Delegates as well, 47-17 Democrat Republican. It's not won by the Democrats yet, but it 100% is, because the Democrats did so well everywhere else in Virginia tonight. Very, very big win. Now, New Jersey. What's the takeaway here? 86% of the vote in. As more votes will come in, this race will narrow up. Nope. Not one bit. Not one bit. Just like Loudoun County was the indicator for Virginia, Monmouth County was the indicator for New Jersey. Jack Ciattarelli won this county by 18 points in 2021. In 2017, the Republican Kim Godano, who lost this race by 13.5%, won Monmouth County by 12 points. At the time, a underperformance, a 12-point win. It just went to Jack Ciattarelli by 9 points against Mikie Sherrill. 9 points. Now, Salem County, 58-41 for Ciattarelli, a 17-point victory. Let's look back at 2021. A 29-point victory in Salem County. Cumberland, 55-43 for Ciattarelli. Oh, excuse me. 55-43. 55-45 for Mikie Sherrill. Not Jack Ciattarelli. 55-45, Mikie Sherrill. Cape May, 59-41 for Ciattarelli over Sherrill there. 62-36. Atlantic, 55-43. This time around, 55-44 for Mikie Sherrill over Jack Ciattarelli, the opposite direction. Still, 39% of the vote left to go to be called in this county. But based on the way the rest of New Jersey is voted, are you confident it's going to come in for Jack Ciattarelli? I'm not. Camden, 91% in, 67-32 for Mikie Sherrill. Phil Murphy got 61 to 37.5. And this county as well, Gloucester, I believe this is. Gloucester County, 54-44 for Jack Ciattarelli in 2021. This time around, 51-48 Mikie Sherrill. Mikie Sherrill did better in the blue areas of Essex and Hudson, and she did better in the red areas, Gloucester, Cumberland, in Salem, in Monmouth, in Atlantic County. She may win it. She may not win it. There's still 39% of the vote left to go. It may lessen the margin. Jack Ciattarelli may get the votes. He may not get the votes. We're going to have to wait and see. But Mikie Sherrill outperformed Jack Ciattarelli and Phil Murphy from 2021, and she outperformed him everywhere. Ocean County, 67-32 for Jack Ciattarelli. 67-32. In 2021, 67.5 to 32. 68-32, really. Only a difference of about a point or so. This one county seemed to match the margins from 2021. Every other county did not get the memo. Neighboring Monmouth, 9-point. Nope. Mercer County, 75-24. Big Democratic win. Middlesex, 62-37. It was 55-43 in 2021. Somerset, 51.5, 47.7. Somerset, 58-41. Hunterdon, a 5-point win for Jack Ciattarelli. It was an 18-point win in 2021. Go through all these counties. Look at the key areas I talked about at the start of the stream. I said if Jack Ciattarelli is going to win, he's probably going to do it in Morris County, Passaic County, and Bergen County. Morris County voted 52-48 with 77% in, so there's still more vote to go, but it voted 52-48 for Mikie Sherrill. It was a Republican win by 11 points in 2021. Passaic, 47% in, so a lot of vote to go, but we're up to 87% of the vote in now. 56-43 right now for Sherrill over Ciattarelli. If that holds, it voted 51.4 to 47.7 back in 2021. And lastly, Bergen County, the one that Donald Trump lost by 4 points last November. The one that Jack Ciattarelli lost to Phil Murphy by about 5.5 to about 6 points. It is voting by 10 points for Mikie Sherrill. In the Democratic areas, could Jack Ciattarelli, based off his 2021 performance, maybe expand on these and help the Republicans get some voters? Hudson County, 74-25. 74-25, right? 74-25. Hudson seemed to match the 21 numbers. Essex, 74-25. Will Hudson do it? 76-23. Nope, Mikie Sherrill did about 2 points better. Not as big compared to the other ones, but relatively similar. Union County, 67-32. 67-32. 62-37. The biggest takeaway here, without a doubt, and there's still some more votes to go in New Jersey, but with 87% of the vote in, this race that was supposed to be an under 5, super close race that the Republicans were hoping they can pull off an upset in, that there was real momentum in the state after the presidential race, ended up being a resounding Democratic exceptional performance blowout. One that would make the 2017 election in Donald Trump's first term before New Jersey was ever thought of being a competitive state. One where Donald Trump lost it to Joe Biden by 17 points in 2020? This race in Donald Trump's first term, where his approval numbers based on the averages are actually worse than they are now, went Democratic by 13.5%. And yet it is roughly around a similar margin, around 13 points right now at 87% of the vote in. Maybe it goes down when all the votes are counted to 12, maybe 11.5, maybe even 10. Does it go below 10? I don't think so. But even if it does, Mikie Sherrill won everywhere in New Jersey. And like the commenter just wrote, Mikie Sherrill and the Democrats nationwide had the biggest blue wave today, blue tsunami that they'll probably ever could have expected for tonight. They smoked Jack Ciattarelli in New Jersey. They smoked Winsome Sears in Virginia. And they really exceeded on Jason Miyares. It was a closer race because of Jay Jones' scandal, so I can't say it's a smoke, but him winning by 5 points, in a race that was supposed to be a Republican win last week and became a 5-point Democratic win, that pretty much is a smoke. And smoked the lieutenant governor's race as well. But really, really smoked the New Jersey governor's race, where Mikie Sherrill is winning 56.1 to 43.4 with 88% of the vote in. And lastly, New York, Zohran Mamdani, for his own credit, 50.4% to 41.6%. He is also defeating a former governor who, before the scandal that made him resign from office, before that happened, held presidential ambitions and pretty high approval ratings in the state. He defeated him by 9 points in New York City, one of the most democratic areas of the country, in a state where his father was governor, in a state where he was governor. And he beat him by 9 points. What else can you say other than this was a Democratic wave blowout of an elections for 2025? And this is going to have a lot of important ramifications for 2026. What the Democrats do, what the Republicans do for sure. What do the Republicans do for 2026? Even if they gerrymander every single congressional map that they can to try and keep the House in 2026, if the performance like this shows up next November, will it even be enough? They can gerrymander every congressional map and still may lose the House if this type of election environment comes back, especially if the Democrats do redraw their maps in maybe Maryland and Virginia. California Proposition 50 after tonight, I fully expect will pass once its polls close in about half an hour. That'll likely be the case. So, Democrats are looking at 2026 now, and Republicans were hoping of, can we hold the Senate? Can we hold the House? Can we gain some governorships? What can we do? And now they may be looking at 2026 and they just hope the Democrats don't blow them out as badly as they did tonight. Because the Democrats right now, after President Trump won in 2024 in November, Republicans felt all the momentum and felt all the confidence going into 2025, and were hoping to put New Jersey in play and thought that they did. We're maybe hoping to put Virginia maybe back in play towards the end here. It's completely flipped. Now, the Democrats are the ones with all the momentum. They're going into 2026. They're the ones feeling optimistic. They're the ones feeling like they can go on the attack and try and flip House seats, try and flip Senate seats, try and flip governor seats. They're the ones going on the attack right now. in what is an absolutely awful rebuke of the Republicans right now. Also, in the short term, obviously this is November 4th, the government is still shut down. And that's going to be a question that I'm sure a lot of voters in Virginia and probably a lot of voters in New Jersey got out and voted against the Republicans for the government being shut down. Yeah, it's the Republicans and Democrats both in Washington that have the government shut down right now. The presidents are Republican, the Senate's are Republican, the Houses are Republican. And yes, I'm sure both parties are going to get blamed for the government being shut down, but it's clear to me a lot of voters that were Democrats and independents probably took that anger out on the Republican candidates in their respective races, especially in Virginia. I mean, how can you not take that away? With 93% of the vote in, 57 to 42.8, when Fairfax County, right outside of D.C., voted 73-26 for the Democrats, Arlington 84-16 for the Democrats. Like, how can you not? In Alexandria as well, 83-17 for the Democrats. These are numbers that Obama, that Hillary Clinton, that Joe Biden, that Terry McAuliffe, none of these past Democrats have ever hit these numbers in the state of Virginia. And Abigail Spanberger just hit them in the governor's race. 57% in the former Republican stronghold of Virginia, the former swing state of Virginia. The Democrats are in a very strong position for 2025. It was a complete blue wave in these key races, and they are in a very strong position for 2026. And what's going to make covering these races very, very interesting and very fascinating for the next year to come. Because based on this election and based on the special elections of 2025, the Democrats are in an exceptional position moving forward, and after tonight deserve all the praise and all the benefit of the doubt in terms of, can they win the House? Can they pick up Senate seats? Could they maybe even come close to winning the Senate? I still think it's going to be tough for them to pull off a win in a state like Texas at the Senate race, or Nebraska or Alaska at the Senate race. But after tonight, I mean, I don't want to bet against them. Certainly in a state like Georgia with a Democratic incumbent, or North Carolina, a 50-50 state after a night like this, do you think the Democrat doesn't have, the Roy Cooper doesn't have at least a 50% chance of winning that race? After tonight, he may very well become the favorite at winning. So it's all, this race will, or this night in 2025, a big night for the Democrats without a doubt. Democrats are going to feel very strongly about this and are going to parlay this into 2026. And man, what an absolutely shellacking from the Democrats, and the Republicans getting absolutely crushed tonight. And a lot of crushing blows against the Republicans in Virginia and really in New Jersey. With 89% of the vote in now, 56 to 43.4. Absolutely crushing rebuke. Now, also should be worth noting, New York City mayor as well, 50.3%, 41.6% for Mamdani over Cuomo. So still 11% of the vote to go there. But we know this race is already won. The Democrats are winning everywhere. For Proposition 50 in California, the poll should be closing in about 23 minutes. I think it is about 23 minutes. But based on how everything has gone tonight, I mean, the Democrats are going to win. And if the state of New Jersey is voting 13 points for the Democrat, the state of Virginia is voting also about 13 points 14 points for the Democrat. The state of California, which voted for Kamala Harris by 22 points, is going to vote for Proposition 50. And to add insult to injury for the GOP even more, is going to make that state's congressional map an extra 4 to 5 seats for the Democrats. So, very big night for the Democrats, without a doubt. I've been officially streaming on here, my first stream on the Anthony's election coverage YouTube channel for 4 hours and 31 minutes, started around 6:15 or so, or 6:10. It has been a lot of fun for me. I'm very, very, very grateful and happy I got to do this. I appreciate all you tuning in. I have the stream loaded up here on another screen. Currently 17 of you are still watching at 10:38, even after all the races have been called like half an hour ago. So I really appreciate you all watching. Over 2,200 total views throughout this stream. I really, really appreciate you. That's like a fourth, or no, I'm sorry, not a fourth. That's like a third of my total subscribers. And you guys showed up to watch this stream. So I really, really appreciate you all doing that. That means so much to me. I greatly, greatly appreciate it. I hope this stream is a success. I know early on we had some audio issues. So before I do another one of these, hopefully I can get those corrected. But for my first stream for 2025 election night, I really appreciate you turning out to watch this. My plan for the next few days is to do recap videos for the 2025 elections, kind of what I've been doing in the stream tonight, but go over more in depth reaction videos for Virginia, for New Jersey, for New York City, and then also for California Proposition 50 when those results come out as well, and maybe some other races that took place in like the other cities and such. I know you asked a lot of questions about, and I do apologize that I couldn't get to every single race to do for 2025. There's a lot of mayoral races, and there was a question about the Georgia. I want to say it was I think I have it here, Georgia Public Service Commission result. I apologize I didn't get to all those, but I really appreciate it. Oh, Arthur, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate you guys turning out to watch, and I'd love to keep doing more of these in the future. So thank you so much for watching. Please stay tuned over the next few days for those videos that'll be coming out, and more videos will be going into 2026 elections and such as we move forward. But thank you guys so much for watching. Please remember to hit like and subscribe, and I hope to see you in a future video. Have a great rest of election night 2025.